Fight Plus is the ultimate digital platform for live sports and entertainment, and they're now offering a free 7-day trial at tryfight.com. Fight Plus is packed with a premium live event schedule, over 1,000 hours of live action every year, and a library of more than 4,000 hours on demand, plus exclusive content you can't get anywhere else. Fight is a great partner of ours. They support us, so let's support them. Give that free 7-day trial a shot, and you'll be a member for life. That's tryfight.com. tryfite.com. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest professional wrestler of all time, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett, who hasn't been home in 9 days. Yeah, be careful what you wish for. Sign with AEW, they said. It'll be fun. Work in the office, they said. It'll be fun. Start wrestling again on TV. It'll be fun, they said. And they were right. Jeff is having an absolute blast. But boy, he is on the road more than he has been in a long, long time. So unfortunately, we were not able to sit down and record. But now we think we're going to get back to our regularly scheduled programming this coming Friday. So you get a brand new episode of My World next week here on the program. Today, we're going to be featuring a megasode of sorts, talking all about SummerSlam. You know, I kind of came to the conclusion that SummerSlam was kind of Jeff's show. You know, Mick talks about that all the time on his podcast, Foley is Pod, here on the Podcast Heat Network every Thursday, that he was Mr. In Your House. I think you could make the argument that SummerSlam was for Double J. So that's what we're talking about today, just in time for summer. I hope you guys have a kick-ass summer, and I can't wait to see what's next for Jeff Jarrett. If you follow his social, you saw that the WrestleQuest video game posted some screen grabs. I can't believe this is real. I'm in a video game. It's called WrestleQuest, and of course, Double J's in it. Randy Savage is in it. I think Andre's in it. There is a ton of great talent, legacy talent, historical talent, all a part of that WrestleQuest game that comes out later this summer. And of course, what a summer it's going to be. Of course, Wembley Stadium, maybe the biggest AEW show in history. Certainly got to be the biggest and most important. But of course, we'll get a SummerSlam. And hey, Forbidden Door, AEW in Canada, lots of cool stuff in store. But today, it's all about SummerSlam right here on My World with Jeff Jarrett. Greatly appreciate you guys hanging out and checking out and supporting what we do. If you haven't already, grab yourself some merch. The links are available in the description to this show. And of course, hit up our YouTube channel, man. MyWorldOnYouTube.com. Can't beat it. Greatly appreciate your support, and look forward to chatting with Jeff this Friday. You'll be a part of our live studio audience if you check out adfreeshows.com and sign up. Why not get a free week on us at adfreeshows.com? Or if not, man, we'll just see you back here, same place, same time, next Tuesday, and every Tuesday, right here. It's My World. In the meantime, here we go. Let's let the good times roll. SummerSlam Megasode coming at you.
The recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Oh, you could probably do it without the Hall of Famer. With your attitude early this morning, you came out all froggy, ready to jump, whether Silver, Cassio in your corner. You're ready to joust today is what I hear. You're ready to joust. We've got a nice topic, going to go back to the United Center, but you're coming out swinging. That's just what I've heard. Little birdie told me.
I wouldn't say all that. I would say that we're going to have a lot of fun this week, though, because we're not just recording a podcast here. We're also going to be talking about Ad Free Show's Top Guy Weekend in Chicago, which is always a good time. We had our first Top Guy Weekend last year at the Hyatt Regency in Schaumburg, doing it again this year. But this year, there's a special wrinkle. We're getting together for a good cause. Yes, we got plenty of stuff that you can't buy a ticket to. You've got to be a member and a top guy over at Ad Free Shows. But we're getting together for Mongo. We're doing a very special fundraising event, all for Steve McMichael. the former real Four Horsemen member. And in addition to that, one hell of a football player. We're talking about Steve Mongo McMichael, and we're doing a little fundraising effort at moneyformongo.com. 100% of your donation goes directly to Mongo. Doesn't go to Jeff, doesn't go to me, it doesn't go to Fight. It goes 100% straight to Mongo. And we want you to make a donation over at moneyformongo.com. Now, what are we doing? Well, we're doing a podcast super show. And I mean the biggest one we've ever done. It's not just Jeff and I. It's Eric Bischoff. It's Tony Schiavone. It's Jim Ross. It's Ric Flair. And it's Mick Foley, all on the same stage, telling stories and trying to entertain you, all for a great cause. Moneyformongo.com. Now, if you can't make it to Chicago, no big deal. Watch it on Fight at moneyformongo.com is where you can make a donation. But everybody's got Fight, right? FITE is where you find Fight. It's an easy download for any of your apps or your smart devices, or just watch it on your browser. FITE is Fight. But Money for Mongo, man, this Saturday, 12:30 Central, local Chicago time. I don't know what to expect with you and Ric Flair and Mick Foley and Jim Ross and Tony Schiavone. That's like a who's who, man. Think about that. You got the whole main event of Ric Flair's last match really there, the big issue with you two guys. And of course, Eric's had some fun run-ins over the years with Rick, and who could forget all the craziness that's happened between you and Jim Ross, or Mick Foley and Tony Schiavone. This should be a lot of fun, man. What do you expect?
I cannot wait. When everything started to come together and you were telling me about another ride we're jumping on, but Money for Mongo, absolutely great cause. I'm sure we're going to be discussing Four Horsemen. Me and JR maybe can revisit some old stories. Me and the Nature Boy, we may lock it up one more time. You never know. No, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing my old pal Tony Schiavone on stage as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Great calls, as you stated. And man, what a ride it's been as of late, Conrad. I mean, Dallas and going out west this weekend, the day after Money for Mongo, and nostalgia works not only in professional wrestling, but baseball this past weekend. Lots of moving parts, as we say, in your nonsense last week at the Steakhouse. I'm not real sure what we should cover off the top here. I really don't, but I'm glad you started with Money for Mongo.
Money for Mongo, man. It happens this Saturday. We really want you guys to come out and see us, make a donation. I want to be clear. It's free, y'all. We're not charging you for this podcast super show. We want you to make a donation to Mongo. By the way, of course, it is tax deductible. It is a charitable cause. I mean, we want you to help somebody who needs some help. And right now, Mongo, in real life, y'all, is in the fight of his life with ALS. And if you've seen any recent pictures of Mongo, you know, man, that disease is kicking his butt right now. And every little bit helps. I've been fortunate enough to be speaking with his lovely wife, Misty, earlier today. And man, I got some more information about, you know, what's covered and what's not covered and what they need help with. And they need all the help we can get their way. So please consider moneyformongo.com. And don't forget to check us out on Fight this Saturday at 12:30 Central, 1:30 Eastern. And right after that, the Chernoff boys, who you and I think a lot of, are putting together a little program called the Wrestling Showcase. All the information is available for that as well. If you go to Fight, FITE, tickets are on sale now, though. If you just throw it in your browser, you'll find the Eventbrite site, Wrestling Showcase. That's all happening this Saturday. Of course, on Sunday night, everybody in the wrestling world is going to be focused on All Out, but you are going to be catching a super early or very late night flight on Saturday, because you're going to be on stage again, doing a little yakky, talky. I think it's called PAX West. Is that right? It's a big deal.
Yeah, I did PAX East, which was in Boston. It's they're the two biggest. There's TwitchCon and there's other different gaming conventions and gatherings, if you will, but PAX is right up there at the tip top, and very fortunate. You know, we did Podcast Movement last week, so I was at a podcast convention with you, and you took up all of our time in the panel. But this podcast, I mean, this panel, I'm going to be out with James Deegan, my partner in Moonsault Digital. He is the founder of MegaCat, which created WrestleQuest. I say all that to say the panel is about professional wrestling and gaming and the history of wrestling and gaming. So James is the expert in gaming. I got a little knowledge on the wrestling side. So yeah, going to be doing a panel out west. Really, really looking forward to that, Conrad. Like I said, maybe I'll be able to get a few words in and there won't be another Conrad Thompson on stage. Me and Eric sidebarred. Did you come up for air for that entire 75-minute panel?
You did not sidebar with Eric Bischoff.
Yes, I did. I sidebarred with him before, during, and after, because you kept talking. I mean, at the Steakhouse, we predicted it. We said, hey, I guarantee you tomorrow. This is when you were flipping around with TV stations and going from CBS to TBS.
All right, hang on.
Eric,
Let's just take
hold on. I said, Eric, do you think that we'll get to talk at all? He goes, no. He said, that's why I'm not even prepping for it. We won't say a word. Conrad will talk for all 75 minutes. And you did.
He first of all, it's 45 minutes, but he didn't say that. But I'm glad that somebody was there to keep the train on the tracks, because you'd still be fucking rambling on knowing you. But no, really, we did have maybe one of the best turnouts we've ever had at Podcast Movement. Greatly appreciate all the support. It turned into a meet and greet after. It's just an honor to be asked to go speak at Podcast Movement. I think this was the 4th or 5th time I've been fortunate enough to do it. But man, you guys are my right-hand guys when it comes to that, because it's easy for us to talk about what we're doing with our shows and ad-free shows and all that. And then afterwards, that evening, we got to do something pretty fun. Or I guess it was the night before, actually.
The night before, I thought we were going to a nice steak dinner, which you bat 1,000 on picking restaurants, but I thought the meal was actually going to be for us to discuss the panel. Nope. As you say, check that off. That didn't happen.
No, listen, I knew. Here's the reality. Like, at this point, we've done enough of those just discussions and presentation.
Rationalization why we didn't talk. This is a rationalization.
No, seriously, before, because I know, Eric and I were there meeting with agencies all day. You were playing grab ass in Hendersonville or whatever. So you ease in just to make sure you get your fancy photo for social. I see how it is. And then we both make sure we alligator arm and let Dave Green pick up a tab for once.
Yes, sir.
Great. I loved all that. But Eric and I, he was like, hey, do we have a format? And I said, do you think we need one? He goes, no, I just know we can get up there and just talk. It's second nature. We don't need to prep for what we do. And so I kind of thought that would be it, but I know you are very much, hey, I want to prep, I want to plan, I want to get ready. That's not a negative, by the way. It's a great thing. But I knew that's not really going to be necessary. I didn't know the Steakhouse would be as noisy as it was, but I was really glad that they positioned us in a table near the bar. Not just because Eric Bischoff could run her ragged getting some more Coors Lights, but I knew I could probably sweet talk our way into getting that TV change. So instead of watching some golf rerun, I asked for TBS, but it's so loud, they thought I said CBS.
This is my world listeners. This is one of the funniest nights of all. If you could have seen Conrad Thompson when he went to the trouble and do you want appetizers and can I get you more water? And have you looked at the menu? Hey, can I tell you about the specials? And literally you have to talk this loud to make the order.
Yes.
And Conrad whispers. He didn't whisper. He's actually talking. Hey, will you change that channel to TBS? And the lady said, oh, certainly. And all of a sudden you see on the big screen, what was that show on?
It was Big Brother. They were showing Big Brother on CBS, not AEW on TBS. And what's funny is, as soon as I said it, you and Eric are both like, is this real? But here's the reality. Earlier in the day, we had all been talking about, what are they going to do tomorrow? Like, what's this going to look like tomorrow? And then more importantly, what rating do they want? I mean, we're wrestling nerds, so we're having that conversation just independently. And even our friend, who I guess we could spill the beans because she posted it, Dorian goes, I can't believe we're in this nice of a steakhouse watching wrestling. And I'm like, well, I just had to ask, and ta-da, there it is. Because here's the thing, none of us were able to actually watch it full time. We all had to sort of twist our head and just glance up and see what was going on. Well, so our pal Dave Green's there, and we know the main event is starting at the top of the second hour. And literally immediately he goes, well, it's over. And we're all like, wait a minute, what? So then it becomes, where are they going with this? What is this going to do? That was fun. And then the next day, we started to discuss first thing in the morning as we're going to our different agency meetings, what's the rating going to be? And Eric said his number. And when he did, you immediately had pause like, oh, I didn't think Eric was going to say that. I need to think about my number. And I called it, and you're going to give me my props. I said, 1,050 or 1,050,050, and it was 1,049,000. If I was on Price is Right, I'd have fucking nailed it. Come on,
Conrad. It truly pains me to give you your flowers. Truly, but when that number came out, I'm just like, son of a gun. But he did. Oh, Connie nailed it, pal. Take you to Vegas. Take you to Vegas.
I mean, it was close. I was grinning like a possum the rest of the day because here I got these two TV executives who've done all this stuff on TV, and my dumb hillbilly ass nails it.
It was fun. It was fun watching Dorian watch us discuss it and all that great food coming. And I didn't want to come up for air, but we kept the conversation rolling, though. That was a fun night. That was a fun night, and it was a fun podcast panel. That was a lot of fun.
And then the next day, another fantastic lunch where, again, it's man versus food. And let me explain what man versus food with Jeff means. When you travel with Jeff, my favorite part is you get to watch him eat. So my man orders a shrimp cocktail, not for the table, his own. And then he has a soup. And then he has a salad, not a soup or a salad, both. And then he has a prime rib. And then he has two sides. And then he's like, I'm not eating dessert. Oh, that sorbet looks pretty good. Give me one of those. Oh, and of course, unsweet tea. But you did give me a pack of candy that I have yet to reveal to Megan.
Oh, Lord.
Gifted us.
Yeah.
It's the most maybe unbelievable bag of candy you've ever seen in your life.
It's a conversation piece. It's a conversation starter. And in a lot of ways, the integration could be put into this show. At some point, you will integrate it into today's show. There's your Easter egg, folks.
Okay. The name of the candy, the label on the candy packet, which you would probably most often see at a bachelorette party, I will reference at some point in the show. I won't tell you that was the name of it, but you'll know it when you hear it.
Easter egg.
Easter egg coming your way. And our Easter egg today is going to be buried in a show called SummerSlam 1994. And there's a lot to unpack here. I just want to give everybody another peek behind the curtain. Jeff Jarrett is the biggest basketball junkie there ever was. And everybody knows Chicago, and specifically the United Center, that's the house that Jordan built. But he left before he really got to do much there because he retires, because this SummerSlam 94 is one of the first events that happens there. He's fiddling around in Birmingham, Alabama, trying to play baseball. But somehow Jeff Jarrett finds himself on that pay-per-view, as he always does. And he's working with a fellow known as Mabel. Now, in real life, this is Nelson Frazier. He's got his man Mo with him. And they're the Harlem Knights is what they're called in March of 93, when you first, I think, become acquainted with them. What do you remember about first meeting Mabel and Mo and their time in Tennessee with you?
Big Nelson. That's the first time. As you know what, and for the My World listeners that may or may not know, Nelson is no longer with us. He passed away a few years ago. Here's Conrad. It's just kind of amazing when I go back and different things I remember. But I remember my father having a conversation on the phone in Hendersonville at the office, and hey, son, that's when he's real serious. We've got two guys starting a TV. They're driving over from the Carolinas. Okay, Dad. And I was at a spot show on Fridays, like usual, and he would be driving down. A lot of times he'd come in on Friday nights, but many, many times, if he wasn't, whatever, he'd get up in Nashville early on a Saturday morning and drive down to TV. So he's leaving the house at 6 o'clock, rolling there about 9:30 or 10. But he was giving me the heads up that two guys are starting. They may be there before I get there. Welcome them and all that. Conrad, in Memphis studio, Memphis TV, 1960 Union Avenue. Basically the break room, when you have corporate areas, but TV studios, it had probably 4 little small tabletops and 2 vending machines and a sink and a coffee maker and all that. Just a real simple, and then a hallway, and had 2 green rooms, which were really like small bathrooms. That was really what the backstage of Memphis TV was. So you came in a side door, and I got there early. probably rode with Eddie or whatever. We get there early in tapes, and you have to kind of get the production going, and Bob, the floor director. So everything gets going, and I walk in the back, and there is Bobby Horn, which is Mo, and that we know as Mo. But Nelson, who later became Mabel, he was sitting down in the chair. You talk about a big man, and I'm 200 pounds, maybe at this point, maybe a little bit more. But I mean, he was enormous, but had just he looked like a 1986 to me. The first time I saw it, this is where I'm going with it. The first time I saw him, it is a 1986 Hulk Hogan opponent. One man gang, big boss man. I mean, we could go Kamala, go this, but he was ginormous, huge, man, nice as can be. But that's my first impression. Drove up from the Carolinas. God, I'd like to try to do the math at how old Nelson was in 1993, but he was a young man, and Bobby had brought him over. But man, just the nicest guys. And we had just come off a long run with the Moondogs, and
he was 22, Jeff.
He's 22 when I met him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
he was born in 71. So in 93, he was 22.
Wow. Young guy. But anyway, wow, I didn't realize. Okay. 4 years younger than me. But it was cool. It was really cool to meet him, and that started our relationship. And obviously you can imagine Jarrett walking in, and, one of the first things, damn, you're even bigger than your picture showed, because he was a big man, and we were excited to get him in the territory.
He debuts with the USWA, and very early on, he's teaming with Brian Christopher and Six Mans, and then their debut on TV. Well, Meltzer had this to say. The main event was set up with a 6-man squash on TV on March 13th, with the Knights and Christopher destroying 2 jobbers who had to be carted out. Actually, Christopher spent most of the match relaxing on Dave Brown's desk, and the Knights destroying the jobbers. When it was 3-on-1, Jeff Jarrett tried to become a partner with one of the jobbers, but soon they got rid of the jobber and were beating on Jarrett until Lawler and Davis made the save. They're billing the members of the Knights as 6'10", 525, as he was estimated to be 6'7" and 425 to 450. These two are really green as a team. The big one also nearly broke his ankle when he stood on the middle rope ready to come off, and at his weight, the rope broke. With the middle rope useless, they still tried to whip their foes into the ropes for clotheslines, which can be pretty dangerous with the middle rope gone. So it says a lot about the mass of this human being just standing on the rope, and those Memphis ropes hadn't been put to that test in a long time.
Buddy Wayne, I don't remember specifically, but I can only imagine him raising all kinds of hell. But this is such an accurate, I forgot that was day one at TV, but when Nelson came to Memphis and came to Tennessee, he was so green, and he didn't even really, he didn't understand. I don't say this, make sure he wasn't even completely aware of a ring presence and how he had to be careful. He wasn't reckless. I just don't think he understood. Hey, if I sit on this second rope, it ain't holding me. It certainly, you can't stand in the middle. Maybe you can get over in a turnbuckle, but Big Nelson, that was day one. But man, the presence and what is it? 150 people in the studio. They immediately, and Brian Christopher can get heat over there on the microphone. It was their first few Memphis TVs. They got over to the crowd because Nelson was so big, and Brian could talk, and you could just kind of see things develop how they were going to.
So we get to the 6-man against you, Lawler, and Danny Davis in Nashville. The heels get the win, but within a couple of days, you're teaming with the Big Boss Man to get a win in Memphis. That house, not the individual payday, the house was 5,500. So the business is down for sure.
Dead.
But what do you remember about working with Nelson in these very early matches? Meltzer acknowledges that he's green, and I get that, but it feels almost David and Goliath with anybody when you're that size. So that's probably pretty easy for you, or am I reading that wrong?
No, he wanted to learn. I think, what was he like?
Yes.
Man, he wanted to learn so bad, a great attitude, soak things up like a sponge. And you know, a guy his size, he can hurt you by accident quickly. I mean, just real quick. He's so heavy, but he was agile and he was all business. He wanted to learn, he wanted to try things, but at times, I mean, I can remember the first couple of times he splashed me in the corner, or just really like a running freight train in the corner. I mean, you talk about impact. He just didn't really understand. He wasn't doing it on purpose, but he didn't have, so you can say he's stiff, but it wasn't on purpose. He just didn't have it down. He didn't have the dance down. He's rough around the edges. Not, like I said, not on purpose, but he would put his weight into you and you felt it. Had no choice.
In Louisville, the baby faces get a 6-man win over the Knights and Christopher, and you get transitioned over into feuding with Shawn Michaels, who's going to be coming in while Lawler is going to marry up with the Knights, as he'll be the one winding up teaming with Boss Man for a match. The big monster heel losing to the King. I know you said that's a 1986 thing for the WWF and Hulk Hogan. It was kind of a Lawler thing too, right? You guys were always looking for monsters. For
That's a Lawler 82.
Yeah.
I saw some spot show matches with Lawler and Mabel that you just kind of, Lawler had such a knack of putting a guy over at the beginning of the match and putting him over a little bit more. And then just when you think Lawler's going to have a little flurry of offense, then they actually start into the heat. And Lawler's such a good seller and build it. And he's talking to Nelson and walk and talk and get heat and do this and do that, literally guide him through. And when the match is all said and done, Lawler pulls the strap down, a couple of hard rights, and then they go into the finish. So Nelson probably takes one big bump, and that's the finish. But nowadays, and I'm not trying to go this route, but, you know, the work rate would be, he only took one bump, and there'd be all kind of criticism that Nelson couldn't do this or that Nelson couldn't do that. But in the arena and a spot show that night or whatever it may be, everybody in the building was on their feet cheering for Lawler. And when he won, the place exploded. So simple psychology, but Nelson learned an awful lot from Lawler on how to work like a big man, is specifically during heat.
So now let's talk about what we're doing next. We got in Memphis, Boss Man's not going to show up. So you wind up doing back-to-back matches, teaming with Lawler in a loss by DQ. And then you're going to work in the main event and lose to Shawn Michaels for the IC title. These sort of things where guys just no show don't happen all that often on TV these days, but in the territory days, especially when, I mean, let's be clear, Boss Man's not here as his first choice. It's a favor. When he no shows, is that just par for course? And you got to be, well, let's just get something else together right quick, pal. What's the thinking there?
So it's not like, what's the Eric, better than, less than, or different than?
Yeah.
So you have to plug somebody in. I don't remember the specific instance, but this is one of those things. Boss Man, obviously full-time job with WWE. For whatever reason, we knew going in he wasn't going to make it. So who you're going to put as Lawler's partner is kind of by deduction. And whether Boss Man had an appearance or overseas or another booking or an off day that he was promised, it was like, okay, he can't be there. And when, you know, we might have found out, look, Memphis on a Monday, the following Tuesday is when this card is going to take place because of the bicycle tape. So we cut those promos 9 days out. So, you know, we've got 9 days. I'm not saying whenever we found out, but once the promotion's out, then you go, okay, he's not going to be there. So for whatever reason, Boss Man wasn't there. Sean was. That was an advertised main event. So my gut tells me, the old man says, you're working twice tonight. Yes, sir. Okay, I am.
Well, here we go. Let's talk about in Louisville. You're teaming with the Boss Man, who this time shows up. There's 1,100 fans. You got Shawn Michaels and Jerry Lawler on top. And, you know, you're starting to see through all these cards, Nelson get more reps. And I know that a lot of us grew up with Mabel, but oftentimes we would see him work like a giant. And that's the thing we get to hear. But we also hear sometimes these guys are so young and so athletic. Like, say, for instance, the Big Show. We hear that the dude could do a nip up or kip up or whatever you want to call it, that he could do a shooting star press that he did at the power plant, that he could do missile drop kicks. I think we saw one of those in WCW. And just because you can in wrestling and sometimes in life doesn't necessarily mean you should. Did you see any real life athleticism that made you think, man, he can do a lot more than, say, King Kong Bundy had really been required to do? Or what could you speak to about his physicality at just 22 years old?
He was much quicker than, than he ever showed, because he was kind of taught move like a big man, methodical, if you will. He didn't have the athletic ability, to jump over on Paul. Paul, former basketball player. And I say that as I'm a basketball junkie, but that's, to me, the athleticism of that. Nelson just had, I don't want to say he was cut out to be a wrestler, but he had facials. And when he became Mabel in the rap, I knew from the beginning his personality as far as the animated face. I just think there were shades of Nelson Frazier as a talent in Memphis that was super flamboyant. Flamboyant is probably not the right word, but he had great energy. He had a lot of energy in his facials, and I want to say a kick-ass monster, but just a lot more energy that came out of him that he never saw once he became Mabel. Mabel was, and then as he, progressed through his career, but early Nelson, coached by Lawler when they were working, and then I would try to mimic what Lawler also do, is like, hey man, get on me, but get vicious and let the people see your face and get aggressive. I probably said that word to him more than any word. I said, Nelson, you got to get aggressive. That doesn't mean hurt me, but you got to get aggressive and reckless. But there were shades of that in Memphis that I wish he could have continued to grow in that type character.
Well, we know that First Family is going to be reformed. This was originally, of course, Jimmy Hart's gimmick. We got Mike Sanders as the manager, and the Knights are going to be there with Scotty Flamingo, who we know will eventually be Raven, and Brian Christopher. They're going to take on Lawler's Army, which is you, of course, Jerry Lawler, the Moondogs, and Richard Lee. This is Nostalgia 101 here. A team of Jimmy Hart's crew, the First Family, against the team of Jerry Lawler's crew. That's just nostalgia for that Memphis area, is it not?
It is, and you can tell that, like I said earlier, we came off a run with the Moondogs maybe 2-3 years, and we brought them back as babyface. I don't think this is the first time they were babyfaces, but territory's down, no money. At this point, Lawler's going back and forth to the WWF at the time. 92, 93, I had started making some shots, not a lot, but for, just the territory was so down. But the Lawler's Army versus Hart's Army, yes, it's Nostalgia 101, but with a new twist, a couple of new twists in there.
It is cool that, all of a sudden, the Moondogs and the Knights are out of Memphis after just, 1 week and one match. Did you expect Mabel and Mo to wind up in the WWF as quickly as they did?
I said earlier, when I first saw Nelson, to me, he had monster heel for Hogan or a babyface, whoever it may be. But he just had that presence about him and the athletic ability. Once you see him work a couple of times, you just say, all right, there's a run in him. Get the right creation, get the right gimmick. At that time, that's when there were so many characters that were prevalent that it had that late 80s run. And it's like, I put a good character on him, whether it's WCW or WWF, and he's got a run in him. His size alone and his willingness to learn, he's just going to get better. And my dad also, he really, really liked him in the early days. I mean, really, I know he sung his praises to Vince many, many times.
Well, not long after they do a dark match for WWF TV, they're brought back to Memphis. Is it just more an issue of these guys got to have more reps. They're not ready for the prime time yet. I mean, that's probably to be expected, right?
Our good old pal Bruce. I'd love to hear Bruce's recollection, just because my best recollection of all of it was, let's bring them up, let's look at them. If they like their in-ring work, all right, then let's start them in the sheen and figure out character development. And I believe that's what happened, because that's where Oscar came along. That Oscar had rapped for some folks, and I think he personally rapped for Vince McMahon
in an elevator. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So that's how things work. Creative works. Okay. This guy can rap, and hey, Mr. McMahon, let me lay it on you. Hey, I just saw those guys at 2 TVs back that may fit them, that may fit the bill, and they just made the connection. That to me is what I remember happening.
I want to mention that we do actually see the debut. It's taped for TV in June of 1993, and it airs in July of 1993. It's Mabel and Mo with Oscar. They're going to be the rapping tag team Men on a Mission, MOM. What did you think of the gimmick? I mean, I guess I want to back this up. When the first time I can see him, being Mabel, we're talking about, doing stuff with you guys in Memphis, that would have been, does this sound right? Like March of 93
with us. Yeah, about that.
And now fast forward just 3 months later.
Yeah, it was quick.
June, he's doing dark matches and even would have a television match taped that airs in July. So it's very, very quick. And again, we're talking about a 22-year-old man. And in wrestling, and I mean, just everything, sometimes just in life, there's a phrase, is it too much too soon sort of deal? I mean, for him to really debut with you at the end of March, and then May 4th, he has the dark match. I mean, that's like, you're just getting going and you're already on TV, and he's a 22-year-old, and it's probably not easy to travel, and there's a lot going on. Was this too much too soon for him, do you think?
I definitely think so. But if you take a step back, and Conrad, you've done many more podcasts, hundreds, if not thousands, but I'm sure in talking to Bruce or JR, and y'all have covered 91, 92, 93, the state of the industry.
Yes.
It was down. I mean, it was down. And this is certainly the end of the Hogan era. And the steroid trial, and WCW wasn't setting the world on fire. And I know ad sales, and, we'd come off the Dallas, the story, but at the very core of all of this is that no independent wrestling, 2 major companies, and the folks that had, when you look at us being the last territory, and Austin had come through, and Taker had come through, and Godfather and Steiner and the folks we've covered on here, but kind of that pipeline of talent that had gone through, that it had some seasoning. Now we were at the point of 93. Hey man, they're working Memphis. They look good. Let's try them. I mean, it wasn't even pump the brakes and say, hey, let's give them 6 more months in Memphis. I mean, Nelson literally was working independence at the beginning of 93. I mean, I hate to even call it independence. In those days, I was always taught it was called outlaw wrestling.
Yes.
There weren't any territories except ours, maybe remnants of a few here and there. Dallas was pretty, there was just nothing there. So outlaw wrestling. So the reality is Nelson went from waking up on Christmas morning, 92, and maybe hitting an outlaw show, in 6 months, he's on WWF programming. So the answer to your question is absolutely too much too soon.
So not only that, he's also a very large individual who's trying to, nobody thinks about this, but to rent a car, and that's part of the gig here, you've got to have a credit card, and you've got to be 25 years old.
Think about that.
He probably has neither. He's a big television star and a hulking man, but he's 22 years old. So he probably doesn't have a credit card. And even if he does, he's not 25. So you might be big enough to main event a pay-per-view, but not big enough to rent a car here at our car rental desk at Avis.
Welcome, Bobby Horn, my man, Bobby. But that was the duo, that Bobby was older, more seasoned, more business minded. that was always the yin and the yang of them two, and complemented each other very, very well. But his partner, Bobby Horn, Mo, he's the one that, that was a part of the tag team, and both of them understood that.
Talk to me a little bit about the rapping gimmick. The WWF had not really ever tried it, but WCW had, and depending on who you listen to, was PN News a success or a failure? I think as far as an in-ring performer goes, most people would say he's probably not going to win a lot of top 10 list nominations, but there was a time where PN News was getting big crowd reactions because hip hop had started to become more and more popular. It was no longer just gangster rap. Now you had acts like Criss Cross, and it was rap aimed at kids. And that's an emerging market, if you will, at the time. And Vince, trying to keep up with the times, says, hey, if this is catching on and there's Yo MTV raps and all that, well, let's do that. And what they came up with was Men on a Mission. Now, the trouble is, all the hip hop gimmicks in wrestling at that point, including this one, in my opinion, was pretty lame, but that's with the context of looking back in 2022. You were a young man at the time. What did you think of the presentation? Was it a quote unquote good gimmick, or was this just bad right away?
I loved Oscar. I thought he was charismatic, but I knew, and I called him, I knew Nelson and Bobby different, and I would not have ever thought, and look, I'll take VKM's batting average any day of the week.
Oh yeah.
Any day of the week. But I knew those guys, and I just really felt, oh man, they're missing the boat on Nelson. They're really missing the boat on Mabel, because he just wasn't a hip hop guy. He wasn't a dancing guy. He wasn't a gregarious, fun loving talent, if you will, that would kind of fit into this. Now I get it. Vince and Bruce and Pat and the team, that's okay. They'll grow into it. But Nelson wasn't seasoned enough as a performer, as far as tackle, drop down, get it again, just his in-ring presence. So him being unsure of himself as an in-ring performer, and then on top of that, having to act, that's what it is, having to be a someone that he wasn't, having just that shred of his personality. It might have been there if you dug down deep. I don't think. I never really saw it, but it certainly never came out. I wasn't a fan of those two doing the rap gimmick. I thought Oscar had charisma. I thought it was a unique, at the time, he could resonate. And when, Oscar would get going in live events, house shows, he'd get them up and going. But their tag team didn't follow up the rap, if you will. So I wasn't a big fan of the rap with those two guys.
Now let's just take a time out from talking about Mabel and Mo and all that for just a minute.
Oh boy.
How, I'm just trying to process this because we've talked about it before. Here you are, you've been wrestling in Tennessee, you've been wrestling in Texas, you've been on TV, you've been on ESPN, the ups and the downs, the good and the bad, grown up in the business, all around it. And this joker is in wrestling for a cup of coffee, and he's on WWF TV before you are. And I don't know at this point if you knew it or not, but you've told us before that once upon a time you learned that maybe you did have an opportunity to go sooner, and your dad held you back and said you weren't ready. And in hindsight, that was probably a blessing. But at the time, that's probably hard to wrap your head around when it's like, damn, Dad, I'm doing all this for the family business, and I'm not making any money, and I'm not moving along as fast as I want to. And I know you now at Double Nickels, not a ton of patience. Can't imagine you had a lot more when you were 22. It feels as if this could have been very frustrating to see someone seemingly pass you and get fast tracked. And it's not based on how much time they've invested in their craft, or how much time they've invested in the weight room, or how much time they've spent under the learning tree, or working matches, or making towns, or any cliche you want to make. And boom, he's on TV just because he's a big old boy. part of that has to rub you the wrong way, even if at the time you don't have the same vision you have now, right?
So this is 2003, right?
This is 1993.
I bet. Yeah, my bad. 1993. Conrad, and I'm not putting me on his level, but do you know when I had my very first match with Shawn Michaels?
It was around this era, right?
Oh,
Okay.
80, 88.
Oh, okay. Back in Texas.
No, they came through a short stint and then went to WWF, got fired,
And then made the loop again. I got
made
you.
the loop again. And I'm pointing this out. I think Shawn, obviously Scott Steiner. Now, Steiner in 93 was a big Japan superstar. I'm going to go Steve Austin, Undertaker, Godfather. I mean, I could go through a whole list of guys from 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. During this era, remember Steve Dahl and Rex King, well done. This is about the same era that they went up and got jobs. I mean, we could go through a laundry list. At this stage, Conrad, you talk about running out of patience for sure. But this is, October of this year is when Double J debuted. So 91, 92, that's when, when the Von Erichs did their, maybe one of the dumbest business moves in my career for sure. When all that went away, which made all the syndication money evaporate overnight, and my bank account started going back the other way, that's when I'm like, what am I doing here? I mean, it was not working for my, family territory, but it's like, Dad, Jerry, this is going against every fundamental that you've taught me and my grandmother taught me. This ain't working out. It ain't drawing. And I'm not saying you should pay me what I'm not drawing, but new horizons are needed. And so that was a part of the conversation. But yes, there's a few more talent in 93 that got jobs that had come through our territory like quickly. And it was just, excellent point, Connie. But that is for sure. You hit the nail on the head with where my mindset was.
So now you eventually, get to join the company late 93. Let's fast forward a little bit. It's March of 94, and it's reported that Mabel fell on Pierre, aka PCO. He accidentally does this, of course. No one would intentionally hurt anybody. We're not accusing anyone of that. But he doesn't kick out, and they win the tag team titles on a show in London at Royal Albert Hall. And this was not supposed to be the plan. But when an injury happens, well, it happens. Do you remember you were on the show? You beat Coco Beware in a match right before. You remember hearing about this incident?
Royal Albert Hall, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of a bucket list. That's it's a small arena. It's a hall, as this title calls it. But and look, Coco, one of my dad's all-time favorite. I got to wrestle him in Royal Albert Hall. Me and Owen were traveling together. It was a fascinating card. But as far as, look, Mabel had come into the territory, green. This is at the very beginning. I don't say the beginning, but really early in the new generation, which was the new branding, the predecessor to the Attitude Era. So a lot of new talent were coming in, a lot of moving parts. Jacques Rougeau had been around the block. He had worked in my father's territory back in the early 80s, but Pierre at this time was a new guy. So there was, I don't want to call it, I think unrest. I don't think there was a lot of heat on Mo and Mabel, but they were just green. Not that they were hurting folks, but just really, really green. And look, there was a whole group of talent jockeying for position. Now, Scott Hall was seasoned. Sean was seasoned. Bret Hart, obviously seasoned. Bam Bam had come off his, Japan run and WWF run, and he was back. And just, there was a group of seasoned vets, but there was Duke the Dumpster, Adam Bomb. I mean, you name it. There was a bunch of talent. I was one of those that had come in and where everybody was kind of jockeying for position. Mo and Mabel specifically were two that were at times singled out, as in, hate to say this, but quote unquote, they weren't ready. And there was some validity to that.
So eventually Mo gets injured in April and Mabel turns into a singles competitor. And in August, of course, we're building towards SummerSlam. And it's announced that you two would be facing off against each other from the United Center in Chicago. I mean, you got to be somewhat excited. I mean, this is a big pay-per-view, your first SummerSlam. And, you know, in my mind, it's always been Royal Rumble, or I'm sorry, WrestleMania #1, then SummerSlam, then Royal Rumble. Would you agree with that as far as the biggest three of the WWF pay-per-views?
Mania, Rumble, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. Yes.
So it's a big deal, A, to be there, B, to be in such a big building in a wrestling town like Chicago, C, for it to be the United Center and really one of the first events that's happening there. But it's not going to be a wrestling clinic. Were you disappointed to know that it was going to be a different style match? You're not going to get to show off what you can do against a Bret Hart or a Shawn Michaels on this platform. You're on the show, which is obviously great, and your character is clicking. And hey, it's TV time, but it's not going to be probably the type of match you would want to have. Am I wrong in guessing that?
So shout out to Derek, researcher. He did a wonderful job as usual, except that one time. No kidding. He really, looking back on all this and really thinking through everything. So I started in October of '93 with the vignettes. We run those. I get out on the road and Vince is saying, we're going to build you on TV, on live events, house shows. You know, we're going to get you seasoned, but get you out and get exposed. We're going to do that for the next year. I think we have covered this on here, Conrad. I'm thinking, for the next year, what the heck are you talking about? But anyway, that was kind of the order of going forward. So, you know, May, June, whatever it was, April, May, June, coming off Mania of '93 and all that. I mean, of '94 and the 10-man tag. All right, so where are we going with this? Well, when I found out that I was wrestling Mabel at the United Center, Undertaker versus Undertaker, you know, we'll get into the card in a little bit. It's a stacked card, Bret and Owen, Sean and Kevin and all that. And I'm facing Mabel, and it was kind of discreetly, I was in the know that you're going to get a win here. Conrad, I kind of was like, okay, the boss has got his plan that Double J is beating a 500-pound giant. That's a pretty tall order, a good win. And it was a reassurance, if you will, that Double J's doing all right. That was pretty exciting to me. And, you know, look, the cool stuff as far as United Center and SummerSlam and everything that we'll get into. But just the fact that I was on the card in a slot with a win, that was great news for my career.
So Meltzer mentions here the recap from August 15th, 1994. Actually, this is from Wade Keller. He says, Mabel defeated Raymond Roy. Jeff Jarrett then defeated Scott Taylor. As Jeff was celebrating his victory, Mabel's music began and Oscar rapped to the ring, accompanied by Mabel. Jarrett challenged Mabel to enter the ring, but WWF officials kept him from entering. McMahon hyped the match as country versus rap, which Wade correctly points out in some circles means Jeff Jarrett is the babyface. So I get that we're trying to say, well, they both like different types of music. One's a rapper and one's a country music singer. But that almost asks the audience, not who do you like better? Who's the good guy or the bad guy? It's, hey, do you like country music or rap music? And I would go so far as to say that this is the era of the country music explosion. Garth Brooks is touring all over the world and maybe the #1 artist in the world. I don't know. And that's probably going to resonate with a large portion of the audience. Let's just call it like it is. Older white folks are going to like country music more. So therefore, in a weird way, you become the babyface. That's an interesting way to position this match, is it not?
Not to the New Yorker mind. That was, you know, that the mindset was still the Northeast was still very prevalent thinking on that. And I'm not saying right or wrong, but in WWF creative, that thought never entered their mind. Oh, we're going to split the audience at all. Me and Bruce have joked through the years, and a lot of times in the early 90s, there were folks within creative services that still referred to country music as that country and Western music, which went out in early 70s. It wasn't called country and Western except way, way, way back. Right. So their mindset was not dividing the audience. It was the brash Double J, yada, 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 versus the cool hip hop emerging artist known as Men on a Mission.
August 25th and 27th, we're on the road to Madison Square Garden. We've got matches here at MSG, Nassau, and the Meadowlands. So working that New York market in a big way. And we've got, this is real, Jeff Jarrett teaming up with Bam Bam Bigelow to take on Mabel and Doink each night. Now, when you're working with Doink here, is it fair to say this is always Matt Bourne in these matches?
No, Matt was no longer there. It was Ray.
Apollo.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if you had to describe what we're seeing right now. Like, I just want everybody to pretend you know nothing about wrestling, and you're going to describe what we're seeing here to a non-fan. We have a country music cowboy covered in neon and maybe some light up shit. And he's going to be teaming with a guy covered in flames, including his head. He's tattooed his head with flames. And they're going to take on the largest black man you've ever seen, who has a guy who wraps him to the ring. And this large African-American fellow's tag team partner is a clown. That is the WWF in the summer of 1994. And I'm curious, as someone who has grown up in the business, and now you look around and, hey, this is awesome, man. I'm in Madison Square Garden. I'm working the Meadowlands. I'm at the Nassau Coliseum. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening here. But you're like, what the fuck? Right?
I loved every minute of it, Conrad, because you hit on it right there at the end. To put it in context, when you get those days, a stack of airline tickets,
yep,
you get your booking sheet, and you have, for lack of a better word, the A market and the B market. And you have the same hotel all 3 nights. You work in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. You work in MSG in Manhattan, and you're going to go over to Long Island and work Nassau Coliseum back to back Nights. Conrad, I'm used to driving about 250 miles in between shots, and I'm so that's one thing. The other thing is it's a WWF payoff at the time. Obviously they'll go way up in the Attitude Era, but still good payoffs. But it is, I don't say the early days because that's not accurate, but I couldn't help but stand in the middle of the ring and say, well, I fought Moondogs for a lot less money, and they were gimmicked up, and I've seen Big Nelson, Big Mabel over there. I've seen him down in Tennessee as the Harlem Knights. I've seen Bam Bam Bigelow come through with Larry Sharp, and he came through the territory early in the days. I knew my old buddy Matt Bourne when he was Maniac Matt Bourne, but he came up here and made a lot of money as Doink the Clown, but that didn't work out. Now we have Ray under there. I'll take the money. I'll take the less miles, and then I'll just take the showbiz component of it. It was, you kind of did a really good job of describing it. Just think about entrances alone.
It's unbelievable. I mean,
it's entertaining.
And we're not done.
Ray in real life are good friends.
Right.
They worked. We worked good together. The match, look, it wasn't a 5-star Matt Classic like Will Ospreay, but it was a hell of a tag match.
All right. You brought it up. I wasn't going to bring it up, but you brought it up.
I just,
just what?
Topical.
Well, how's it topical?
It wasn't a 5-star match. It's all I'm going to say is me and Mabel did not have a 5-star match.
Well, let's talk about it for a minute.
Oh, here we go. Folks who are listening on audio, if you could have seen the look on Conrad's face when I just train of thought said those words, 5-star, he went, whoop, oh,
an account on Twitter called @WrestlingBanana.
This is a gotcha moment. Here we go.
Pointed out over the weekend, Will Ospreay has had more 5-star matches, 4, in 1 month than CM Punk, John Cena, and Kurt Angle have had combined in their careers, 3. So, of course, this got a lot of people talking because there has been criticism of Meltzer's star rating and the validity of it and why people pay so much attention to it. And, is it real? Is it not? Is it something we should, respect or appreciate or whatever? And Kevin Nash chimed in. He logged into social media. And by the way, he has a fantastic podcast. Highly recommend everybody go check it out.
Sure does.
It's called Click This with Sean Oliver. It comes out on Mondays. And through this discourse where he's scrolling through Twitter, he sees this tweet. Will Ospreay's had more 5-star matches in 1 month than CM Punk, John Cena, and Kurt Angle have had combined in their careers. And with 4 simple words, Kevin Nash tweets in response to this, how's his merchandise sales? And the internet lost their mind. And people went.
Really? I mean,
yes.
some of it.
Kevin Nash's tweet has 1,435 retweets as we're discussing it 1 day later.
Wow.
11,500 likes, 410 quote tweets. It became heavily debated.
Wow.
Because it brought into focus a long-standing debate with what internet fans, aka the Smart Mark fans, aka guys like me who have subscribed to the Wrestling Observer newsletter literally for 25 years. I've been a subscriber for 25 years. And it brought about what's more important, having good matches or drawing good money. And if you go back and you ask a guy like Al Snow, who had a similar debate 10 years ago, what was the best match on WrestleMania 3? He would say Hogan Andre. Most of us would say Savage Steamboat. And Al would argue people came to see Hogan Andre. They didn't come to see Savage Steamboat. Yes, it maybe was a better match once the bell rang, but people wanted to see Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. And Bruce Pritchard has argued, and so has Eric Bischoff and so many others, quote unquote, what the fuck is a 5-star match? And here's the reality of that. I've always viewed it as it's one guy's opinion. Sort of like once upon a time, I grew up on Siskel and Ebert. You found out, did this movie have 2 thumbs up or 1 thumbs up or thumbs in the middle, whatever. But Siskel and Ebert made that a big deal when I was a kid. And so when a movie got 2 thumbs up, you're like, oh, well, let's go check this out. But Jeff, you've been one of the guys having matches rated by Dave Meltzer. You've also promoted shows that were rated by Dave Meltzer, but I don't think you ever got a check from him. I don't think his opinion ever paid a utility bill for your family or household. So you had to be pretty laser focused on business as a promoter. But as one of the talent, I am curious, wear your wrestler hat for a minute. How important, or is it important at all, to have a quote unquote 5-star match?
I'm still kind of dumbfounded at how much traction that reply that whoever runs it,
Kevin runs his social,
has got to love Kevin Nash, because who runs Wrestling Banana or whatever, whoever. Anyway, I say all that to say, I've had an epiphany. Old Double J's had an epiphany. Dave Meltzer is a troll. He's trolling the internet. I'm kidding, Conrad, but him giving Ospreay 4 matches in a month, 5 stars. He knows he's getting in the headlines with that. There's no doubt in my mind. It also goes to clearly point out that yes, it's opinion. I'll agree with you. But what is his metric? Like, what is the metric Dave is using?
It's how well he liked it.
Oh, for sure. But is it X amount of false finishes, X amount of high spots? Is it's his opinion, right?
Yes.
And the discussion of how many people were there, or in Kevin's tweet, how much merchandise was sold and all that. It's like we're not even discussing apple and oranges. Again, I think now a match is viewed as a performance, if you will, and that's the evolution of the business. Love it or hate it.
You said business though, and I think that's what Kevin. I haven't asked Kevin about this.
Okay.
I guess in an interest of total transparency, when I saw that response, I sent it to you on Twitter DM because I wanted you to see that when everyone was having a conversation on performance, Kevin Nash brought the conversation back to business.
Yeah.
Because it is the wrestling business.
Yes, it sure is.
And Jay-Z, the rapper, not the cop who runs around with Bojangles in North Carolina, he has a famous lyric: would you rather be overpaid or underrated? And I think we know which one Kevin Nash would pick. Kevin Nash would pick overpaid every time.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with that, but it is a different approach. I think there is a pride of performance that a wrestler probably has. Most wrestlers. I'm not a wrestler. What the fuck do I know? But I'm just saying, I think the Jeff Jarrett I know, when he goes through the curtain, he probably wants to make sure everybody got their money's worth. He wants to go steal the show. He wants to have a great performance. He wants to excel. I only say that because I know how much you prep for our podcasts. And even before we do panels where we're going to say the same thing we've said 4 other years in a row, you want to prep. And that's a pride of performance that you have. And so I'm curious from your perspective as a wrestler, are you able to separate the two? I mean, because the merch sale metric is a metric of who's over, right? So it's a matter of, do you want to be over with the ticket buyer, with the person who spends money at the turnstile and buys the pay-per-view and buys the t-shirt and buys the action figure, or do you want to be over with the critic?
And I'll say this, and you may need to help me clean this up, but I say it out of sincerity. I often viewed through my entire career, if I get a high star rating, and I say a high star 2, 3, 4, I almost look at that as a negative, because then it's viewed much more as a performance as opposed to capturing emotion. The Ric Flair last match was probably a -7 stars.
He didn't rate it out of respect for Jeff, I'm sure.
Out of respect for Rick. He didn't rate it, which applause. I'm happy. It's almost the same when you're getting heat and you hear the chant, "This is awesome." That immediately tells me that the fan base, the audience live, is viewing this as, oh, wow, aren't those boys having fun out there? This is an awesome little display of get-togetherness, or what a little run of high spots they had. That type of that's the look that, and I'm not spitting in the wind and I'm not fighting evolution. I understand all that, but you go back and watch in Hogan Rock. This is awesome chants were around during that time. They weren't chanting that. The emotion just wraps you up. When Aaron Rodgers throws a bomb and a guy goes in for a touchdown, the people in the audience don't saying, "This is awesome," or whatever it is, "You still got it." No, they're not chanting that. That's kind of a play along, sing along type deal. That's like an in-ring. When you're really performing, I believe, at a high level, the emotion takes over. When Cody Rhodes came through the stage at Mania and that emotion, I mean, it's like you can't manufacture real emotion. So this is awesome, and 5 stars and all those kind of things that go with it. I'm not fighting it. I'm not downplaying it, but I do not think it equates to money. I just don't. I don't think it equates to dollars. I haven't ever seen proof that 5-star, whether it's Meltzer or Keller or anybody else, if you're rating a match, I don't have any correlation into making money.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's even the issue. I think that's fair. I think it just becomes a personal point of pride. I mean,
sure.
Like, what are you trying? So like we were together at Podcast Movement, and we had a wonderful lady. I think she's in the first or second row. asked a great question about, she wanted to start a podcast for folks who were suffering from heart failure. But she asked, should she expand that footprint beyond just talking about heart failure as a topic or subjects? And should she just talk about heart disease and any other heart ailment? And my answer to her question was, in fact, another question, which is less than ideal. But I asked, hey, what's the intention? Why are we doing a podcast? Are we doing it because we want to have as big of a podcast as we can and make as much money as we can and make it a for-profit business venture? Or is it just a passion project? And she said it was her passion. And I said, just do heart failure. Do the thing you're most passionate about. And I do believe there are a certain amount of folks who get into wrestling who just really want to be a part of it. They just love wrestling. They don't care if on TV,
for sure,
or make a bunch of money,
for sure,
or retire. They love it. And I think that's fantastic. And I get solicited about, I want to start a wrestling podcast. Well, just do it. They're free. I mean, you can go, just go do it. I mean, that sounds silly, but put it on YouTube and go do it. It doesn't cost anything. Anybody can do it. It's a matter of, what are you trying to get out of it? And it's clear to me that Will Ospreay is trying to have the best quality matches in the world right now. And based on all the critics, he is. So kudos to him. But I don't think that was Kevin Nash's intent when he got in. I don't think Kevin Nash said, man, if I can that's just not a thing. Like, I think Kevin Nash got in the business to make as much money as he could and to have the best quality of life for him and his family as they could.
Purpose.
Yes.
Purpose. I could not agree more. Yes. What problem is the wrestling business going to solve for Kevin Nash? It was put money in his pockets. What problem is the wrestling industry going to solve for Will Ospreay? It is what he wants to achieve as the best in-ring performer, judged by Dave Meltzer.
Well, not by Dave Meltzer.
But Dave Meltzer's.
Yes, fulfillment. That's what we're looking for. What's going to make you feel fulfilled? Financial success or critical success? And I know Kevin Nash would rather have financial success. What would Jeff Jarrett rather have?
Financial.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, when you just said that, Uber driver the other day picked me up. So from my house to the airport's about 45 minutes, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. And we're chatting it up, and, hey man, I got a demo here. I want you to hear another demo. And he's asking me, I want your honest feedback. And I said, all right, let me hear the third song, because I've heard two. And after I heard them, I'm like, I want to hear, I sort of went through, not as good as you do, Conrad. What are you looking to get out of this? Do you want radio play? You want to make money? Or do you want to play music? Because he plays at a couple of spots around town. And he goes, well, radio. And we shared that common discussion that radio is different than it was. And it's not quite, the strategy just completely different. And it's payola, and the streaming world, that's all changed. So anyway, we narrowed it back down to, he likes to play live music in Nashville with a crowd. It doesn't have to be 3,000, doesn't have to be 5,000. The place he plays at on, I think he said Wednesday and Saturday nights, that he's got a standing gig. He said the most we can get in there is about 200 folks, but there's usually about 100. And I said, do you like it? He said, absolutely. I said, how long do you play? He said, they asked me for 3 and I'll stay for 5. I said, well then, buddy, song number 1 is your deal. It's a jingle, it's a sing along, and you're having all kind of fun. The others, you're trying to get on radio play, and it's just really, really tough. And he was mid-40s, he wasn't a young guy. So anyway, that kind of discussion had on music. So do you want critical acclaim? Do you want personal fulfillment, or do you want to go make money?
And again, I don't think there's a wrong answer. I
definitely don't think there is. Absolutely, there's not.
I appreciate Kevin Nash bringing it back to business, but I also appreciate that a guy like Will Ospreay, and by the way, I think this is a smart strategy. I don't know what Will Ospreay's plans and hopes and aspirations are, but I do know if you want to get attention from certain folks in power in wrestling here in America, you go have kick-ass matches in Japan, and we're all going to hear about it. And Will Ospreay's done that and done a fantastic job with it. So I hope that nobody took this as a takeaway from this as shitting on Ospreay or Nash, because I think both of them have checked their boxes in wrestling. Like, realistically, I don't know how much else there is for Will Ospreay to accomplish. It feels like he's checked all the boxes there are to check in New Japan. And if that's where he wants to spend the rest of his career, I mean, he kind of did most all of it already at a very young age. And Kevin Nash, man, he was getting those big checks before a lot of folks. So he probably checked all of his boxes too.
So it's good to healthy discussion. Here's the thing that has always been a little bit of a head scratcher for me is either the injury or the potential for injury based off the style you work. And at 40 years of age, 50 years of age, just trying to give them a little guidance and look back and go, man, you are broken down. Was it worth it? I don't know. I mean, look, we could talk in circles on this, but I don't know. That's to me, sometimes I want to grab some guys and just say, hey, man, it's your life. It's your career. But I've seen some guys that as they move around in their mid 40s, even not even 50s and 60s, was the ROI there in day-to-day life? I don't know.
I asked Mick Foley that, and he wasn't sure. And Mick Foley sacrificed more than most.
Oh, a lot more.
He worked the craziest, most violent, most brutal style. And even he had to contemplate that over on our podcast, Foley's Pod. But to your point, go ahead.
I really want that to sink in. Sometimes as the podcast has rolled on in this last year and a half, as far as different folks that are at different stages and listening on this business, the biggest box office attraction, in my opinion, in the history of the business with the hardcore style.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Funk was pre the big, you know, but Mick Foley in, and I hate to just put it in that, but you know where I'm going with it, in the hardcore style. New York Times bestseller, Hall of Famer, legendary, stage show. I mean, he is, Conrad, is it safe to say he's the biggest box office attraction in the hardcore style?
I don't think it's close.
Okay. So with that being said, if he told you he's not sure, just by the odds of it, I hope some folks think through if they're contemplating a very, very high risk move, period. I'm not going to say in front of 100 people. I'm not going to say
no. But listen,
doing it.
Let's just talk about that though, because if this is really what we're talking about, who would ever play football, knowing what we know about head trauma and CTE? Why would you ever put the helmet on again? I put it on when I was 5 years old. I mean, I was raised hitting motherfuckers. Like, that's what you did. And when you got a concussion, when you played football in Alabama,
Get back out there.
You got your bell rung, which meant you came out for one play and then you were back. Rub some dirt on it and go knock his goddamn dick in the dirt. That's Ray Holder to a 7-year-old. I mean, that's what it is. And we didn't know any better. And now we know better. But I'm saying they're still playing football this weekend at a high level. So I'm just saying all that to say, I don't know that I want to say, well, let's not do anything that's dangerous. I do believe.
I didn't say that. No.
I know, but I'm just saying, you and I have seen some pretty gruesome, horrific injuries in wrestling where really and truly it didn't look like anything. Like the wreck that killed Dale Earnhardt didn't look all that bad. We've seen so many more spectacular crashes, and they walked away. And then Dale, not that. I'm not even a big race fan, but I was like, well, that's nothing compared to the Allisons or whatever. You know what I mean? And gone, because there's just that inherent risk there. I don't think anybody would have thought, like, nobody would have ever said, well, boy, Big E works a dangerous style. You know what I mean? Like, and it just happened. And I think that risk is always there, but I do think, hey, there is a pride of performance that Will Ospreay likes knowing, hey, I'm the best wrestler in the world. People want to be the best, and they also want to be the best paid. But I'm saying,
no, they want to be the best, and they're willing to sacrifice that.
Yes.
Hats off. I'm all for that. I guess I'm saying is that there's some bumps out there that take place. If you go back and look at Jeff Hardy's career, he's taken some crazy, but when you really look down to it, he was safe.
Yeah.
To me, he was safe. And I'm saying you can do crazy big stunts and bumps and still be safe. And then you can do average where you're not really thinking it through, and that piece of glass, whatever. We're probably getting in a rabbit hole, but I just think
we're all the way in the rabbit hole, but it's fine because this is a conversation a lot of people are having right now. And I guess it all goes back to, what's the intent? What's the purpose? What's your goal?
Yeah.
If your goal is to be regarded by the critics as being the best wrestler in the world, take the Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega, AJ Styles route, because all of those guys are in the conversation every single time we open our mouth about, the best wrestlers in the world. And if you want to be the highest paid wrestler in the world, well, take the Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns route. And those are two totally different things. I don't know that Will Ospreay would be fulfilled if he was in Roman Reigns' spot. And I don't know that Roman Reigns would feel fulfilled if he was in Will Ospreay's spot. And these guys wrong.
Well said.
They're both doing their own. So I guess what I'm saying is, hey man. So Jeff, let's after we've just got really sidebarred here, let's talk about let's pick up where we left off.
I guess so. Get out of that rabbit hole, Conrad.
The lit up neon cowboy country singer who's tagging with the man with flames tattooed on his head to take on one of the largest individuals of all time and a clown. He then is going to appear on Superstars wrestling a garbage man. That's right. Duke the Dumpster Drose. Let's class it up a little bit. Meltzer would say, Jarrett got the pin with his feet on the ropes. Oscar came to ringside and told the ref Jarrett punched Oscar, which brought out Mabel. As Jarrett was running from Mabel, the ref had restarted the match and Jeff was counted out. So Jeff, tell us about the time you wrestled the garbage man.
It got a little, Duke got a win over Double J on a count out. Again, you can just kind of, when you read through all the different characters, you didn't get a TL Hopper. You didn't get a character after character after character. That's not
the occupation gimmicks is what it's called.
Occupation era.
Yeah.
We just renamed it. It wasn't the new generation era. It was the occupation era. That was it. But gosh, and not to get off in the weeds, but let's just say Oscar was not familiar with the wrestling industry. And so he was a rapper, but didn't have any, can I say that, Conrad? Zero training. So when you're telling him that he has to come down and say that Double J, the heel, cheated we were walking him through things, Conrad. He just didn't have any concept of the industry at this point. He literally, as I said, threw down a rap in front of Vince McMahon, and Vince could have been running a circus and he'd have got a job at the circus, or could have been running a baseball team and he'd have been the new mascot. Vince, fortunately, was running the wrestling industry. Because he had some charisma, but no context of wrestling. So challenging times, to say the least. And there was a lot of talent there that wasn't seasoned when you look at the roster at that time. They just weren't. So lots of fun of reindeer games during those times.
You think Duke the Dumpster Drose would have wanted more 5-star matches or bigger paydays if you had to guess? I don't know Duke, but you know Duke a little bit. What would he have preferred?
I can assure you he'd want the payday.
Well, that's disappointing. I would have loved to have seen him tear it down.
Yeah, see, you're just gigging me. See how you are. There we go.
I just want you to get, the hate that I feel for you.
Go turn it on CBS. Just go turn it on CBS.
So this is the first time the United Center is going to be used after they're replacing the Chicago Stadium. We've touched on last week how big of a deal it is for you to be in the house that Michael Jordan built. The show draws 23,000 people, 19,500 of them were paying customers. So this is happening in a time where business is down. I mean, even Bruce agrees that 94-95, the business was just at an all-time WWF low. And here we are with 19,000 here. It feels, would this have been the biggest crowd you would have worked in front of at this point in your career?
It's got to be.
Yeah.
And looking at the research, it's got to be. In Japan, I think I wrestled Yokohama Arena, but I don't think it broke 20,000. I did Japan, Yokohama, wrestled Sano, and WWF is part of those. Anyway, that was early 90s. But, Puerto Rico wouldn't have had these houses. Dallas certainly didn't have, 23,000. That building in 94, the Garden's big, obviously the Forum back in those days and LA Sports Arena, but a brand new building like the United Center, it was special. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Sweetness, Walter Payton, just the
Leslie Nielsen. I mean, lots of folks.
Bears run. I know we'll get into it, but yeah, it was a big event, lots of sports entertainment around the entire product. But yeah, it was a big deal. It was a really big, obviously Chicago, the market, as we know, AEW's success in that market, WWE, Rosemont Rise. It's a big deal in so many ways.
Razor Ramon's going to defeat Diesel for the Intercontinental title. Shawn Michaels is in Diesel's corner. Walter Payton is in Razor Ramon's. That's a big deal. Tatanka's going to turn heel and join the $1 Million Corporation and turn on Lex Luger in the process. And for your match, believe it or not, it's not Jim Ross and Vince McMahon. It's Jerry the King Lawler, which has got to be a big deal for you personally. And then I was able to watch the match this morning. We're going to read the recaps from both the Observer and the Torch. But you could tell that you had some things that were sort of go-tos that you knew would work in this match. Here's what Wade Keller had to say. Oscar again tripped over his tongue as he showed an inability to articulate the methodical rap lyrics as Mabel entered the ring. Jarrett strutted after hitting Mabel. Mabel hit Jeff Jarrett and then mocked Jarrett's squat. The fans oohed and awed as Mabel elbow dropped Jarrett. Jarrett tried to knock Mabel off his feet, but couldn't do it. He dove off the top rope and Mabel caught him. Mabel hit Jarrett with a spinning wheel kick for a near fall. Crowd popped for that. The camera then showed Knuckleball Schwartz walking down the aisle with a picket sign. So just timeout right here. All of a sudden, 2 weeks prior to this or so, Major League Baseball goes on strike. So Vince McMahon creates a character to piggyback that. And he has the old Brooklyn Brawler paint his face up like a baseball, put on what looks like a Yankee uniform, and walk down the aisle with a picket sign that says, "I'm on strike," right in the middle of your match, which I know is exactly what you hoped for. At 4.5 minutes, Jarrett went after Oscar, but Mabel caught Jarrett after a long delay and held him as Oscar slapped him. Mabel then charged Jarrett into the ring post. Mabel dove off the second rope and splatted on the mat when Jarrett moved. Mabel tossed Jarrett off and over the referee at the 2 count. And at the finish, in one of the only ways a quote unquote 500+ pound wrestler can lose, Mabel missed a sit splash and Jarrett quickly hooked his legs for a pin. Oscar and Mabel chased Jarrett back to the locker room. Just a time filler, nothing horrible, but certainly nothing good. 1 star. Only so much you can do here, but you hooking the big leg here for the pin. Hey man, I wrestled in front of the biggest crowd ever on the second biggest show of the year for the company and got a win. Not a bad day at the office for old Double J.
And it was, again, for me, it was the feeling of, okay, Double J's rolling along. What's next? Razor was, he was over, red hot. Sean, Kevin was getting, rolling along as well. But obviously Bret and Owen on this show coming off Mania at 90, a couple of months before. It was a big card, super successful. I was happy to get the win. I remember doing if you saw the match, Conrad, the 1-2 kick out, and I flew over the ref.
Yeah.
That got a really good live. I don't know how it came across on watching it back, but live, it got a hell of a pop.
Meltzer would have a similar review. By the way, it's interesting to see the differences here. The Torch said your match went 5:45. Meltzer said your match went 5:55. Not that it matters, but it is worth pointing out. There's objective and subjective. So like if we had an appraisal done on your house today, Jeff, we would take a look at the objective. How many bedrooms, how many baths, how many square feet, how big's your garage, how big's the lot, all that stuff. Then we would have subjective. What's it worth when we compare it to other houses? And that's where we would look at comparable sales. So there's two pieces, objective and subjective. Not only do these guys have different scores for the match, meaning in their opinion, Wade thought it was a 1-star match. Dave thought it was a 3/4 star match. They also didn't agree on how long the match was. That feels like we should be able to nail that one. But Meltzer says, I was surprised they had a guy that large do such a clean finish for someone so small.
Yep.
Now, I get that. In theory, we're talking about David versus Goliath. I get it. But in this era, this new generation era, I wouldn't consider you, quote unquote, so small. Would you?
No, but I mean, Dave, again, it's his creative writing, if you will. I won't call it fiction. I'll call it creative writing. I mean, that's it. I also say that they were 10 seconds off. There might have been a typo in there, Conrad. They might have tried to be objective, but I think it could have been a typo. Let's not be so harsh.
Oh, I'm harsh. Listen to you.
5-star Dave. Just be nice.
Talk to me about putting this match together. Do you remember who the agent was?
Gosh, I don't. Those are the kind of things that, guys who write down their matches and the finishes of their matches and the time length and maybe who the producer was. I don't remember. My gut would tell me Pat probably had a say in it, but maybe Chief J Strongbow. Maybe.
Did you have a preference?
I like working with them all. Gorilla, sometimes trying to pull a finish out of him, but I like Rene Goulet, Tony Gurria, Chief J Strongbow, Jack Lanza, obviously Pat. Jack was really good. He had a good rapport. They all had different shades of creativity.
Yeah.
But Jack had a great rapport with talent.
When you're putting together this match, is it something where you're calling it all in the ring, or in 94, are you starting to work through some of that in the back, especially with a guy who's
for this? And I'd probably say that with entrances and everything, we had 10, maybe. And we had the old knuckleballer coming down. So you had to time that. I'd say pretty much everything was laid out. I always would talk to Nelson in the ring to try to, again, the flow and the energy and whatever it may be, the GIF that keeps on giving, the strut spot and all that. We had done that multiple times on different levels. In Tennessee, he was the heel, I was the baby face, but we had done shades of this in the tags around the horn. We didn't try anything new. I'll say that for this match.
Talk to me a little bit about the rest of the card in this era. Are you sticking around to see the main event and all the matches, or are you getting in the tag and okay?
No, yeah, watching it.
What'd you think of Bret and Owen's cage match? You obviously thought a lot of their WrestleMania match. Now they're back in the big blue cage. What'd you think of that one?
So the premise of at this time, WWE cage match of one guy walking out.
Yeah. The escape
was,
not what you were raised on. Yeah.
No, it's the exact opposite. The cage was used to keep anybody from, everybody knows this. Nobody can get in and nobody can get out. That's what you put them in there. The WWE cage match is you fight and you're actually trying to run from your opponent or get away from your opponent to win the match.
Mm-hmm.
So we had done many high spots in Tennessee that the heel tries to, the beginning of the match, ding, ding, try to run and get out of the cage and you pull them back in. So just the psychology was different, but Bret was obviously a seasoned pro and Owen as well. But in those cage matches, and look, the WWE audience, they understood the steps, that the psychology is we're going to lay this guy out. Then you have the ability to get out. So it's a different psychology, but I love the story of Bret and Owen. It had such a real authenticity. Look, Taker versus Taker that we'll get to in a minute had all kinds of showbiz to it. The Bret Owen was a storyline, which is an angle. It's a personal issue that everybody can relate to. Big brother, little brother. I love that kind of stuff. And their matches. I mean, they had matches in overseas. They had them around the horn. I mean, awesome. Great matches. really, I think it'd be kind of cool if we podcast just like Owen. What do you think about your run of cage matches with Bret? Like, I'd love to hear like his opinion on it, because I thought, as far as maybe, and I don't want to make light of this, but maybe in Japan or even in Calgary, Owen might have had those 4 or 5 star type performance matches. But as far as personal issues, if not the best of Owen's career, they have to rank right up there, top of it, because they beat the hell out of each other. It was gritty, high psychology level. It was at a high level. That their psychology in their matches was at a very, very high level. I love the finish that they did in the Garden at WrestleMania 10. So it was very, very good. I can't say enough good about it.
As you mentioned, the main event is Undertaker versus Underfaker. Of course, Mark Calloway winds up beating Brian Lee, and the WWF never mentioned it again. We would see Brian Lee as part of the Cycles of Apocalypse. He had a little cup of coffee with ECW as the Bulldozer, and famously a series of matches in SMW as well, Smoky Mountain. And as far as you're going to hook up and have some house show matches in late 94 with Mabel, and then you're going to work him seemingly every other night for the November European tour, where you hit Germany, Australia, and Switzerland. Any fun memories of working with Mabel in any of these matches over the years? Any spot that stick out, or travel moment, or anything like that?
To go back real quick on the Brian Lee Undertaker, that's another guy that, to kind of give full context, came up from Florida. He was original buddies with the Harris brothers. He came to Nashville. Actually, I don't think he ever got married, but he had a fiance. He had, so to see him get that opportunity, that was really cool. I mean, talk about a high profile match.
Yes.
I mean, Mark in those days with that story, and with the Leslie Nielsen, which I mentioned last week, so entertaining, those vignettes, but it just sold tickets and pay-per-views, because you knew, as you know, again, that's the first time that I was, not the first time, but I was actually a part of the showbiz component of it. Is really cool. But Mabel on the international tour, we were both very happy. We both knew we could go out 8, 10, 12-minute match, make it entertaining, lots of struts, lots of him kicking my ass for the, middle part of the match. And then a short set of heat, did some couple of things. He would miss that big squish. I'd roll out of the way and grab one and get heat out of it and roll on. So we enjoyed our international tours together. We worked a lot in the fall of 94.
Eventually, Mabel would turn heel, win the King of the Ring, and even main event next year's SummerSlam against Diesel. But of course, you had walked out of the company by that point. But were you surprised to see Mabel in that top spot against Kevin Nash 1 year later?
No. Remember, I said that I really thought, and play armchair quarterback, what if he would have come into the WWF as a monster heel, and his first opponent would have been Bret. Different career trajectory, just a different, if he would have debuted on the scene as a monster heel that was mean and kick ass, and maybe had a mouthpiece, maybe had a talker with him, not Oscar, no disrespect, but a heel mouthpiece, what would his career have looked like? You never know, but I definitely was not surprised to see him get that main event slot the following year.
When you returned later in the year, you both wound up disappearing from the company around the same time after the Rumble in 96. Did you keep in touch with him later on in life, or was this just a moment in time for you?
I would see him from time to time, but no, we didn't stay day to day. We didn't stay in touch day to day. I do think he made his home in Memphis. He came there as we said, a 22-year-old man, but I think he ended up staying and taking up residence, and Memphis became his home.
Talk to me a little bit about his reputation, right or wrong. A lot of people said that he was dangerous and that he would hurt guys. I don't think it ever happened intentionally or maliciously, but even Kevin Nash had an injury situation with him. Is it a function of he was reckless, he was careless, he would get gassed, or just, hey man, you can't be that big and not crack an egg every now and again?
To me, and we've touched on it. It's Conrad. I love doing this podcast because it gives me clarity, but too much too soon.
Yeah.
Mabel's first 90 days, in a lot of ways, branded him for his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little reckless, which he wasn't. He was just green. He was a big comedy character, if you will, that it was very hard to overcome in the years to come. But hey, it's just kind of how life happens. But he was never reckless by the attitude of, I don't care. He's a 450, 500-pound man. It's just that's the reality of it.
Lots of questions. I don't think there's any way we'll get to all of them. Ted Bow wants to know, JJ actually really got a good match out of Mabel. I'm sick of the narrative that Mabel sucked. Probably just depends on who his dance partner was. Mabel versus JJ is a hidden gem. Jason would say, is there some kind of running joke behind this match? Everyone who was there shouts this match out when they're talking about the show. I think Punk in recent years even mentioned that he was at this show live and thought this match was a great match. LVL 32 says,
wait a minute. Say that again.
Punk liked it. People live really like this match. They give it their props. Listen, I think people had the key to life is managing expectations. You and I have talked about that a lot.
Okay.
And I think you had a lot of heat here, and I think a lot of people hated you here. So they just naturally thought, I hate him. This is going to suck. And then they see Mabel and they kind of roll their eyes and they're like, oh, this rap gimmick, this is going to suck. And then the match, to me, it exceeds all those expectations. I turned it on this morning thinking this is going to fucking suck. It didn't. Now, okay. I didn't turn it on thinking I was going to see, as you said, a Matt classic. I turned it on thinking, oh God, here we go.
I got you. All right, I'll sell that.
And when it was done, it was like, fuck, that was actually pretty good. And listen, I'll never forget, and boy, I'm probably oversharing here, but I was fortunate enough to be at the AEW show where Cody wrestled Shaquille O'Neal. And beforehand, he texted me and said, hey, where are you at? And I said, oh, I'm wherever it was. And he said, hey, come to the dressing room. So I came and found he had his own dressing room with Brandy. He's getting ready, and we're just making casual conversation. And I said, man, you nervous, anxious, excited? He goes, it's going to go one of two ways. It's either going to be a giant train wreck or it won't be that bad. The idea being he had this pride of performance where he wants his matches to be so good, but because it's a celebrity mixed tag, blah, 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 he felt like he had to have realistic expectations. Like, man, if people just say, well, that wasn't that bad, then it's a win. Because at this point, Shaq's never wrestled.
Hell no.
About that. And like, he's having his first match on TV live in front of people. And there's a table spot.
And he's 7 feet tall.
And probably has a few injuries here or there. You can't play at a high level at that weight, at that height, that long, and not pick up a few bumps and bruises. And now we're not going to have a gym match. We're not going to tape it and edit it up. It's live.
Yeah.
And so much could go wrong that Cody just had the right expectation of, man, I'm just hoping for not that bad. And by the way, it was fucking awesome because I watched it thinking, man, Cody's not so sure about this. He just wants it to be not that bad. So when he comes back through, he just looks at me like, what'd you think? I said, not that bad.
Yeah.
That was the proper expectation. And I think this match on paper, everybody's like, but then holy shit, that was pretty good.
You me give you a little inside baseball.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it back, but I'd like to. When Men on a Mission's music hit, did the people come alive? I'm banking they did.
A little bit.
I say all that to say music can create emotion.
Yes.
Or you ever see anybody out there. And if there's a good beat and a good vibe and something that grabs you emotionally, it helps things. I didn't say it doesn't cover up things, but it definitely helps things. And Oscar brought energy. Now, he didn't bring any energy to the match, but there's a presentation is huge to a live audience.
Well, and listen, that's what I wanted to say earlier.
Obvious, obviously.
Terry Funk had a line that he told Dave Meltzer that Dave Meltzer writes about sometimes, where he says, you wrestle for the crowd that's there. So if you're going to judge a match based on, is it this stars or that stars, you can't watch it on tape 10 years later and give it an assessment. You have to you have to be in the building with those people, which is something you and I talked about not too long ago. We talked about Ric Flair's last match.
I got a story on that.
Because if you take a look at the feedback you see online from people who watched it on TV or fight or what have you, they thought it was an abomination and the worst thing ever. And oh my God, I can't believe this is real and this is horrible and yada yada. I didn't hear none of that live. And from everyone I've talked to who was there live, they still are texting and emailing and DMing me how amazing it was. And I think that Terry Funk rule of thumb of you wrestle for the folks who were in the building that night in that specific time and place. And on that specific time and place, you and Mabel exceeded expectations. What was your story?
Leaving church a couple of weeks ago, Conrad, and a guy walked up to me and he said, "Hey man, come here, Jeff." He says, "Man, I was impressed with your energy." And he's kind of giggling all this. And I said, "Did you watch it?" He said, "No, I was there. I took my son." And he goes into it. And he said, "My brother, who's 8, 9 years older, blah, 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 blah." He said, "He's the one who got me into it. He didn't get to go, but I told him how good it was and blah, blah, blah." I mean, he was just really into it. The son was into it and they loved it. And my son was like, "I think this is the best event I've ever been to live." And he went to AAA and this and that. And he says, expectations, we were worried about Rick. They follow everything, all this. And like, you know, you and Jay, he was just super complimentary to all of it. And so he tells his brother, and his brother watches it and goes, "Oh, that's pretty good." And he's like, I was let down that he didn't think it was the greatest thing in the world. And he's the one that got me into the Nature Boy. And he's the one that got me into TBS. And they're old school. You know, the son is 31 or 32. So there's a father-son deal. Anyway, you hit the point. They were there live, and the son's 31, 32. He thinks it's the best live show he's ever been to. And the guy, he's 60s. He's got to be late 60s. He watched it and is the original wrestling fan. And he's like, it's all right.
You wrestle for those who were there that night, and
Right.
those who were there that night really dug it.
Yep.
Liam Evans wants to know, and this is some of that same narrative we were talking about earlier. How snug was Mabel in the ring?
So, boy, you want to talk about inside baseball or story behind the story. So I use the word snug as somebody who's works tight, that not a lot of daylight, that no potatoes, all this. So the question was, how snug was Mabel? He was light as a feather, sometimes too light. But when you're dealing with 450 pounds, that could turn on a dime where he potatoed the hell out of you and didn't mean to. I mean, big time, like hurt you, kind of throwing the weight around. He squished me a couple of times, or splashed me. I always call it squish me in the corner a few times, where there was not a breath left in me, where I had to say, "Mabe, give me a second." And you just kind of gather your thoughts.
Let's do another one here. Michael Cohen wants to know, what was the feeling like backstage with the talent regarding the whole Undertaker versus Underfaker angle? Did talent like it or think it was super lame and not going to draw?
No, my best recollection, Brian Lee was well liked backstage. Look, he had his demons, and you know, Brian was cocky and arrogant, and most of the time in a good way. Now, he's rubbed a lot of folks the wrong way through the years. But for the most part, and I'll say this, through the years, and look, in 1994, nobody could have dreamed that Mark would have had the career that he had. I mean,
of course
he
not.
worked with anybody and everybody at the highest level for many years. There is no more Cal Ripkens. There is no more Undertakers. It's just that simple. But the evolution of Mark's career, from Hogan and Papa Shango and, you know, just however you want to say it, when they did this story and Paul Bearer and Leslie Nielsen getting involved, it was a really, really, I mean, a big deal. We want to talk about those international tours. I mean, Mark's over, and look, when Bret's music would hit internationally, it'd be a great pop. But there was nothing quite like the gong.
Mm-hmm.
And when you had the opposing, the Underfaker, but we weren't calling him that. It was very intriguing on, okay, where are they going with this story? Not so much where are they going with this match. Mark is going to have his good to great match, but where are they going with the story? And to me, that's a lot of the magic of Mark's box office appeal. You knew you were going to get a good to great match, but where are they going with the story? And that's what we all buy, the story.
Boys and girls, I can't wait to talk about Jeff Jarrett's penis with you. You already know about Stroke. It's a patented move from Jeff Jarrett. You already know about With My Baby Tonight. Well, you got to know that the hot tag that Double J is looking for, it's not one that the Road Dogg can give him. It's only one that Blue Chew can give him. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Because Double J's a thrifty son of a gun. Take them anytime, day or night. You can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. Now, the process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. And the best part, it's all done online. No visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, prepared and shipped directly to your door, all in a discreet package. But there won't be anything discreet about your package. Boing. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. We got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code MyWorld at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. The promo code is MyWorld, and you'll receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring today's podcast and Jeff's Wiener. Coincidentally, if you take a Blue Chew, man, you can swing that rascal like a guitar. Start hitting ladies in the head with it. Well, maybe don't do that. Just because Jeff did doesn't mean you should. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer himself, your friend and mine, good old Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Conrad, what's going on, my friend? We have had a busy week. I've seen a lot of you.
Well, I wasn't naked. You said that like I was naked. I wasn't naked.
Well, I'll say this. You fed me like a king, a naked king, but no, man, it's been a good week. We chatted offline about this topic we got coming up. Looking forward to this. I got a sneak peek at some of the questions that will come at the end. I'm pretty excited about that. The research team is spot on. So, in a lot of ways, we're going to go back and reminisce. I can't say it because there's always peaks, but 1998 was a good year for wrestling fans, as well as talent, as well as promoters. It was red hot that year. So I don't want to get too far ahead, but we've had a good week, hadn't we?
I think it could be the peak, 1998. I mean, the NWO was still hot. Nitro was still hot. Goldberg is on his tear in 1998. You guys are setting some pay-per-view records on the WCW side of things with, Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman. And then on the WWE side of things, the Austin era has really kicked into high gear on the heels of WrestleMania 14. And yeah, I think it's fair to say that wrestling is probably hotter than ever. Not just one company, but everybody. I mean, ECW is doing well on pay-per-view, and yeah, it feels like this might be the peak.
Almost like a different, obviously it was a different era, but it feels, this is pre-social media, pre-independent wrestling, almost in those days. I don't want to go too far back, but outlaw wrestling was still a term that was somewhat used, but certainly independent wasn't like it is today. And it was, just a whole different world back then. The monthly pay-per-views had really hit their stride. I'll say that 96, 97, 98, from the In Your House days to the, okay, we're going to identify, single monthly pay-per-views on both companies. So yeah,
all three. I mean, I know you glossed over ECW, but just to put this into context, like Goldberg beat Hulk Hogan for the world title on Nitro at the Georgia Dome and broke all kinds of records the prior month. Later in that same month, we would see a WCW pay-per-view I mean, a new benchmark for Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone in that mixed tag. And then at the very beginning of this month, here in August of 1998, ECW had probably, arguably, their best pay-per-view ever, the Heat Wave 98 show that people still talk about. And here at the end of the month, we've got Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Undertaker in the main event at Madison Square Garden, and they've licensed AC/DC's Highway to Hell. This is about as big as it gets. And, you know, just you put all of that into context, and it feels like the entire industry is just hitting on all cylinders.
God, when you just, and I don't definitely want to gloss over this because the relevancy and the pop culture, I mean, The Last Dance was built around the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
And Dennis Rodman. And so that is, he wasn't Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson came from the fighting world, but and that's the sporting world. But on the entertainment side, I'll say the sports entertainment side, could you define a bigger, louder personality than a Dennis Rodman? And
No.
Karl Malone, maybe the greatest power forward, certainly a top 10 player of all time. And then, I mean, yeah, I don't think a lot of people listening today completely connect the dots on Jay Leno, but so it's a Jimmy Fallon or Jimmy Kimmel, or I don't even know if I'm going to do it justice, but to have Jay Leno, and kudos to our podcast partner, EB, Eric Bischoff, but Jay Leno, Dennis Rodman, it's big. Highway to Hell
took over the Tonight Show. I mean, you know, it wasn't forever, but just for a day. Like that's crazy when you think about it. I'm fascinated with this era of professional wrestling, and I'm excited that we get to talk about SummerSlam 1998. Before we get going, I do want to mention, we want to give some props to last week. We had the good fortune of being a podcast movement in Nashville. What a convention that Dan and Jared put on. Greatly appreciate all their hospitality. Got to meet with a lot of movers and shakers in the podcast industry, and were invited to speak. And we got to do that with our pal Eric and Tony, and that was fun. And somebody snapped a picture and sent it to me and said, "Look, it's true. Shivani's feet really do dangle. He's got those little bitty legs." So, you know, of course, you and Eric are grown men. So when you sit down in a chair, your feet are firmly planted flat on the ground. And Chris, who helps us with our podcast videos here, he actually animated Shivani's feet, and I'll send it to you. So now I have a GIF of Shivani's feet swinging on stage at Podcast Movement. And if nothing else, it was worth going and doing that whole seminar and giving the speech and all that, just so we could get the GIF of Shivani's feet swinging.
Are you calling Tony an Oompa Loompa?
Well, you did.
I did not. I was asking you if
I think he's more like a hobbit.
Okay. I love Tony. He was so kind. He really was. My daughter was there, and he went over and chatted, and Tony was, you know, I don't say the real Tony Schiavone, but all those years, the voice of WCW, and coming up from WCW Saturday Night, and he was so buttoned up. You know, just when you think about the all through the years, how good Tony was and how professional he was. And then you have flipped over that other side of Tony that is greater than great. And Tony walked in that morning. Of course, you know, it's my hometown, and you'd stayed up here, and Eric had flown in the night before, but Tony comes in hot straight out of Atlanta, and just smiling, cutting up, and that was a lot of fun. And I don't want to gloss over this because, I'm going to put you guys over. This is the Mutual Admiration Society. But no, I was talking about Conrad, and I was telling him about it. And look, he knows I'm brand new. This is episode 16, I think we're doing today. So we're just getting started. But Podcast Movement being in Nashville, so that was a layup for me. I get to drive from my car and go down. But that convention with Mark Cuban as a speaker, Bobby Bones, you know, it was the big time. And for us to get up and sit on the panel, and I got to tag along, but you know, you leading that panel discussion in the room, this isn't just another old wrestling podcast, is it, Conrad? Not. And that's what I told my accountant. I was like, no, it is amazing, the world of podcasting and how big it is. And there's millions of podcasts. And when you fit Conrad in that grand scheme of things, no bullshit. I'm honored to be a part of the team. It's that simple.
Well, we're excited to have you. And really, when you take a look at our roster of who all we're doing shows with over at Ad Free Shows, I mean, quite simply that, you're simply irresistible.
I was going to say, you were simply, I hope you glossed over that, kept moving. I just hope you moved through that.
What does that mean?
Oh, here we go.
I'm ready for you today.
I knew it. God almighty. Here we go, folks. Howdy, folks. Simply Irresistible here. That's S. No, I won't spell.
You know what? We should have started the show that way, shouldn't we?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't do it without the co-host, the Hall of Famer himself, your friend and mine, good old Double J, Jeff Jarrett.
Man, never thought I'd be looking up Robert Palmer gifts on online either.
Here we are. What's old is new.
We are. Let's get into SummerSlam 98. My goodness.
So much happening. We've sort of set the stage with all that's happening on the other side of things. WCW's got Karl Malone and DDP tagging up against Hulk Hogan and Dennis Rodman. Of course, Jay Leno is going to be tagging with DDP to take on Eric Bischoff and Hulk Hogan. So there's a lot of stuff on the other channel that's happening, but let's talk about all things WWF. Your old pal, Robert Fuller, comes in March to be your manager after that failed NWA run with Jim Cornette. We'll talk about that another time, but tell me about Robert Fuller and what it was like working with him here in 1998.
No, I knew going into this episode that would be somewhat of the jumping off point. And look, people within WWF, they didn't really realize, I didn't even know Robert was getting hired till after he was hired. And I knew that, okay, is he going to be an agent or whatever? But no, hey, Jeff, we're going to put him with you. And not a lot of folks really realized just how close me and Robert had been. I mean, Robert's father and my father were partners, business partners, not wrestling partners, business partners. And so the family's Roy Welch is Robert's grandfather. And so it was Goulas Welch Wrestling, and that's who my father broke in the business with. And Roy was my father's mentor. This will really get confusing. And yes, we're from the South, so the family's lines gets crossed up here. But me and Robert, I did one of my, I don't say my first major angle, but it was an angle where I felt like from a professional, and Lawler told me this, and my father told me this, that I grew as a talent, that Robert kicked the shit out of me. He was aggressive. We did an angle. I mean, nothing, but I mean, we did an angle where he broke my arm with a baseball bat. It was just good storytelling. And so Robert had helped me so much. He was a heel. I was the baby face, and you can hit the music there. I'm giving you a layup there, but anyhow, but we worked tags and all that. So Robert was in a lot of ways one of my mentors. He helped me with promos. He would lay out, he was one of the first guys that gave me the bullet point sort of mindset. And he would tell me, hey, Jeff, this is what I'm going to say. So, whoever goes first on Saturday morning, let's think about this. And I would be thinking about it maybe a day or two before, not too in depth, but Robert was a booker. He was a thinker, crazy as hell, but man, what a great dude. So when he came in and he was going to be put as my manager, I'm like, okay, by this time I'm thinking, okay, we got two talkers, because Robert is a really good promo guy and has sold a lot of tickets and had others, produced a lot of others. I was really excited on the one hand. On the other hand, I knew the Double J character had squeezed a lot of it out of it, and the Attitude Era, it wasn't jiving. It wasn't, it came in and the original deal, and I did the promo, and then we did the NWA thing, and now we're sort of going back to Double J. I wasn't completely enamored with that, but I was definitely willing to give it a shot, because we did the pyro, and he was he was Double J's manager as opposed to Rhodey.
What do you think Mr. Fuller's probably most famous for? Why'd you laugh?
Just because
you're grinning ear to ear. What's going on?
Just your style of interviewing. You go right to the hard hitting questions.
Okay.
If you could see Conrad's look on his face, but no, Robert is definitely the most well known for his long range planning. No,
I was going to say Colonel Robert Parker, but I guess maybe you've got a different.
Yes. So it depends on who you ask. Knowing his family lineage and his older brother, Ron, I really think Robert, man, that depends on who you ask. I think Robert's mind for the business was really good. I mean, he was a good booker, good producer. He could take young guys, and I'm not just talking about, work rate, none of that. Although he knew how to get heat in the ring. He knew mannerisms. In his prime, I'll say this, in his prime, which I don't look at Colonel Robert Parker as his prime. That's when he was a manager.
Right.
So his in-ring career was just a fantastic promo guy. That's what I think he's the very best at.
From running a territory to being a top guy in the ring himself, to being a manager for WCW, and then a manager here in the WWE, and more recently a manager in MLW. You think really it's the length of his career that stands out the most?
I would say no, that isn't what stands out the most.
That's what you were saying. You were like, he had long-term planning or something like. I'm just trying to piece together.
No, that's when he would book. Robert.
Okay.
Week. He would get out. In those days, a 3-month program is thought out. Robert didn't think week to week. That's what let me just say this. And look, you're asking me, it's my world. What he taught me the most was, don't think about just next week. Sort of think of where you're going, the chess game, 3 and 4 moves down where you're going, and you got to build that heat. A lot of times, if the house is up a little next week, that's okay. You can't have a grand slam. We're looking for that sellout week 7 or 8 when the cage match or the hair's on the line or whatever the story may be. Robert had a really good mind for the business.
When you're talking about these conversations that you had with Robert, is that back when you were, in the 80s and the territory days? Or are you having those type conversations even here in 1998?
Oh no, late 80s or early 90s when we were working together, that kind of stuff. When he got to the WWF, correct me if I'm wrong. When was he Colonel Robert Parker?
That was before in WCW.
Yeah, what years were that?
Probably like 94, 95, 96.
Yeah. So to my knowledge, this was his first time in the WWF system.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, and I'm trying to do it in a delicate way, but I'm just going to break it down now.
Yeah.
Do you think, we've talked about how your relationship with your dad and context is king. Did you think whatever advice that he may be giving you in 1998, well, that's the way it used to be in the territory days, but this guy's never gotten over in New York, or he's never worked in this territory, or the business has changed. Now, I'm not saying that you would be that intentionally dismissive or disrespectful or anything like that, but I do know that a lot of times younger talent hear from older talent and they're like, well, it's not really like that anymore. And I know Jeff now, as a little older, a little wiser, may have had a different approach than the Jeff, 23 years ago.
Yeah.
So talk me through that. Was there he's trying to talk to you and you're just, yeah, at him, and it's in one ear and out the other type deal?
And that's where Robert, I think a lot of, not just Robert, anybody who stays actively engaged in the industry realizes what they don't know. And so Robert knew he was completely new to the Vince McMahon system in every way possible, and the agents, and this is where we're going to go do promos over here. So I sort of showed Robert the ropes within the WWE system, but I always would pick his brain and listen to him. And Robert had that big introduction, and he's so talented. His verbal skills, and TENNESSEE, LEE, and he would have that. No, so I always still picked his brain. We were just together a short period of time, so we didn't really get into that meats and potatoes of storytelling. but we had a really good relationship, and he had known that, okay, the Double J character had gotten over. And so Tennessee Lee, you know, I had the roadie and then obviously went away and came back and all that. But we to this day have a very candid, open, great relationship. But no, it's not like he came in and I'm like, hey, let me show you how it's done. No, it was a very good, healthy relationship.
Let's keep it going here, and let's talk about Southern Justice. They're going to help fill out your entourage. The former Godwins, yes, the pig farmers, Mark Canterbury and Dennis Knight, they're put with you as your quote unquote heaters. I like this presentation. Whose idea was this?
I don't know who the original idea is. I kind of feel now, again, Dennis Knight, I called him Tex Slazenger. He worked in Tennessee right when Mark Canterbury got to the WWF. We started riding together. So we were all buddies, and it was no secret that, the Tennessee Lee thing wasn't picking up any steam, and it had nothing to do with Robert, probably more my fault than his fault. It just that had sort of run its course. But when there was chatter of that, and I know Mark and Dennis, Mark and Tex, whatever you want to call him, Phineas, but just their direction, I loved it. And I don't know if it was their idea or their conversation with Russo. I know it was presented to me. I can't remember exactly how it came down, but I loved it. And I really, really wanted to go with it. I thought, you got to remember, there's DX and the Nation. There were several Bariquas. There was factions.
Yep.
That were hot, and both of those guys can work their ass off. And I thought it was a good fit. And again, when you think about factions, obviously on camera, but off camera as well. Me and those guys, and Road Dogg, we hung out in real life, and so I thought we could really put, pardon the pun, but I really thought it could give all three of us some attitude. They were coming off pig farmers, and I was coming off, the glitz and the glamour of Double J. And I thought the three of us collectively could gather up some attitude like the other personas that were currently going on in WWE at the time.
So let's talk a little bit about the overall presentation. So you're going back to this Double J persona, you're this big entertainer, blah, blah, blah. And it always felt like the presentation here is trying to mirror Elvis. So whereas Elvis had Colonel Tom Parker, now you've got Tennessee Lee. And instead of having the Memphis Mafia, sort of Elvis's entourage, you've got Southern Justice. Is that about right? Do you think that's really the germ of the idea?
Sure, that's been referenced and discussed, and I can't say that. I think the segue from the NWA persona to the Tennessee Lee was, let's create Double J with an edge. Let's what would his edge be? What would his attitude be? And Robert, I don't know. I still to this day don't even know actually how his name came up. I guess he was let go from WCW or something had come to an end. But that came on the scene, and it was put together. And so Southern Justice, again, two good talents that were, I'm not exactly sure what they were doing before this, but it sort of gelled. And I can see that Southern, again, we had the Hispanics, we had the Nation, we had DX, we had these different groups. So, what fit Double J, the man from Music City? I can see where you're going with that, sort of a music mafia, if you will.
Let's talk about how the company is coming off of Fully Loaded, their July pay-per-view, which was in Fresno, California. At what point do you know you're going to have a hair match at SummerSlam? And actually, before you answer that, was this your first hair match? Had you had a hair match before?
That I was planning on losing? No, I'd had a bunch of hair in Tennessee, in the territory, in USWA, definitely hair matches through the years. Matter of fact, probably went to the well one too many times. I mean, our old friend Tony Falk, at one time we shaved his head, and we shaved his uncle's head and another uncle's head. So I'd been through my mill of hair matches, but I can't say how far out, but I know that I was in favor of getting a new look, getting more of an attitude look. You know, I knew the days of the mullet needed to come to an end. And so we were headed in that direction. But I definitely think it was, I don't say 3 months out, but it was quite a bit of time that we're going to go in a direction to cut my hair.
So is this something where Russo comes to you and says, hey, we got an idea, and runs it past you? Or are they just, hey, guess what? You're losing your hair.
I wanted to change the look up for sure. And that goes back a ways. I can't, boy, I'd have to look at the months, but I knew for a while I wanted to change up my look. And Vince was good with it. I mean, he was fine. You know, he's like, yeah, okay, what are we going to, you know, thoughts? And I know that it was just sort of a running top of mind discussion that Double J is going to get a makeover.
So you're scheduled to face X-Pac. Did you know when you know, hey, we're going to change your look up, we're going to put you in a hair match? Was it always X-Pac? Did you know that from the very beginning? I mean, sometimes we hear that, you know, you have an opponent and you build through a series of matches, and then it pays off with, you know, whether it's a cage match or a lumberjack match or a strap match, it builds to something. And of course, a hair match is a gimmick match along that same line where there's stakes, there's consequences. Was this a feud with X-Pac that was going to culminate in that? Or, hey, we'd like to cut your hair, so let's turn it into a match. Who can we have a good match with? X-Pac will do it.
I don't think there was any master plan, because I feel like, and I may be proven wrong, and I will many times, but outside of Steve and Taker, maybe, and I'm not saying them working against each other, but like Steve and Taker, I don't even think Rock at this time, but there was only really one main thread. And then there was a lot of interchangeable parts, even DX. But DX was wrestling different guys, and and I'd say the New Age Outlaws, I knew had a series of match. But me and Kid, Sean, whatever we're going to call him, X-Pac, worked a lot of house shows together, live events. So there wasn't this master plan of, hey, Jeff and X-Pac are going to work this big program and blow it off with a hair match. No, it was, everybody was sort of running their different routes, so to speak, down different roads, but eventually all trying to figure out, but we interchanged so much. Again, it was, you'd have a match on Raw and then the next week shoot an angle with another guy. It wasn't, other than like the tip top storyline, that was the only thing that was truly week to week episodic. You know, in those days, 2 hour Raw, Austin start the program, do a little tease, a little thread, and he'd close the program. And rightly so. That was definitely the gas driving the car.
And it feels like the hair match is really just like an added attraction. Before you get to Fully Loaded, you work with Sean Waltman at the Cow Palace. How many, I mean, you've probably had several matches over the years at the Cow Palace, but you and I've never really talked about it. What'd you think of that? It's rather iconic wrestling building.
Super iconic. And it's an old wrestling building. Well, let me say that. It is a very cool, you know, it's so much history. And it goes like the Boston Garden, the old Boston Garden. Not people, guys that broke into business that weren't blessed like me or cursed like me to hear the legendary stories of Cow Palace, the Olympic Auditorium, the Crow's Nest in Portland, Oregon. People probably don't, have, but just the different venues, the Sportatorium in Dallas, just Florida Armory and West Palm and Charlotte, all these, I'll call them iconic wrestling venues. There was no context for me getting to wrestle in the Cow Palace for the first time. It was very cool with all the history, and it was, it's a legendary venue.
It is a legendary venue, and you're going to be off to the races, once you get through Fully Loaded. At that show, you would be in a losing effort to Val Venus. So our world's greatest entertainer is now losing to a fake porn star. And what's ironic is Tennessee Lee is at ringside. So
why is that ironic now?
Well, because he had such a long career, and we just talked about him earlier. And I don't know. He's your manager, but he can't manage to get a win here. And you would think that, he could have phoned a friend or used a foreign object, something.
Robert was known to carry a few foreign objects.
Really?
Yeah. In his day. Oh, he's a heel's heel. But anyway,
do you perceive yourself here? And, you sort of talked about, you weren't necessarily thrilled with, the creative in the summer of 98. You working with Sean Waltman, great performer, working with Val Venus, solid performer, but you're losing to Val Venus in the middle of the card on the pay-per-view. Do you kind of feel like, I'm in mid-card hell?
You got to remember night one of me returning to the company, and we'll get into that in a later episode, but that didn't get off to the races. I mean, so heading in that direction and everything that just sort of went down and my personal life and that situation, it was a rough go. And look, I knew the role that was given to me, and I was doing everything I could to take every opportunity, literally any opportunity. How can I make this better? How can I make it work for all involved? Because that's the end goal. If me and Val can go out and tear down the house, we both win. If we go out and have a bad match, whether it's my fault or Val's fault, they kind of, for the most part, people go, oh, that stunk. They don't care whose fault it was. It just was a bad segment. So I knew what role I was playing and went out and did the best. Now, with all due respect, working with Val Venus and working with Sean Waltman were entirely, and I'm not talking about in-ring work. I'm talking about X-Pac was such an integral part of the dynamic, the New Age Outlaws and Hunter, but I don't even want to call them bookends, but when you have China on one side and X-Pac on the other, that's attitude personified. And so he was, in a lot of ways, like I've said about Road Dogg. Road Dogg had the perfect partner in Billy Gunn. But you talk about identifiable with the entire vibe of the promotion was X-Pac and Road Dogg.
Hard to argue that. The next night in San Diego, the split happens when I guess Shotgun is at this point the C show. Shotgun, I guess it's still called Saturday Night. Either way, Draws pins you after hitting you with Lee's boot. Southern Justice comes out after the match and is told to attack you, but they attack Lee instead. And Dennis Knight hits the slop drop, and it's the last time Robert Fuller is ever seen on WWF TV again. Why did you single-handedly run Robert Fuller out of the business?
Oh, well, as truth be known, if we're going to get into the weeds here, I will answer that question on one condition.
Okay.
Why did you fire Robbie the Highlander years ago? Why did you bought him the Fast Pass at Universal Studios? You said, go in and watch this event. Then you called Keith Mitchell and said, hey, Keith, this WWE talent's coming down. I want you to shoot him on camera. And I don't want like a 2-second shot. I want like a 12-second close shot. So I don't know why you did that. But no, good old Robert. I do remember this. And look, Robert, look, he had hired and fired so many talent in his life. He knew that, hey man, my gig's up here and I'm moving on. It's just kind of that simple.
Okay. Shotgun Saturday Night Draws. Do you remember that match? I mean, you probably only had a handful of matches with Draws over the years. We haven't spent any time talking about him. Any Draws stories you can share with us?
Oh man, I saw him in 2018 up in Philly at Autograph Session. The Icons is so good to see him. So no, we were buddies, our buddies. Puke. I remember the gimmick. He had his puke, and I'm like, wow, now this is a little different. But the Attitude Era, this vibe, like you just said, we had a porn star and DX and a cowboy and Stone Cold and a dead man with attitude and his brother, and we're gonna hang him on a cross, and then the boss's daughter, Stephanie. I mean, it was and on the other channel, you know what I'm saying. I think it's as much a part of the industry to put it in full context. If you're a wrestling fan,
you at least flipped over on the other channel.
Of course.
I just flip into the channel. Everybody was watching everything. It was red hot. It was really cool. So, but no, puke, dries, man. Yeah, I got several. I'll never forget in Nassau Coliseum, I was up next when the accident happened. I was backstage, warming up to go out when the unfortunate accident happened. But loved Darren. Ironically, there's a 6 degrees of separation connection with him as well. He went to college with Frank Wycheck, and Frank's one of my good buddies, former Tennessee Titan, who made his roots here even after his career. So, old Darren, great guy. But you're talking about stories. I remember shooting the pre-tapes or hearing about the pre-tapes, and I'm like, this guy's really throwing up. I'm like, oh yeah, he can throw up on command. Well, how about that? That's a unique talent.
Let's move on. Let's talk about now that you've been separated from Tennessee Lee. Monday Night Raw is taped on this same day, and this is the tapings where they have you wrestle Hawk. It's a big deal because this is the middle of the Hawk. I'm really Mike Hegstrand and I'm a drunk gimmick, but he still beats you. It's not the Hawk of old, but it seems more like a way to get Southern Justice and LOD heated up. And maybe you're like almost the backdrop here. In hindsight, probably not the best creative. Say again.
I was going to say the utility player.
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Maybe not the best creative we ever saw for Hawk. Pretty controversial in hindsight. What'd you think of that? I mean, you obviously have an understanding and a history of this topic better than some others, but that maybe wasn't the best creative.
There's so often two sides of every coin, but I do remember this, and this is before I have a deep personal understanding of mental health and addiction issues and those type of storylines. But even back then, I never saw an upside. Yeah, man, it's based on real life. Okay, so where are you going with this? Like where, so the heel in my mind, and I don't want to get too old school mentality, but the antagonist would be the bottle or whatever it may be. And so, yes, he's going to overcome that, but what's the payoff? I always was taught, where are you going with this? And I'll go back to the Robert Fuller, where are you going with this? What's the payoff? So that story I never liked it. I didn't really see that, because what's the meat on the bone? But love Hawk. God, what a character he was. I used to love to sit back in the dressing room, and I don't say holding court, but as guys come in and long days at TV and this and that, and Hawk and his happy feet, and that's an insider little term. But Hawk, oh man, what a great guy. So funny, but man, he was, let's just say, a veteran through and through. But yeah, I do remember these series of matches with old Hawk.
Let's talk about what's next for you here. August 1st, you're in Toronto, losing to X-Pac in front of 14,688 fans. The next day, you're losing to X-Pac in Montreal in front of 11,209 fans. The hits keep coming. August 9th, you're in St. Louis, once again losing to X-Pac in front of 16,733 fans. A lot of people are seeing you count the lights every night.
For a live event,
16,733 fans. It's unbelievable when you think about it.
Oh my God. That goes back to love those paydays. But when you look, that was the run, I don't know if you have the full card, but that was sort of our slot. And I don't know if we were where we were at, placed on the card as far as 8 or 9 matches. That's one of the things that Vince really drilled down, and I had, maybe a handful of conversations, but I had many conversations with Jack Lanza or others, but Jack specifically, just sort of the ebb and flow of the roller coaster at TNA. I used to implement that in so many different ways, and guys would say, no, that should go on second or fourth. And I'm going, guys, take a step back and let's look at from the time we come on the air or from the very beginning until the time. So they're card placement. And so that was our role. That was my role. And I was damn happy to play it, because me and Xbox probably went bell to bell time, maybe 8 to 10. I'm just guessing, but not real long. And the play that we were to run was go out there and give them action, give them your signature spots, and bring it home, and DX wins. And on those live events in front of that many people, that is the proverbial getting to work with him, because he's one of a handful of guys that you talk about. And I don't want to say a night off, because we worked so well together, and it was hard hitting and snug and in there. But man, it was in a lot of ways, it's like those games or different. If you've ever been in something, you go, that's why we do it. Sean is so good, and he was so over too. Like, oh man, everybody jokes in the industry about that Road Warrior pop. I'll also say that that DX pop during this era, obviously the Austin and the glass breaking, but X-Pac was so over. And so, we had a nice little house show run. I'll say that.
It's interesting to me to look at this in context of, these days, I don't know that you see this, but people who are, shall we say, Jeff Jarrett haters. Oh, Jeff always booked himself to win. Jeff was never going to lose. Jeff never lost to anybody. Here we are. We've talked about several matches. You ain't won one yet, including when, hey man, I'm so drunk, I'm ruining my life. I'm just a shell of my former self. But by the way, even I can beat the shit out of Jeff Jarrett. It's pretty remarkable that this is out there, that you had an issue putting people over. We haven't talked about a win yet in all of this.
And see, that's what bizarre to me, even if, and I don't want to get off topic of the thing, but even when I was champion, I lost a lot.
Yes.
And look, that was obviously by design. And when you look back over the history of, look, it's just the narrative, and you have I'm gonna give you all the credit. You sort of taught me about this narrative.
Oh yeah.
That it's kind of it's not amazing now that I really get into it. The narrative that just was perpetuated, and I'm not talking about like a season, year after year after year after year. And I'm thinking
decades.
Yeah. Look at you said that with all sincerity, Jeff. Decades.
Well, I'm just saying, like, people still to this day, I see tweets that say, God, I hated Jeff Jarrett my whole life. And then, in this 2-hour podcast, I changed my mind. It's really amazing. But I think the most amazing piece to me is when you sit there with a straight face and say, you introduced me to this like y'all didn't have internet in Hendersonville.
No. I knew that I had internet, but the overall narrative that sort of runs with that, I guess I'm going to go back to my upbringing. It's the same folks who would wait out back beside Mid-South Coliseum in Memphis and Louisville Gardens and Nashville that literally, and I'm a babyface, I'm a good guy, and just the Simply Irresistible I just finished, and they are dog cussing me because their girlfriend sit beside them or whatever it is. Those same guys that were dog cussing me in the arena, when it's time to go, they are literally the first ones at my car. Hey, Jeff, can I get an autograph? Hey, Jeff, hey, man, where are you guys going after this? Hey, do you mind if we hang out? Hey, are you going down to this club? Are you doing this or that? Do you need anything? Hey, man, can I run down the store and get you? Those same folks. So human psychology and all that, I've always equated it somewhat to the internet as years going by. Okay, they're haters. They've got a reason that they want to get this off their chest. But the multiplier and the narrative that ran, how about that?
I'm just saying, it just, after all that time, and you knew this when you were leaving those buildings way back when, and you would see those fans out back who had just been booing their ass off. But then they meet you and they realize that you're really. So listen, after you've lost 982 matches to X-Pac here, and you've been split up from Tennessee Lee, you change your appearance a little bit at the next set of TVs. Because remember, we had one tape draw, which will be August 10th in Omaha. It's going to be a live Raw as War. And now you've got some facial hair that you're still rocking to this day. You've also got the guitar, and you've got "Don't Piss Me Off" painted on it. And you've got a little tribute shirt on today that says "Don't Tick Me Off," available now at boxofgimmicks.com. Whose idea is this edgier version of Double J?
Goes without saying, Russo knew that I wanted to change. And look, he's writing an entire show, and Austin is his priority and Taker's his priority. So I realized that I'm down below the porn star in priority, but no, but ongoing conversations. But I wanted to come up with look, I knew my role, my position, my stature, but the "Don't Piss Me Off" was sort of a gear that I felt I could kick into. I could remember multiple times. And this is going back to the 95 era when Pat Patterson would pull me aside and look, this is the kind of growth speeches he would give talent. He'd say, "Hey, Double J, when you're working with Razor," and I can't do a French accent, but literally Pat would tell me at different times, and him and Bruce would make cameos at house shows, live events. But Pat would tell me, "Hey man, when you sort of make that shift and you go into the heat, you've got to kick it from a third gear, not to fourth gear. You kind of got to go up into fifth gear because you're not 6'5" and you're not 270. So get really angry really quick and show the world that." So, fast forward a couple of years and I was trying to land on something that, okay, what is something? And it's okay. So now Double J's this character that's great and and world's greatest singer and a lot of over the top flamboyance. And now I'm in the Attitude Era. You better not piss me off or I'm going to kick your ass. And so that was my mindset of that the in a lot of ways in the Double J brain or persona, the switch had flipped. Makes sense.
It does. And I like it because I hated that horse shit you were doing before. So I like this version a lot better. Yeah, don't do that every time you call me. If you start with that, I will just hang up and that'll be the end of that call.
You don't like that, do you?
Oh, it's the worst. Here's the thing too. It means it worked. You figured out how to get heat, but you've somehow convinced us, quote unquote, smart marks. Oh no, you should really hate that.
I got another one for you. You like this, don't you? Howdy, folks.
Now I do that one all the time.
You do that to me.
Yeah. I didn't realize it, but I even picked up a Jeff Jarrettism years ago. I've been known to be, shall we say, a fast driver from time to time. Okay. I've slowed down in more recent years, and I've mastered the cruise control. Okay. But once upon a time, I didn't really pay much attention to speed limits. It was like, how fast do I feel like I can safely go? So I would just move with the traffic. And occasionally when you're on a trip somewhere on 65, a road you and I are very familiar with, I would find myself behind a car that was going well below the speed limit in the left lane. And I found myself doing the two fingers and like motioning them to get over. And then I realized once you and I started hanging out, and as I'm confessing to you, I hated you my whole life, just like everybody says online. Holy cow. For like 20 years, I've been doing your horse shit, move over, but I wouldn't strut past them. You would
past them in your own way.
In my own way, yeah. So let's get back on track here. LOD is scheduled to face Southern Justice, but Hawk was drunk or high or whatever you want to call it, and you come out and nail draws with a guitar. We're a year removed from the Honky Tonk Man being on WWF TV. Was there any worry or hesitation when it came to you cracking people with guitars? Because this is a relatively new thing for you.
No, it wasn't on my part. And I know that collectively it went with the Double J persona. It wasn't like I was getting out of bounds and, I don't know how I would say it. It's, Double J went with music, and I'd got up in the ring and teased I was going to sing or play the guitar and all that kind of stuff. So it wasn't out of bounds, and I didn't have, there was no, Honky came back. You're talking about with Billy Gunn. I was thinking, yeah, okay. What do you mean?
Rockabilly.
Yeah. Okay. But no, that didn't, that certainly wasn't, it didn't enter into my brain at all. The guitar.
Wait a minute.
The conflict.
You never thought about, you're a Tennessee bumpkin. He's a Tennessee bumpkin. We both carry guitars and hit mugs with them. That never crossed your mind.
Conflict to me at all.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying let's say you came out with like, I don't know, red boots, yellow knee pads, and red tights, and then you start leg dropping people and going like this.
Yeah,
and then somebody says, "Oh, are you're saying you're from Venice Beach, California, and you got blonde hair and you're leg dropping people and doing this?" You don't see the connotation?
Oh, I saw that, but I didn't really think it was like out of bounds at all. I still don't. It's like, hey, and Honky Tonk wasn't the first to use a guitar. Billy Travis used it, and I'm not saying he used it after Honky Tonk, but it's hard to do it first. And it's not like my character wasn't built around music. And I'm not disputing the fact that Honky was the first in well, was he the first? I don't know.
Did you ever think about carrying a snake to the ring and after the match putting it on him?
Frankie the bird is what I had second thoughts, because it's a singing parrot. I thought it was, a snake can't sing, but a bird can.
If you, for the purposes of my story, I'm going to need at some point for you to make one in-ring return with a fucking talking bird on your shoulder. That would just be the best. So the main event of Sunday Night Heat later that night is Triple H and X-Pac against Southern Justice. DX gets the win, and you come out and hit X-Pac with a low blow, and you attempt to cut his hair before Billy Gunn makes the save. So let's run through this. You've ripped off Honky Tonk Man. Now you're ripping off Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake. They just reached right into the box of gimmicks and said, "Hey, Jeffrey."
So Brutus was the first person to go snip his opponent's hair to build toward a hair match? Well, of course not.
In prime time WWE, he is the person most notable for cutting people's hair. Yes, sir.
And see that what is bizarre, I will say this, that a lot of people think that the wrestling industry kind of started when they started watching wrestling. Yeah, then that happens to this day. It's
nope. Not gonna let you get away with that. I'm saying you're presenting it to the same audience. This is an audience that grew up watching the WWF. You just assume that everybody's like you down there trying to adjust your rabbit ears in Hendersonville and get, the CWA and whatever you could of world class. We were not doing that.
Territory. You ain't from USWA area. Dadgummit.
Sorry. So the next night in Des Moines, there's a set of TV tapings. We got Southern Justice versus the Oddities, which is Kurgan and Golga, who we know is John Tenta. Luna is going to interfere, cause the DQ, and you come out and cut off her dreadlocks. So obviously this is building towards SummerSlam, but if I was a betting man, those weren't actually her hairs.
I think you'd probably be accurate, but can we talk about the Oddities? No, here's what my favorite part of the Oddities is when they had ICP with them. I love me some ICP. Whoop, whoop. But they, what do you, what's that?
I can't believe you just dropped a whoop, whoop.
Oh,
I didn't know that you were a juggalo.
I'm a juggalo from way back. Look at the early days of TNA. That's another episode, but when we arranged for them to come and they're going to be there and they came up to me and not Joe and them, like, you realize there's going to be like at the asylum, and you've been there, there's going to be a lot of juggalos in the house. And I said, well, yeah. Are you sure? Yeah, this is going to be a great audience. And you talk about creating emotion in an arena. And I'm talking about the TNA days, but this is where I've done the gathering. I've wrestled at 4 a.m. before.
So where are you at with Fago?
Oh, I have been on stage kicking Fago at the gathering at 4 a.m. outside of Cleveland. Yeah.
Wow. Learn something new every day.
I see. You talk about My Life's a Movie. I want to shoot this scene. No.
Yeah, with 2 scoops of the whoop. So we've got John Tenta, the former Earthquake. Yes, the guy who's helping headline SummerSlam against Hulk Hogan. 8 years later, he's Golga.
Big John. I used to love to ride with him from time to time.
John Arezzi, friend of the show, lives in Franklin. So he was a podcast movement last week, bumped into us. And you jokingly said, Conrad, it's this guy's fault Vince Russo was in wrestling. And I turned to you and said, whoa. You kept Vince Russo gainfully employed in wrestling longer than anybody. And of course, you and I are friendly with Russo, and he's a fun guy, but it was just a fun statement. But then you go back and you look at John Tenta here, the former Earthquake. Man, his run with WCW was so bad when he was the Shark and they're cutting off half of his hair. And then he's a part of that Piper's team that just was one of the worst moments in the history of Nitro. I know people are taking issue with, oh, John Tenta was a great performer. He shouldn't have been Golga. It got him something to do. I mean, it might not have been everybody's favorite gimmick, but man, he was DOA in WCW. So I thought it was cool, and Russo deserves a little credit for he tried something different, and it gave some guys opportunities to get one last little run of paydays.
And I may not be completely spot on, but I know this was during the era. This is a little Double J My World Easter egg. First off, I love John. And when you know John's heritage or lineage, an American sumo wrestler, he trained in Japan and look, for the 80s, he was a perfect. I can remember the angle going when he dropped on Hogan's chest, just how much they sold it. And you didn't see Hulk for a week or two after it. And he was another, Kamala, one of those long line of monster heels that were perfect for Hulk in that era. Well, like you just said, fast forward, got to adapt with the times. And, gosh, we'll have to look this up. We'll get the researchers to look it up. But I had a Sunday night heat match, I think, with John. Long story short is figure 4 wasn't going to work. And a running DDT. Anyway, that's when I first started using the stroke.
Okay.
So John was, he can do that. I can give him the stroke. And so one of those finishes, I can remember Lanza saying, hey, Double J, you need a finish that anybody can take. I'm going, okay, point taken. And so John, one of those early ones.
How'd you come up with the stroke? The idea being it's like a Russian leg sweep, but forward instead of back.
It's a forward Russian leg sweep. I always liked it too. And a guy that can, you can give it to anybody, but somebody who really knows how to take it, it looks great because it's boom, a face plant.
Yeah.
It was just something that, it was something that I'd done, gosh, dating back to the USW days from time to time, but just as hey man, we'll do this. Brian Christopher could take a great Russian leg sweep. He could also take a great forward one. He was a bump taking son of a gun, but no, that's good old Golga and the Oddities. Good old Kurgan. What a group. And yes, and I don't think that was Luna's hair. To circle back to your question, I don't think it was her real hair that I snipped. Jeff, the barber beefcake, Jarrett snipped her hair. Does that make you happy? God, you think I'm like gimmick infringement. Oh,
you are.
Oh, okay.
I mean, first of all, you're wearing Bob Vila's glasses. All right. You're carrying Honky Tonk Man's guitar. And then after the match, you're ripping off Brutus the Barber Beefcake. You should. I mean, what's keeping you from doing this and calling everybody brother?
Dig it.
I mean, you even have it. You even went so far as to rip off Hogan's facial hair.
Okay. I'm a gimmick stealer. That's it. Not infringement, stealer.
Yes, you're a thief. Everybody knows that. You know, It's funny. When I told Bruce that you and I were starting a podcast, he said, "Oh, I'd be careful." And I said, what does that mean? I thought you liked Jeff. He said, "Oh, I love Jeff." But that whole Jarrett bunch, they're just a bunch of thieves. And I was just quiet for a minute. And then he started laughing. He's like, "I'm fucking with you. Have fun. I don't give a shit. I got to book SmackDown. Goodbye."
I love it. No, when I've talked to him and the very short conversation, I'm like, Bruce, in 2017, why in the hell did you didn't just slap me in the face? Say, Jeff, just do it.
Yeah.
Literally, just do this.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, I tried to tell you, but you were in no mood to listen. And he was spot on.
For Raw, the Nation faces off against DX in a street fight. You and Southern Justice get involved here. That's a pretty cool spot. Triple H and Billy Gunn wind up getting some juice, and then you guys come out and with the attack, it ends with you cutting some of Sean Waltman's hair. Is that something you talk about beforehand? I mean, it feels like he would have said, hey, now,
oh yeah,
do it here. Don't do it. You know, all that, right?
Oh, yeah, that kind of deal. How are we doing this? But no, I mean, when you just said it, you know, as we get closer to SummerSlam and at the Garden and Austin and Taker and Highway to Hell, and you know, it goes without saying, Steve's by far the hottest box office attraction in the world, but DX is behind them. That group of DX, you know, the group is behind Austin. And for me to be shooting that angle, it was like, hey, I've been putting over Val Venus. It's a perfect example. Put over Val Venus, put over this guy, put over that guy. Boom. With the right time, right angle, right storyline, boom, you're cutting DX's hair, going into a hair match at SummerSlam. So the beauty of the business.
It feels like sometimes when we've seen these hair versus hair matches, one of the guys has really long hair and you just immediately assume, well, he ain't losing.
Mm-hmm.
But once upon a time in Memphis, you guys would throw people off with that. Like when Dundee put his wife's hair up, you just assume, well, no way Dundee loses. And then his wife gets skin up. Nobody saw that coming. So is part of the thinking here, we've got to go ahead and give X-Pac some sort of a trim so they think that it's at least possible. Because, and I don't mean for this to be dismissive, but I just want to add context, because I think sometimes when people think about Sean Waltman, they think, oh, well, it was the NWO version, or it was the 1, 2, 3 Kid version. But DX is arguably, you know, one notch below Stone Cold Steve Austin as the biggest, most over act in the whole promotion. I mean, when Road Dogg comes out, the crowd does a sing along with every word that comes out of his mouth. It is unbelievable how quote unquote over they are. And you have been losing to Val Venus on pay-per-view. So based on that positioning, you would just think, well, there's no way Jeff Jarrett's beating that guy. First of all, he's got long hair. And second, he's part of the biggest group. So this hillbilly is going to get his hair cut, right?
For sure. But the one thing that I think that, let me think how to really crystallize this. And I think it's the ad-free team did a great clip. I don't know if you've seen it, Conrad, about why I love the industry, because there's always next week, you know, no matter if it's a great match, what's going to happen next week? Can they top it? Bad match, bad segment. What's going to happen next week? It's got to get better. Just that hope in this industry, because it's weekly episodic. But as things got rolling for both companies, and I don't want to call it shock TV. I just want to say you couldn't call exactly what was going to happen.
Right.
What was going to happen? Who was going to show up? Or did they really do that? I mean, oh, come on now. Stone Cold didn't really say that. Wait, Undertaker is really going to crucify, or, you know, the language, or I'm just, you just didn't, you couldn't call the play every week on every segment. You just couldn't. I mean, who would have thought those vignettes with Val Venus? That was like, they did what? The Godfather's walking out with who every week on wrestling? You know, there was, call it the water cooler talk, but there were, wait, Jay Leno? Wait, are you serious? Jay Leno is going to be on this wrestling show. Yep. Well, what does NBC think about that? Dennis Rodman and Karl Malone were just in the NBA finals. Now we know that's real and that's legitimate, and they're doing a little scuffle on court, but now all of a sudden they're wrestling over here. There were so many things going on in the industry that you just couldn't call it. So work our way back into the SummerSlam build, and I cut some of Sean's hair to give that visualization. I think somewhat mission accomplished. Like, oh wow, that old Double J in Southern Justice, he might just get his head shaved.
You work draws again for Sunday Night Heat, and you get the win by DQ when X-Pac interferes and cuts some of your hair off. We're back on the road August 12th in Cedar Rapids in front of 5,400 fans, August 13th in Moline, 9,800 fans. We're in Chicago at the Rosemont Horizon, 16,780 fans. Back in St. Louis for over 18,000 fans. Then we hit Columbia, Missouri for 8,300 fans. Each one of these shows, you're working with X-Pac. Each one of these shows, you're in a losing effort. What are the house show payoffs like in this era? The best you've ever enjoyed?
For sure. Think about that. Moline, Illinois, 10,000 people. That's the quad. I mean, that's St. Louis, 17, 18,000. I don't want to be repetitive, but Columbia, Missouri, the business is red hot, 2 or 3,000 a night. I mean, good payoffs.
Let's run through what a card looked like here. In Chicago, it was Farouk over Brian Christopher, Tiger Ali Singh over Dustin Runnels, Val Venus over Mark Miro, Sable over Jackie in an arm wrestling contest, X-Pac over you, Ken Shamrock over Owen Hart, Vader over Mark Henry, Triple H over The Rock by DQ. And that leads right into Road Dogg and Billy Gunn over Rock and D'Lo. And then we get DOA versus LOD. And then in the main event, Austin in a 3-way over Kane and the Undertaker. The whole thing, there's not one match that happened that didn't involve a Hall of Famer. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about it.
Wow.
I mean, Farouk's in the Hall of Fame. Dustin's not yet, but we know he will be. Val Venus and Mark Miro, Sable and Jackie. Jackie's in for sure. X-Pac's in a bunch of times. You're in. Shamrock will be in when he quits suing WWE. Owen Hart should be in. Everybody knows it. Vader should be in, probably will be soon. Mark Henry is. Triple H is in and will be many more times. Rock gets to decide when he goes in. Road Dogg and Billy Gunn are in. Austin's in. Kane is going to be, if he's not already, obviously Undertaker. So it's just, golly, dude, what a crew. It's no wonder that you're selling out everywhere.
Wow. Put it in that context, you know, that run, you just, the houses and just, you know, where, what's the loop coming up? And that's the other thing. It's really, and I know there are, with our podcast partner, EB, Eric Bischoff, the NWO shirts, but the massive amount of Austin 316 shirts, and then a new design. It felt like, you know, every other week or every couple of weeks, and God rest his soul, Jimmy Miranda and merch. Just the amount of Austin merchandise was unfathomable. I mean, when you pull up to these buildings or when you walk out and you just sort of see the sea of, it was a crazy rock star. You know, a lot of guys live like rock star. You know, it was a crazy, crazy time in and out of the ring. But the amount of merch and the pay-per-view buys and television ratings and again, pre-social media. So it's that we touched on it a couple of weeks ago. Vanilla Ice crystallized it, but you know, it's that last era that the television stars, not the digital, not the YouTubers and all that goes with that. It was that red hot cable industry pumping out, you know, Friends. Look at that reunion, how well it does, and the different TV shows of the 90s. But the Attitude Era of professional wrestling, man, it's pretty cool. You just said all the Hall of Famers, but it was a special time. Lots of money to be made. Just so unique in that.
It's probably the time of your life in wrestling, but what's funny about those moments is we often don't recognize it when it's happening.
No,
right? Not
at all. I mean, we talked about Woodstock 99, and I mean, we'll get into ins and outs of that, but I mean, it was, you talk about rinse and repeat in those days, you know, Raw, SmackDown, you know, whenever that came on board, but it's then live events and come home and wash clothes and go out on the lake for afternoon and get back in the plane and fly back out and go to the gym, go to Denny's, go to the hotel, go to this favorite establishment.
What was your go-to order at Denny's back then?
Oh, no matter what, steak and eggs, medium rare, 5 eggs, egg whites, scrambled hard, 1 over easy, hash browns, no unsweet tea, not even a coffee drinker in those days.
Just a week later, Nitro is going to run the United Center in Chicago, August 24th. We would see the debut of the Warrior announced. It's so crazy to think where the business is here. the WWF's average attendance for house shows is 11,311 fans. A year prior, the average was 5,359. So we're up 111% in 1 year. The average gate is $210,779. That includes house shows. That's up 140.7%. Back in 97, the average gate was only $87,580. It's crazy.
Attendance went from 5 and change to 11 and change.
5,300 fans to 11,300 fans.
Average. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. We've doubled it. Which is crazy when you think about that. And then more than doubled the actual dollars.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Are you talking to your dad at all about what the business looks like? I mean, he sees his business. It's still limping along there in Memphis, but it feels
by 98.
Okay. But he's still got his finger on the pulse of what's happening, I'm sure.
Yeah. Wasn't he WCW during this time?
You know what? You're right. He may have been a consultant here.
I think in that area, I just remember the conversations, or we'll say during that area was that, again, context is king, Brother Eric. When I broke in 86, I missed the glory years of Memphis because those were 82 through 85.
Yeah. Really 82 was the big year, right?
Yeah. 82, 83, 84 was pretty big too.
Okay.
But 82, 83 were huge. And that's when, spot shows, high school gyms in Kentucky that could hold 2,000 did 2,100 paid. Like, wait a minute.
Hey, little silly thing, but you're obviously a young buck at the time. What year did you graduate high school?
85.
So you're in high school and, obviously your dad's done well your whole life, but did you notice a lifestyle change in those early 80 years when the business really exploded for him? I mean, your dad was one of the first millionaires in wrestling, but I'm just saying, did you notice like, oh shit, our way of living's leveled up a little bit here?
My dad's always eccentric but he was always buying and selling land or car lots or this or that, but he broke ground on a house and I knew that wasn't a cookie cutter house, so to speak. I used to think, Dad, I didn't know the family finances by any stretch.
Of course. I
just didn't, but and I'd lived with my mom up until, mid 80s or early, 83, 84 is when I officially moved out, but visiting, but he broke ground on a house that was going to be was 14,000 square foot. I mean, that was not a subdivision house. And he was living over on the water at George and Tammy's ex-place, but a nice lake home. But yeah, I knew like, okay, things are good.
One of my favorite shows to find in our research was August 23rd. Jeff, we just went over how you guys are drawing these huge houses. And then out of nowhere, you're in the Scranton CYC in front of 3,877 fans, which means this is probably a sold show. Do you remember doing a lot of sold shows in this era of the WWF? It feels like that would have been a money loser.
Well, Conrad, you're going to have to get under the learning tree right here.
Let's do it.
Do you know what CYC stands for?
I thought it was like a community center.
Catholic Youth Center.
Okay. Yeah.
That is old school WWF. Say that right? Yeah. That is I don't say the original territory, but that building had been run for years. That was the building, a good relationship. They had rented often for just through the years. And so in that area, I'm trying to think who would the promoter have been, not just in Scranton, but in that area. They gave them a date. But here's the real unique side of this. I said it up front, Catholic, which obviously religious.
So, how are you doing that with the Undertaker sacrificing people and Sable's boobs out and don't piss me off and suck this wiener and all that?
Yeah, there you go. You didn't have to go that deep into it. Damn, Connie.
Well, it's your show. I mean, you're the one who profited off of that, not me.
No, but it was a discussion. Oh my goodness, we're going back to the Catholic Youth Center, and this product's a little different, and be on our P's and Q's. And man, I know somebody online is going to come up, but I think there was an issue either coming out of this or going into it. Something was said.
You don't say.
I think years prior to this, I don't want to name the talent because I won't do a good job of recalling it, but yeah, it was, I'll say this building was grandfathered in to the WWF territory, and they got a date. And it was a Scranton, because Wilkes-Barre was Stabler Arena. No, what is the venue called there? But anyway, Scranton got the date, sold out, and good payoff. And I'm sure the routing, I wasn't in the routing, but a lot of times when you have dates that I don't know what came before or after that, but we needed something within driving distance, and, go back to the well where we've sold tickets for 30 years, go there, but be careful.
I wasn't sure when I looked. Would it have been the porn star that offended him or the pimp? But the pimp wasn't on this show, so it may have been the reborn Dustin Runnels that offended him, because he was doing a reborn gimmick there for a bit. Either way, now we've got the Core State Center, which is now the Wachovia Center in Philadelphia. It's the go home edition of Raw as we head into SummerSlam. 14,727 fans there. This show's probably most remembered for the infamous Brawl for All finals where Bart Gunn knocks out Bradshaw. But I think X-Pac winds up pissing in your boots on this show. What do you remember about that?
This, and on the heads up for this episode, I could remember, look, it wasn't any big, grand, but when I got word, that's what Sean was doing. It just sort of clicked all the boxes. Like, that's really clever and creative. You may not have liked it, but I thought it fit DX. It's a way to continue the program. It's a story, and what better way to piss off a cowboy than to pee in their boots? I mean, it just kind of checks that box. I thought it was a clever way to go into the go home. Urinate in someone's shoes.
Was it shoot urine or working whiz?
Oh, Lord have mercy. The Whizzinator was used. You don't know. It was not real. I think they did audio. Man, you got a drop of that, because that's how they had to shoot it. Obviously they couldn't shoot in and actually, but they had to imply all of this.
So that leads to the New Age Outlaws taking on Southern Justice. You come out in your socks bitching about X-Pac. It somehow leads to you shaving the head of a cameraman. I mean, you want to talk about the visual for the go home show. This checks all the boxes. Was the cameraman a local fellow who decided to take the payday?
Gosh, I didn't do my homework. I don't know.
Later on, X-Pac and Gangrel go 90 seconds before you come out and bust X-Pac in the head with a guitar. At this point, where were you getting your guitars? Guitars R Us?
I was in the WWF props department. Richie
Posner, and he would set up a balsa wood type setup.
Oh, he'd get I hate to say a real wooden guitar, and make his magic work. But no, they were store-bought guitars.
How would he do it? With a razor blade and score the back?
Yeah, I think, razor blade doesn't exactly cut through, but, and I don't say a chisel because that'll bust it open, but certain tools, and it also, what's crazy is the guitar, it really depends on how they're made. If you get one that goes back way back, not a lot of glues involved. As the years progressed, made overseas, they were a lot more pressed. So there was a lot more labor that was put into it, but, Richie did his magic and was very good at it.
You have a rare 6-day streak where there's no shows from SummerSlam, between this Raw and SummerSlam at Madison Square Garden. I realize I'm asking a silly question. I know most of the time you would want to come on home and enjoy the break, but this is a major show, and you're going to be having this major show in the #1 media outlet in the world. Would WWE just stick you in New York and schedule you for a bunch of media that week? Or did you get to go home and float around?
No, I mean, I think we went home for a day or two, but if I remember correctly, coming off this whole summer, lots of shows overseas and all that. And it wasn't really like, oh man, we're getting all these shows, because the media in New York shows on Sunday. I'm pretty sure appearances and corporate stuff again, things were really amping up as far as, I don't want to call it WrestleMania access type stuff, but there were corporate appearances in those days. Some guys, including myself, were trying to shoehorn in a third-party appearance here and there, an autograph session. So there was a lot going on. Like you said, the tri-state area, again, and the office is right up the road. I think some ID shoots were going on. It's not like we had 5 days, 6 days home. We had a couple of days home and went back to work.
Let's jump into the show. Some stuff happens before the show. Of course, this is Sunday Night Heat era. So we've got like the pre-show, the last minute push to get those buys. You and Southern Justice come out and you attack our beloved Howard Finkel and you shave off most of his hair and mustache. Is this just Vince McMahon loving to have a little fun with his old pal Fink?
I love Howard, and just, the last Mania up in New York. What was that? 19, when I saw Howard and he came in and, his health was going down and got to have a big hug. We reminisced about this. And if my memory serves correctly, it was really Howard's idea at that time. He was way past balding on top. He definitely, male pattern baldness had set long in years before, and he was up for it and he wanted to go bald. This is what he didn't grow it back after this. And so look, and again, talking about the live event business being so good, but MTV in the 90s, I will just say, Conrad, is it safe to say the stature of MTV and the profile was much higher in the 90s than it is today?
Absolutely. No doubt.
So when you have a hour show as an infomercial leading into your pay-per-view, that's big exposure. Again, pre-digital days, pre-social media days. And so what a way to create awareness for this big event at the Garden. And we got to do an angle with Finkel and just everything that went with it. So getting to shave old Howie's hair and a lot of heat. Now, again, think about who we did it to and where we did it.
New York City, Madison Square Garden, Howard Finkel, the voice of wrestling in this building.
Yes. I mean, that's major. And I was very appreciative of Howard wanting to do it and volunteering and getting engaged. And look, Vince and Pat and everybody loved seeing this. Of course, it's Finkel. It's Fink.
Do you remember who your agent was for this match?
I don't, man. I wish I do, but I don't.
X-Pac is going to, here's the write-up from the Observer. X-Pac pinned Jeff Jarrett in a hair versus hair match in 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Howard Finkel, with a freshly shaved head and mustache, came out wearing a DX shirt and a bow tie to second X-Pac. Finkel looked like a cross between Vader's little brother and Captain Kangaroo. I don't know how to nicely put this other than when the cool group has Finkel as a member, or when Finkel starts saying suck it, then how cool or anti-authority can saying suck it truly be? So Meltzer's a little critical, but I thought, especially for this New York crowd, this was right on time. And based on what I know about Finkel's legendary adult film collection, him saying suck it is probably not all that out of context for him.
Don't ruin the myth. I don't want to know about that. I've never heard that.
Oh, Bruce Pritchard spilled the beans years ago.
No way.
You know, he named WrestleMania too. Did you know that?
I do know that.
And he even pitched a name for SmackDown. Did you hear what that was? WrestleTown. There can't all be winners. Okay.
Exactly.
Meltzer would say,
we're talking about Finkel. And for those that don't know, me and Howard, had a unique relationship, a great relationship day one, because Howard would be, obviously he's the voice of the WWF for all those years. I think he was Vince's very first employee.
Yep.
So, I mean, just legendary, but he was the one who kept the dibs on Memphis. He would watch that tape every week. And he was the guy who, watched wrestling content outside of what was being produced in-house. And so Finkel knew the talent. He knew, my history of coming up in 86 and 87 and, hey, whatever happened to this guy or that guy, or have you talked to him or that? So Howard's historian hat was always really cool to me. So, and him, like you said, his stature, with the boss, with Vince, and him coming out and being a part of DX, and it's not like he was going to be a full-time member. It just made our match that much bigger and that much grander and that much more special to me personally as well.
Let's keep going on the match recap here for Meltzer. These two work really well together. Fast, well-timed spots, particularly X-Pac was right on the money with his kicks and a great swinging DDT. They did some near falls back and forth. They did a near fall with Finkel distracting Jarrett, and Jarrett went after Finkel and decked him. X-Pac did his move, which is kind of like a face buster for a near fall. Let's take a timeout right there. Do you go through this with Fink beforehand, or is he comfortable taking the bump here?
He's comfortable enough, and it wasn't some elaborate Pat Patterson bump. Fink had been around long enough. He knew what to do.
In this era specifically, house shows a lot of times were used to tighten up what the match could look like on a big show like this. Do you remember, were you by and large working your house show match here with the volume turned up?
Put it all together. So, me and Sean, just because we work well together, one night we'd try this, another night we'd try that. And then this night we put all together the swinging DDT and those kicks, as you were hearing about Dave on his kicks or so. Our timing, God almighty, it was I guess our speed, the timing just was really good. We just put it all together and knew that, all right, there's going to be a finish that they're going to lay out and we'll weave it in. But yeah. So we just put it all together from our live events.
But this is one of those practice makes perfect type situations, right? Where you get to hone it and drill it down and get it hitting on all cylinders on the house shows.
Yes, for sure.
So, we haven't talked about this before, but did you ever get an errant kick from, Waltman? Did he ever have one get away from him? And,
several get away, and it's the one in the turnbuckle, because coming off the ropes, as Scott and Kevin used to say, dude, you hit the mat before I swung. But no, you can time that, but in the turnbuckle, you can't go anywhere. And sometimes Sean would, let's just say, right on the mark and then some, but yeah. But his were so fast, you don't mind it.
Where's the worst place to get kicked? In the eye, in the nose, or the mouth?
Throat.
Oh,
I personally hated a throat kick.
Yeah.
Like get my bell rung. Oh, that hurt a little bit. Back of the head, even the eye, chin hurts. Throat that'll bend you over.
On a scale of, I guess Snuka's thing off the cage being the worst, where would an X-Pac kick wind up on the list?
Oh no, I don't know, maybe a 5. He's not that bad.
Not bad. So Southern Justice come out. Mark Canterbury tries to hit X-Pac with the guitar. He misses. X-Pac gets the guitar, breaks it over Jarrett's head for the pin. And after the match, the Outlaws run out to chase Southern Justice away and held down Jarrett. The electric shears broke down, which was obviously a work, since Jarrett simply wound up with a shorter haircut rather than being totally shaved in the back. And they had no intention from the start in living up to the stipulation, although that has become the Titan MO. They used scissors to cut his hair and didn't get all that much hair off him, although they did get enough to have some of it land on Finkel and Sergeant Slaughter's head for comedy, 3 stars. So chat me up about these shears breaking down, and it's obviously a work.
The whole design and I guess you could say the orders that were instructed were, and look, it's a pay-per-view with a lot more to come, that they wanted me to fight it and kick and haul, but they wanted enough hair to be cut off, not sheared off, to throw up in the air and do the ha-ha with whoever, but certainly give the indication that a lot of my long hair, that I was getting a haircut. But actually to have the shears and sit down and go through it, and my hair would be soaking wet, and trying to shear off soaking wet hair. Look, I did it in Mexico a few years ago, which was on my bucket list. So, getting my head shaved in Madison Square Garden and then later at a major event in Mexico were sort of bucket list items. But we did what was asked of as it relates. I don't think there was ever any of this grand plan that, hey, the people in the garden said, "Oh, I want my money back." I didn't see Jeff actually go bald. We ran the play that was specifically designed. Cut off enough hair to throw it up in the air and make it be entertaining. You're going to show up with a short hair the next night on Raw.
In hindsight, do you wish that night you guys would have had some different theme music?
Interesting. What was my theme music?
No, I'm just saying, when you get the haircut, it just feels like to me.
The World Wrestling Federation, for over 50 years, the revolutionary force in sports entertainment.
Could have hit him with some of this. Let's you strut ass around there.
What is that?
Wait, you're gonna rip off his gimmick and you don't know his music? This is the barber's theme, baby.
No, I couldn't hear it on my feed, so that's all right. I could hear bits and pieces of it. I got it though.
Well, I'm sorry it was cutting out like your hair was.
Do what now?
It was cutting out like your hair was.
Of course.
So listen, you enjoy working with Sean. You're getting a haircut in the biggest arena in the world, Madison Square Garden. Howard Finkel's involved. You come back through the curtain. You happy with it? Sean happy with it? Is Vince happy with it?
Yes. We got thumbs up across the board. Again, they paid to see Stone Cold. And so everything else on the card was support. And we gave him a hair match. We gave him great action. We gave him the story. Finkel, literally, you got to remember to put it in context. He announced on Sunday Night Heat and then went backstage and went into hair and makeup and got all cleaned up and then played the role as a part of it. So it was a transition. So the presentation, it was across the board, and, getting to do that with your buddy, Sean, kid, that was, it was, look, SummerSlam, and to get that spot, and knew the payoff was going to be really good coming and everything that goes with that, but also knew it was like, all right, I'm going in a new direction with my character. I was definitely very excited. I'd never had facial hair. Not that that's a huge deal, but I was getting to go into a completely new look, short tights, all of that.
Let me just say too, it's easy to see with the benefit of hindsight why Steve Austin hated your fucking guts.
Oh, here we go. Thank you. It's a little hard left. You're taking us.
Well, I'm just saying, he sees you rip off the Honky Tonk Man's gimmick. He sees you rip off Bob Vila's gimmick. He sees you rip off Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake's gimmick. And now you've grown facial hair. You're saying, don't piss me off. And you're like, I'm going to get my head shaved bald. And I can only imagine that he comes through the back, hears that creative, gets a little rumble and says, ah, and you just got a shorter haircut instead of bald. Because if you went, nobody goes full Austin, right? You can't go facial hair, bald head, don't piss me off.
You got the whole paddle today, don't you? Stir it up.
This is probably your top ranked pay-per-view match in '98. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, you guys had a great match here.
The in-ring product, I was very proud of that. The pivot in my character, I was super excited about. Obviously, being in the Garden. And look, I didn't look at it then, and I certainly don't look at it now. Yes, Howard Finkel is Howard Finkel, but he's Howard Finkel,
right?
And how as red hot as the business was, Howard came from the WWF days. I mean, it's big, really big. So, and DX, what you just said, they were just right under Stone Cold. It was a big deal, high profile match. And look, we've already touched on it. Where I had been the last, I'll say year, from the NWA and just the personal life struggles going on. It was a grind. I'll say that. And so to sort of get back, I'll just say headed in the right direction. I'll say that to get back and head into the right direction. I was very excited.
Let's talk about, there's this famous thing in wrestling that guys say where it's like, and then where do we go from there? And then what? So if you do a big angle, you do a big match like this, a big stipulation, you're getting your head shaved. A lot of guys have the follow-up. Where do we go from there? Did you ask that before you go into this match? Did you know, hey, we're going to have DX working with me in Southern Justice? Because I just want to add context to what we're talking about. You're the third match at SummerSlam, but the next month, which is in your house, I think it's Breakdown. It's D-Generation X, which is Billy Gunn, Road Dogg, and X-Pac in a 6-man tag against you and Southern Justice. And that's right before the main event with Stone Cold, Kane, and The Undertaker. So you go from working the third match on the card to wait. Now we're bringing in all of DX against us and we're working second from the top. I'm in.
Well, and here's the thing too, is I knew by the grind, and I just sort of laid it out. I knew we were headed into, I think also my relationship with Vince, I knew Vince believed in me because he had those conversations, but also knew that he told me, Jeff, we just got to find something that's work, that kind of conversation. So the NWA and and this is Vince's, with not me, but with a lot of folks, just sort of his, okay, we just got to craft this. So the NWA, the Tennessee Lee stuff, and all of that. I knew we were shooting the vignettes of the Don't Piss Me Off. I was going to go up to the office, and David Zahadi, obviously, who long relationship with him, he was going to be producing the vignettes, and just sort of the persona and the character was going to be evolving. Here's a little side note. The following night, Conrad, I don't know where Raw was at, but I can remember being in the hallway. When you get to TV, you have backstage, but there's sort of a main hallway where coming and going and catering and Vince's office and dressing rooms and hair and makeup and promos and all the different side meetings. But you usually have sort of a main thorough way where talent's back and forth. And I'm standing over on the wall, and I can't remember who I was talking to, but Pat Patterson, literally, it's one of those deals. I'm in a long-winded conversation. Imagine that with whoever, but Pat passed me once, passed me twice, passed me like 3 times. And he stopped and turned around and looked at me, and he goes, holy F, Double J, I didn't even recognize you. And that's when, because by that time I'd got the flat top and, I was in short tights and a towel over my shoulder, and the look had been transformed. And then Pat gave me a big pep talk, but also encouragement, and also like, yes, now this is a different look. It's a different deal. He was energized by it, and knowing that I was going to shoot the vignettes, it goes without saying, I was looking toward, and if you think about it, that was the beginning of a look that I carried for a long time. But that was the shift. That was the pivot of the, Double J died, the mullet died, and a new persona was born.
Could you pull off the flat top daddy today?
Could I pull it off?
Yeah.
What do you mean pull it off?
Well, I'm just saying, like, are you thinning? Like Sting couldn't pull off surfer Sting hair anymore.
Easy. I just did right before I grew it back out this time.
I don't know. When I look at you, it looks like you haven't had a haircut since like 2003. I can't tell. So I'm just not sure.
Thanks, Conrad. Nice part.
You're welcome. Hey, serious business. This has got to be a real highlight for you as far as your all-time most memorable matches. It's a hair match in Madison Square Garden at the height of the business. Is this a top 10 moment for you? Top 10 match?
Definitely. Without question. Goes without saying, Sean's my buddy, and as many years as we'd worked together. So, and you just crystallize everything. SummerSlam, it's one of the big 4, a hair match, Finkel, business is red hot. Personally, in my life, the trials and tribulations that I'd been going through. Professionally, we've already touched on it, the walking out it in your house, that hiccup that I came back, went to the WCW, was there 1 year. I loved it the 1 year, but I just knew it was different, but got to do the thing with the Horsemen, which I really liked, but knew that, okay, I want to get back to Vince, and got there at night one, promo that didn't exactly get off the ground, and sort of went into Never Never Land in so many ways. Got, another thing is, you got to remember, my pay was being discussed on getting cut during the time. So that conversation was going on. So I'm like, okay, it's been a rough year, but guess what? I got my spot on SummerSlam. We did a hair match. We're re-energizing the persona. So I had worked my ass off and felt good about where we were going. But it was, I'll say this, very rewarding to get to be a part of SummerSlam 98 in a hair match and where it was going to take my career.
Was, this is probably a silly question, but I got to ask, was Jill there? Did you ever bring Jill to any of your big moments or matches?
Nope. She was, and I don't say no interest, but really she had no interest. It was, got to remember, and you know what, Conrad is going to tell you this. This is ironic, but it's not ironic. You and Megan had your first date, same day. You had your first podcast with Bruce, right?
That's right.
Okay. I had my first date with Jill the first week that I broke into the business.
Wow.
And so, but she never had any interest. Never. It was a job, and I went off to work.
So when you're getting a haircut, does she order the pay-per-view and watch at home?
I have no recall of that whatsoever. I think so. Don't know.
On a big show like this, a big moment.
2 years of age.
Do you hear from your dad or your brother, or is this just old hat at this point?
Old hat. As far as family.
Luis Mendoza wants to know, have you ever taken guitar lessons to try and come fully together with your gimmick?
It is on my bucket list. I can play a few chords, but like true, there's two things. I'm working on my Spanish to literally learn the language, not just say a few phrases here and there, but learning Spanish the right way and playing the guitar the right way are on my bucket list, and I'm going to work toward that. But it is something that, other than play a couple of chords, it's on the to-do list. Thanks for asking.
Are you going to try to learn any other languages, like, I don't know, Hindi or Mandarin or something like that?
I don't know. I'm going to take it one language at a time.
Ben wants to know, many peers have said Sean Waltman was used as the measuring stick for new wrestlers to come in and show what they can do. Are there any other performers who you can think of who were as good in ring as Waltman at getting the most out of talent? Who else was in that vein, sort of Sean Waltman measuring stick style?
Man, I guess I'm going to have to go. I'm going to put my brain into gear that Jerry Lynn. I have to go to TNA days, and
Jerry Lynn was the man. I agree.
Jerry Lynn, Jerry. I could go up to Jerry and say, "Hey, Jerry, how was it?" And he'd lay it out to another guy, Chris Daniels.
Okay.
I because they could guide things, and both of them would give you the straight up answer. This guy's terrible, Jeff. Oh no, he's pretty good. Oh, but Jerry, Chris, I'm trying to think who else.
It's all over me to ask, who did they bury, but I won't, because I know you don't want to bury them for burying somebody else. So, but who did they put over? Do you remember you asking Jerry Lynn, like, hey, how about that guy? And he said something really, really positive.
I can't tell, you know what I mean? Look, I'd have to get out some sheets and look at it. I can't tell you how many times that Jerry knew the deal. You're in a 4-way or a 6-way with you got to be the QB of this X division. We used to call them car crashes or whatever it may be, because it was, a lot of people were like, oh my God, especially the old timers. Why are you doing that? I said, because that's what they do.
Yeah.
Nobody else on the card can do that. And I want them to do that. And guess what? You don't even realize it, but Jerry Lynn's in that match, or Chris Daniels in that match, and they're going to be the glue. And by the time they get to their false finishes, there is going to be a story, because they're going to, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I can't tell you how many times Jerry and or Chris, trying to think who else. I'd have to go back in the 90s. I don't know if you're asking that, but
no, those are two good names.
yeah. Those that measuring stick. That's funny how you said that about Kid. I've never looked at Sean as the measuring stick, because Sean, he can have a match with anybody.
Well, that was the narrative, that when a new guy would come into the promotion, McMahon would put him in a match with Waltman. And when they come back through the curtain, he would sort of give Sean a look like, well,
I got
how was he?
Yeah.
And supposedly Sean would sometimes say he's ready, or he's close, or he would say he ain't got it.
Yeah, I got you.
And if he said he ain't got it, slowly but surely that person moved their way down the card and out the door, and they were no more.
I got you.
And there are some pretty famous stories out there about names that I won't mention because it'll just bring undue heat today. But if you've seen those interviews, you know who we're talking about, some of those names. And when we hang up, you need to tell me who Jerry Chris shit on, because that would be fun. Matt wants to know, with the Jeff Jarrett television character starting to get tweaked, did Jeff already have his short trunks ring gear in mind? Basically what I'm asking is, did you already have the new gear and you were looking for a way to debut it?
Yes. Well, I mean, not looking for a way. A plan was put in place. I'm going short tights, guitar, bash on me, but just the whole persona, look, makeover, if you will. It was all the silver. I wanted to go with silver and black, and, you know, throw in a red there. And I think early I had some thoughts of the silver and black, and I could rotate a red out, a blue out, a purple out. And I did, but I did that later. But when in WWF, it's like, all right, stick with the red. Seamstress just said, we're going to stick with the red. So
when you're, you know, again, I'm not a wrestler, so I'm asking a question. What are the pros and cons of long tights versus short tights from your perspective?
Oh, it's all, I mean, it is so subjective, you know, and I think you have to step back and look at the entire roster and say, okay, you don't need to, you know, you if you look cookie cutter, you are going to be cookie cutter. So very, you know, make it different, give it a little different look. You know, some guys just don't look good in short tights, whether it's small calves, small quads, and you know, there are those body types that do that.
But even you didn't wear nut huggers like Austin did or Rock did. You had like bicycle shorts or whatever.
Yes. I like that look. I always.
Is it less hot than long tights? I know that seems silly, but
sure. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Again, silly question, but we're just talking. Does that mean you also have to start shaving your legs? And was that weird?
I never shaved legs. I used trimmers. If we're getting into the Manscaped, hey, Manscaped, if you're listening, you are missing a great opportunity for a drive here. But anyhow, no, never shaved, trimmed.
It's a fascinating business. Next week, we're going to be talking about SummerSlam 1999. And on that show, it's an interesting show. We're going to open the show with Jeff Jarrett and D'Lo Brown for the Intercontinental Championship and the European Championship. Big moment in Jeff's career. The main event was a triple threat with Jesse Ventura as the special guest referee. We had Mankind, Stone Cold, and Triple H. So we'll add some context to all things summer of 99, which is a great follow-up effort from here as we discussed all things summer of 1998. So listen, man, you can take one look at Jeff Jarrett and you can tell he is in better shape than ever before. And part of that is because he's been eating differently. It's not just working out like a madman, which certainly he's been doing, but it's the eating differently that has made all the difference in the world. Just ask Jeff next time you see him. He'll tell you all the ins and outs of how he's made it possible. But a big part is eliminating the guesswork. And HelloFresh makes it easy. You see, you get farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. You get to skip those trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why they are America's #1 meal kit. This summer, HelloFresh is here to take the work out of eating well. Reach your goals with delicious, calorie smart and protein smart lunch and dinner options And hey, y'all, they've even got vegan recipes too. By the way, you do get farm to table quality with every HelloFresh box. It's not called HelloFresh by accident. The seasonal ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in less than 7 days for fresh flavor in every bite. Figuring out what's for dinner is not at the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, so HelloFresh delivers mouth-watering, crafted recipes and fresh ingredients to your door so you can spend the summer doing, well, whatever the heck you want. And the HelloFresh Market has everything you need. They got your meals, of course, but they got snacks and tons of fun add-ons to your weekly order. You can even make s'mores bundles for the kids. And when I say they got something for everybody, I mean it. HelloFresh has helped my wife and I get out of our rut. We all sort of get in that, right? Where it feels like we're eating the same thing over and over. Well, what about their bratwurst bar with caramelized onions? Wouldn't have made that. It was delicious. They got Dijon slaw. They got pineapple relish. They got snack boards with pretzel bites and spiced bar nuts and hot honey peach jam. There's something for everybody. And seriously, when I say that, I really mean it. Like, you got 40 recipes to choose from every week. So even if you've got really picky eaters in your household, you're all set. Maybe you're ready for dinner like yesterday, like right now. Well, look for quick and easy on the menu. And they've also got fast and fresh options. Dude, we're talking like 15 minutes or less. You just can't beat it. Not only is it faster than going to the grocery store, it's also cheaper. It's even cheaper than doing takeout. Seriously, try it for yourself. It's the secret weapon for Jeff Jarrett. You're absolutely going to love it. Take a look at him on TV and tell me that man don't know what he's doing. It's going to save you time. It's going to save you money. It's going to taste absolutely great. Go right now to HelloFresh.com/MyWorld. Use the code MyWorld16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/MyWorld16 and use the code MyWorld16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/MyWorld16 and the code is MyWorld16. It's a HelloFresh deal that you can't shake a stick at. Check it out, guys. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit at HelloFresh.com/MyWorld16. Iconic wrestler Kevin Von Erich just announced his first public tour. The show, titled Stories from the Top Rope, will feature Von Erich sharing insight into his career, personal triumphs, and tragedies. Stories from the Top Rope will go on sale June 2nd at EmporiumPresents.com and will offer a very limited number of VIP tickets, which include a meet and greet and photo op. Von Erich, now 65, will be the subject of a major motion picture, Iron Claw, which stars Zac Efron and is slated for release later this year. See Kevin Von Erich live September 1st in Dallas, September 2nd in San Antonio, September 3rd in Corpus Christi, September 5th in Houston, September 6th in Shreveport, September 8th in Oklahoma City, September 9th in Amarillo, and September 10th in Midland. Tickets on sale at EmporiumPresents.com. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without your friend and mine, WWE Hall of Famer. Here he is, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man?
Conrad, I'm ready to just jump on you right off the bat. You could do it without me.
I do 6 other times a week, actually.
Exactly. You could definitely, when you could do my world, you know my story better than I know it. But how you doing today?
Man, I'm pumped. I'm excited to be here. We had such a great time talking about SummerSlam 1998.
Ooh.
And of course, this past weekend, we had SummerSlam in Las Vegas. CM Punk is back in the wrestling world. Lots of moving parts in wrestling. But we'll talk about that some other time. Today, we're here to talk about SummerSlam 1999. And Jeff, you watched this show for the first time in a long time. And before we clicked record, you said, man, I kind of forgot about these crowds. Chat me up. What was your impression watching SummerSlam 99 back this week?
Where do I start? You know, one thing that popped in my brain was it's been a long time since I've done this with me having the Fight app, our friends at Fight, and my good buddy YouTube. the ability, and I get sent stuff all the time. Hey, this and that, and this clip and that clip, and not just an Instagram or a Twitter bite, a YouTube link. So I watch an awful lot of online content. Also Raw, SmackDown, AEW, Impact, Ring of Honor, New Japan, all the content that's out there. But so it's been a minute since I have watched something from the archives. And when our friends at Peacock, and man, I just want to take this time right now to thank you for introducing me to this technology. No, I have not. I'll be honest. I have not surfed on Peacock. I knew the WWE network very well, but I didn't know. I mean, everything, what has it migrated over? Maybe that's another conversation, but yeah, to watch it and watch the open of it. And one thing that jumped off the page was all the signs. Everybody, I mean, it was a sea of signs, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, the McMahon, Austin, and I hate to even call that a storyline because yes, it's a storyline, but it was in so many ways that was the Attitude Era. There was a lot of support and a lot of underneath, and you name it. Val Venus, Godfather, DX, Undertaker, the Ascension, all those kind of things went around it. But, you know, the common man, the working man, the employee versus the employer, that was such a simplistic storyline. Vince, I still don't think he really has any peers when his A game is on as being a heel, and Austin, the perfect baby face, just that storyline. But man, the business was red hot, and me getting to open 99, SummerSlam 99, when my music hit, and you know, I'll say the package, the act of everything that went with it was over, and everything that surrounded it, but everything was over on that show. I mean, in the opening minute, you saw, God, I mean, just the highlight reel and Shane and Mick, and just there was so much going on. But yeah, it was fun to reminisce just for a minute to see the crowds and Jesse the Body in his home state. We're going to get into all that. Ben Stiller to the lead up. I remember that fondly. So, and this was sort of setting the table, if you will, for the ultimately where we went with the China storyline. So all the pieces were being put in place here.
I love that you just said the Ascension were circling around. I'm pretty sure they were like 7 years old.
Not the Ascension, the Undertaker Ascension.
The Acolytes. That's what you meant, I think.
No, I was talking about, didn't they? I'm calling the storyline where he wasn't resurrected. He ascended up into the, what do you call that storyline when Taker and they put Stephanie right on the, whatever that storyline was?
The Ministry of Darkness.
There you go. Thank you, sir. Guy. See, I'm not you damn wrestling nerd. I don't remember it.
It just tickles me. First of all, shout out to Matthew over there at Botchamania, who you got to hang out with at our very first Starcast in Chicago. Gosh, 3 years ago.
Hilarious.
And he could not help but take you to task for just now realizing, wait, the WCW pay-per-views are on Peacock?
Did he say that? Did he put it on?
Oh yeah, he tweeted it. I'll send you the tweet. It's hilarious, and
I love it.
He plays some clips from our podcast, you know, with our permission, of course, and we bless him to do whatever. Please make fun of us, and
yes,
there's plenty to make fun of over at Botchamania. So if you haven't already, check out Botchamania. Like, how could you be listening to this and not know about Botchamania?
So let me tell you another little story about me botching everything.
Yes.
So I've been recently up at the high school where my daughter goes, and on the podcast, I referred to Dixie's father, Bob Carter, as Bob Cotter, Cotter.
Oh,
and
that's
Bob Cotter is the principal at my daughter's high school, and Jaren's basketball coach called me to task on that. She's like, "Yeah, you made Bob Carter famous." I'm like, "No, he's already famous." So anyway, I just mess it up left and right.
And that's why we love you. You know, at least you're honest about it and you don't dig your heels in and just, hey, by the way, before we get going, did you know that Eric Bischoff once threw hot coffee at Eddie Guerrero?
No, let me hear that.
Oh, it's well documented. Check it out. Hot coffee right at him. How about that?
Can you give me a little context? Why? Was it at an event? Was it at a breakfast spot? Where was this?
It was backstage at Nitro. Eddie was upset about something and expressing his frustration. And as the rumor and innuendo go, Eric threw his cup of hot coffee at Eddie Guerrero. Now, in reality, everyone agreed. I think Eddie even wrote about it in his book that he really just slammed the coffee down and some splashed out near Eddie. But it's not like he just tossed it. But anytime you want to get Eric fired up, just be like, so, hey, I was talking to Conrad. He said you threw hot coffee at Eddie Guerrero, and he will just flip out.
I love it. Okay. I got it.
Gag. Yeah.
Yes. I wish I'd have known that when me and Eric had lunch the other day here in Nashville.
Oh gosh. I got to start putting little bugs in the ear because he can get triggered in a hurry.
Oh boy.
And I've got a handful of them that I just know I can press in case of emergency. And he'll just stop what he's doing. What'd you say? And just fucking fly off. And it's tremendous.
Speaking of Eddie Guerrero, I remember the time him and the dog-faced gremlin had a nice, quiet conversation at a post-show Hooters one time. Eddie, his personality, outgoing and loud and boisterous at times. I don't say the life of the party because that sounds like it's just, but infectious, shall we say? So I could just picture the scene that Eddie voicing his opinion and Eric under all kinds of stress. I could just see that. Can you not see that picture going down and our buddy EB slamming coffee down?
I can totally see it.
And also him actually throwing it on him because that's what happened, right?
That's 100% what happened. And I'm glad that you agree and you've backed me up. You were probably at that Nitro.
I actually think there's a security cam footage. We'll have to dig it up, but
and if we find it, we'll post it to adfreeshows.com. You and I are such full of shit. I mean, this is fun. Let's talk about SummerSlam.
Go ahead.
SummerSlam 99. It's why we're here. By the way, stay tuned. We're going to preview next week's episode at the end of the show. And whew, Jeff has been telling me, I can't wait to talk about that one. But let's talk about SummerSlam 99. We touched on this a little bit in your Holding Up Vince episode. Of course, you did it with a pea shooter. That's been well established. Check that out in the archives. But today we're going to discuss all things SummerSlam. So we're marching through the summer of 1999. At Fully Loaded, which was the July pay-per-view, you defeat Edge for the Intercontinental title for your record-setting, at the time, 5th title reign. Did you realize when you won the title back from Edge that this was a record, that you had won it 5 times, or did somebody tell you that and you look at them like you looked at me a minute ago and said, you big old wrestling nerd?
No, didn't have a clue. I will say this, reflecting through my world journey that we're going on, I can remember, again, going from, I don't know how you exactly classified this, but going from the assistant general manager to the general manager, and maybe I can work my way up to a VP or, that level. But I always had success with the IC title. I don't remember it being a record, but me and Edge in Toronto that night, and then Fully Loaded, and no, didn't realize it was a record. But I always felt I could produce in that spot, and did produce in that spot. But nope, can't say that I said, I set a record. No.
Does somebody in the back tell you that? Is there, because we hear about that in football all the time, that a guy will break a rushing record or something like that, but he wouldn't have known until right before he did it, or maybe right after he did it. Was there somebody who kept up with that sort of thing in the back? And when you come through the curtain or you're getting dressed or whatever, they're like, hey, did you realize?
That was, and it's like stats, my sporting days, I was, you don't want to keep up with how many points you scored in basketball, just go out and play the game, all that kind of stuff. So stats was something that, and there are different guys in the industry that like write down every match they were in and where they were at and the house and all that. I was never a stat guy like that. And also when I went back in, 2019 for Royal Rumble, they posted, I think social media and the digital age that we're in has really brought stats to the forefront, that you just input it into the computer and you can go to it with the click of the button. You're not doing it on a yellow legal pad or, the computer age, and making it so readily available. Cause I think I wrestled in 2019 and it was some kind of record. I'm like, who keeps up with this? Almost 20 years in between in-ring appearances. But so no, I wasn't a stat guy. Finkel might have been someone who would have kept up with it. If I would have to ask in 1999, hey, who will know stats? I would have gone to Fink. But I, to my knowledge, I don't know of anybody that like kept a running tab of stats. Nope. Don't know.
Let's talk about something that's going to happen on the way here. It's a pretty memorable moment. The night after you win the Intercontinental title at Fully Loaded, we're doing Raw at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. Anything ever happened there?
Can you think about good old Cleveland has been certainly good to me. And I just found out all the name changes, and Quicken is now Rocket. And that's a whole nother conversation, but Gund Arena is what we called it back in the day. Yeah. That's the night that you called it a pea shooter. I don't remember it being a pea shooter. But yeah, lots have happened. Lots of things happened in that arena through the years, and what a great market.
I mean, it wasn't just that. Isn't that where you held up Vince too?
I thought that's what I just alluded to.
Oh, okay. So you hold up Vince there and you're fired. I mean, I think that's where.
Oh, in WCW, you're right.
Yes. Yeah. So
Vince fired me there.
Isn't that interesting? I wonder if that was in Vince's mind. Like, do you think when he walked into that building, he was like, because I never put that together until just now. God damn, this is where that son of a bitch held me up for money. I'm going to fire him.
No, not at all. There's been a couple of things in there. The Hardys and Edge and Christian had their ladder match on that same 1999 pay-per-view. And they talked about there's a spot in Gund Arena they remember. I saw an Instagram post from Edge. So
I remember that.
Yeah. So no, I don't think Vince thought about it because look, I've said it again. I've said it before. I'll say it over and over and over. Vince gave me that check and with a smile on his face.
No, it's been well documented. You held him at gunpoint, and this was right after or right around the time that Eric Bischoff was throwing coffee. It's like you're not even
right. You're right. Maybe the same night.
So
what? Where did Eric toss the pot of coffee? Was it a pot or a canister? What was it?
I think it was a whole pot of coffee over his head.
Oh my God.
It was humiliating. It was like, you can't do that on television, the Spanish version.
Oh man, that's just wrong.
I agree.
Eric, we forgive you.
Did you know he once told Chris Jericho that he had to sign the contract extension, his new contract, or he wasn't going to continue his championship title run? And the way he communicated that was no ticky, no laundry.
Wow. You have got the large size, extra large paddle out today. You are stirring.
That's real. He once told Chris Jericho, no ticky, no laundry.
What is no ticky?
Well, it's, I believe he was mocking like a Chinese dry cleaner, where if you don't have the ticket from where you drop these clothes off, I can't give you the laundry bag. The idea being, I can't continue this push if you don't give me the contract.
I got you.
And I think he communicated that in a professional sense at a live show on television behind the scenes. Chris, we just got to have you sign that contract. You know, no ticky, no laundry. And then he made him lose the belt and wrestle out of dress. Yeah.
I can't wait till we get back to doing live shows and we can address all of this.
Eric. Yeah.
Do a big super show.
I'm for it.
Hold 83 weeks. Just hammer it out.
So July 26th, 1999. It's the Gund Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. $16,340. You're not quitting or getting fired here. In fact, you're the new Intercontinental Champion.
Snafu, 16,000. That was people, not dollars.
Yeah, $16,340, folks, for $404,159. I was trying to get to the dollars and got ahead of myself. Either way, one of the best all-time segments in Raw is War history. You know what? Rather than us just describe it, let's track it. Let's play it a little bit here. Here we go. And this is going to be from that night right after.
Two puppies! Yahoo! You're so easily amused. What are you talking about?
You got your short haircut like you like it. You got your "Don't Piss Me Off" shirt holding Deborah's hand as y'all walk down, and you got the IC strap around your waist. JR and the King doing some commentary as you make your way into the ring, and you're going to handle a little business with a celebrity in the crowd. Let's take a listen. Oh, wait, they got commercials. Fram didn't pay to be on here. We can't.
Hey, but the narrative with JR and his inflection, he's not calling a match. I mean, this is an entrance, but the give and take between JR and King, to me, this is one of the things, but it's right up there at the top. Their personalities fit the Attitude Era. God almighty, they were good, man. They got the story over.
You, JR.
There are no puppies in your future tonight, because tonight is about the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time.
I hate that.
Puppy party pooper.
Right. Ben Stiller.
Hi, baby.
I heard Ben Stiller was here. Ben, come on up here. Security, let him go. No, let him go. Come on, Ben. I want you to be my personal guest. The big Hollywood movie star.
He loves
Come on
the
up
puppies.
here, Ben.
He loves the puppies.
That's right.
Asking for some
I
hair
know you're
gel.
a puppy lover. I know you're a puppy lover. Oh, on this side. On this side. I know you're a puppy lover.
Whoa. Very gallant.
Ben, the puppies are in the doghouse tonight. My doghouse.
He's trying to smooch
So-
the pooch.
You know, I know your new movie's coming out, Mystery Men, but what brings you to Cleveland? Perhaps the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time?
Perhaps.
Well, I just wanted to see I wanted to come to Cleveland and see some world-class wrestling, some WWF wrestling.
Yeah.
And, I've been on the road promoting Mystery Men opening August 6th. So it was a good break, and it's been a great night, and you kicked Edge's ass last night. All right?
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Good for you, man.
But now, Ben,
You're great, man.
Ben, I've been meaning to talk to you about this movie. Why didn't you cast me? I am the greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time.
Well, of course you are, Jeff. Of course you are. You know, there are a lot of superheroes in the movie. There's my character, Mr. Furious.
All right. Yeah.
There's the bowler that Janine Garofalo plays.
Yeah.
Pee Wee Herman is in the movie. He plays.
Did you see Pee Wee back in the theaters?
Yep.
He plays the spleen, a character that blows gas out his ass. That's his power. And we thought there just wasn't a superhero who had enough power that you could play because you're the best. And there just wasn't a guy who was powerful enough because you're so powerful and you're the best, Jeff.
Ben, one more favor before you go, because I got to finish up this interview. I know the answer, but I want you to tell everybody in here, who is your favorite WWF superstar?
And why
That's
is Jeff?
easy. Jeff, that's easy. There are two of them. The puppies!
Oh, yeah. He's a man after my own heart. Jared thought it was going to be him.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, look, hey, what in the world? Jared, come on. Now, that's a little bit overreacting here, Jared. And Deborah don't like it either. And now Jared taking exception to Deborah.
Whoa. What's he doing?
Deborah does not like this, and why should anybody? It's somewhat distasteful, quite frankly. Oh no, you know what? I think what is Jared doing? It's the figure four. Oh, come on. Ben Stiller. This is not. Somebody stop this. Jared has a figure four leg lock on Ben Stiller, and that ain't no mystery, man. I think D'Lo Brown. D'Lo, the European champion. D'Lo Brown now. And look at Ben Stiller's getting consoled by the puppies. Oh, D'Lo up on top. Yeah. That'll take care of Jeff Jarrett. And Ben Stiller may be nursed back to health by Deborah.
It's a pretty cool little segment. That's how you use a celebrity involvement right there, is it not?
Oh, the Peacock. That was season 7, episode 30. For anybody out there who wants to look that up, the ad-free team did a wonderful job in preparing me and Conrad for this episode. But, you know, just hearing that back and watching that back, I mean, Mystery Man definitely got promoted in a unique fashion. The storyline got over. I got a lot of heat out of it. I got praised by Dave Meltzer. D'Lo got over. But I've always said this, all kidding aside, a good segment or a good match is when everybody gets over. And everybody won that. And when you hear, and if you're just listening to audio, you can hear Lawler at the top, and he's narrating and talking puppies and encouraging Ben Stiller's over the top, who's putting me over, and I'm grinning like a Cheshire cat. But when the action starts and the heat sets in, then JR took over and dastardly, but he narrated it. Jeff's a piece of garbage. Deborah's mad at this. Ben Stiller, he's not a wrestler. What's he doing the figure 4? And then he's getting consoled by the puppies. And Mystery Man in theaters, and Ben was great. He was a lot of fun to work with that night. Awesome. That's why he's made a living at what he does. He knows what to do. But the camera shots in that story were well, that they, like, you know, when Ben gave us that outline and then the reaction on my face. Good segment. A lot of fun.
Really good segment. I think it's one of the best uses of a celebrity. And obviously Ben Stiller was a big celebrity back then and still is today. But I loved Jim Ross. It's a little thing, but when you first started attacking him, I couldn't help but feel like JR was channeling his inner Lance Russell. Oh, come on, Jeff. I mean, it was so spot on when you're laying the wood to him. It was really, really well done.
It's good. I didn't think of it that way, but you're exactly right. You are well said, my friend. Well said.
Memphis, baby. Was there any discussion?
Dave Meltzer liked it.
Oh yeah, everybody liked it. And how about this? Ben sold that figure 4 better than most of the guys you actually put it on for real.
Kidding. You ain't kidding.
I mean, he really did. And what was fun is when you're trying to turn him over, he was not cooperating with you. He's fighting it. And it's like, wait a minute, this guy's 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing. And Jeff's having to work his ass off just to turn him over. But then once he did, he realized, oh, okay, now's the time. Figure 4's on, no problem, and good to go.
Hold on. Gonna give away a little of the magic sauce. That was by design, Connie.
It was good stuff.
It was good. Yeah. He was fighting for the ropes. He was wanting to get out of there. He was scared for his life that figure 4 was coming. And once I got it cinched in, it was over. Good segment though. A lot of fun. And you know, this is again setting the table for the October China, where all of that was, you know, as we get into SummerSlam, the reaction that I get just sending Deborah to the back, that was the package. That was the, that was the mindset from Vince and creative.
It was pretty crazy too, to think about, you know, just how your characters were positioned at the time. Deborah is this lady wearing business suits and, got them things out, and she really wants to show them off, but you just won't let her. And so that's enough for us to hate you.
Yeah. And I had a lot of heat. They hated me for that.
But think about that in context. Like, we're on USA or Spike or wherever we are. Did you think you were going to see them Browns? No, you're never gonna. That's not the way this works. And there's a lot of smart wrestling fans who knew, wait, she's with Steve Austin. That's never going to happen for sure. But we're still going to chant and we're still going to yell for it. And we still hate Jeff Jarrett for it. It's fun. We know, but we don't want to know. And so we pretend we don't know, and wrestling's fun, man.
Well, I mean, you think about the whole storyline. If there's one person in the world in Steve Austin, 1997, 98, 99, if there's one person in the world that Steve is going to get along with, and yes, sir, no, sir. And I'm just painting a picture here, but I'm just saying the one person is the guy who's paying him all these money for these t-shirts, his boss. But we don't want to look at it that way. Wrestling fans don't want to look at it. It was take this job and shove it. And Vince, you ain't doing this. I love this industry. The psychology and Shakespeare to the masses and getting engaged and getting involved. And, you know, at the Target Center, when we play that clip coming up and talk about it, you know, 15, 16,000 fans, or Gun Arena had 14, 15, 16,000 fans. People invested their time, sat down, drew up signs, rock, whatever it may be, and came out and had a good time. That's professional wrestling.
How was Ben to work with overall? Compare him to, say, other celebrities you've worked with.
Oh, wow. I'd have to put him right up there at the top, being that he, you know, we got together in the back and went over all that, the figure four, and hey, don't let me just flip. Don't be a dead fish. That's the words I used. He was, I hate to say a quick study, because he's an actor. I mean, he may not be a stuntman, but he knew. And complete transparency, you know, look, you'll probably really learn to know this as more episodes. I'm not a huge movie watcher. I've watched my fair share, but not in and out. So Ben Stiller and Mystery Man, I didn't have any point of reference on that, but you know, we laid it out. And so Ben backstage, when we went through the segment creative and going over it, he knew how he wanted to position that whole, Jeff, you're too big a star. You're too big a star to superhero. But he got in, you know, all the Pee Wee Herman. I love Lawler's little pot shot in there with that, but all the different stars. And Ben knew how to sell that movie, which made our job easier. That, yes, it was a promo to sell Mystery Man, but it was entertaining. So I think a viewer doesn't mind as bad when you have a celebrity coming in from the outside, if you're going to get in there and make a real concerted effort to become involved in the content, as opposed to coming in and swooping in and, hey, my movie's coming out this Tuesday, go watch it. Bye. Ben didn't do that. Ben went all in and took the figure four and also got his movie over.
Yes, he did. Did you ever see Mystery Men?
I did not. Did you?
Me neither. So it didn't work that well.
We're two of
Hey, it got the movie over. Did you see it? Nope, me neither. Nope. Okay, well, maybe not.
But I'm very self-professed. I'm not the biggest movie watcher.
What about D'Lo Brown? Were you excited to be working with D'Lo? How do you find out you're going to be working with D'Lo? Do you know before you win the IC at Fully Loaded that, hey, Jeff, here's what we're thinking? And who would have been the person to communicate those plans with you?
So we're running point on a creative, and obviously Vince and agents. And so I don't remember specifically who told me, but man, me and D'Lo, we had good chemistry. At times, really, really good chemistry. When I watched back the SummerSlam match, it was just, we gelled well together. So I don't remember who exactly told me, but I was excited. I knew we were going to head in some kind of direction, and I can't remember what storyline D'Lo was coming out of, but and if you really look back through that era, other than the tippy top storyline, Austin and Mick and Rock, everything else was, I don't want to say rotated on a monthly basis, but every 2 months or so, 3 at the longest. It rotated pretty quick.
Yeah. D'Lo Brown, by the way, the prior month, Fully Loaded, I guess I shouldn't say the prior month, the prior night, he would beat Midian for the European Championship. So he became the European champ the night before, and you became the IC champ the night before. And for what it's worth, Big Boss Man became the hardcore champ the night before, and the Acolytes became the tag champs the night before. So
it Fully Loaded.
Lots of new lots of new champs coming out of that pay-per-view.
It Fully Loaded to set up SummerSlam. Gotcha.
So D'Lo's the European champion, and the next night we're going to tape Raw in Columbus, Ohio. It's crazy to think how hot the business is, but we're still taping Raw. And this is before the company is publicly traded and all that jazz. We know it's not too far away, but we're not quite there yet.
And SmackDown hasn't launched, and so why did we tape Raw on a Tuesday? Wonder why we didn't go live.
Well, that's the thing. You were doing a live and then a tape. I mean, you were still doing it. It's a holdover from a cost cutting measure you had years before, but it's no longer necessary.
Oh, wow. So it was still going in that route. Okay. I didn't know if like Westminster Dog Show, but that isn't that time of year. So, okay.
So let me add some context here. You won the Intercontinental Championship at Fully Loaded. And then of course the next day have that interaction with Ben Stiller we were just talking about, but the next day, so 2 days technically after you win the Intercontinental title, it'll air 8 days later. You lose that Intercontinental title to D'Lo Brown. Of course, Deborah is going to attempt to distract D'Lo by stripping. That doesn't work. And you drop the Intercontinental Championship. And I guess, hey man, if you're going to win this belt more than anybody, that means you unfortunately have to lose it more than anybody. Did you think perhaps this was, too much hot potato with the Intercontinental Championship?
No, I can't say that I've always had this philosophy, and I think it ebbs and flows, but switching titles for the sake of switching titles is no good. But I also think on the yin and yang of that is keeping a title on someone just to say, oh, we can't hot potato it. I think that can be equally as a damage. So I've always had the mindset, switching titles, changing titles are really on a case-by-case basis. I don't necessarily like to use the term in a believable manner, but I think in the right situations, and again, the 6 Ps I think is so accurate, not just in the wrestling industry, but in life. Proper planning prevents piss poor performance. And so, what are you chuckling for?
I love that. I hadn't heard that before.
You've never heard 6 Ps?
No.
What, in Alabama, you don't have internet? No, let you gave me a hard time.
Not like that is on the internet. That is old school country right there. That's shade tree stuff. That ain't internet stuff.
6 Ps.
Yeah.
Proper planning. But I do believe that in our industry, having a plan in place, and you're going to have injuries, you're going to have substitutions, you're going to have missed flights, you're going to have talent alter things. But a guidepost is absolutely, you got to know where you've been and where you're going, and you're going to have bumps along the road. But, like I said, switch titles, no good. But the plan in place, the underlying current was always going to be, I'll say always, but there was a running belief that me and China were going to hook up, and she was going to be the first women intercontinental champion.
You already knew that by this point.
I think there was chatter as I've reflected on this. I know there would I don't know exactly when, but me becoming intercontinental champion, starting that program, the what we just went over with the puppies and just that whole direction, the quarter hours, I'm sure Keller or Powell or Dave or whatever, the quarter hours were good. The package of that was rolling along. So I can't say exactly when, but that was the direction we were headed.
What'd you think of working with D'Lo by and large? I mean, this is a guy who is still a cult favorite, well liked by almost everybody I've ever talked to in the business. And fans still talk about his frog splash and his head bobble and his rap. And for whatever reason, it feels like there was almost like a glass ceiling in the WWE for him. And he's still hanging around doing his thing in wrestling these days, behind the scenes. But I am curious, what do you think? Was it just the roster was so loaded at the time, there wasn't an opportunity for a guy like that? Did he not have the right look that Vince was looking for? What kept D'Lo from not being the semi-main, but being the actual top dog in the WWE?
Love old AC Connor. That's, he worked for us at TNA, and he's there now. We go way back, but we always had good chemistry. But you've hit the nail on the head, in my opinion. When you look at the Nation of Domination, and D'Lo and the head shake, he really stood out. Obviously, The Rock was coming into his own. But so you had that era, and I'm going to be probably wrong on dates, but 96, 97, DX was forming, the Baroque was Nation of Domination, lots of moving parts, the Attitude Era, different things, the Oddities. There was just so much talent. Mark Henry, a young Mark Henry was coming onto the scene. So I think more than anything, just so much talent, lots of moving parts. You know, I can't say that he was even given an opportunity. So I don't want to say that D'Lo's verbal skills weren't there. His mannerisms was great. His personality was great, but I don't, you know, I can't really say, I remember when D'Lo Brown did that promo. Remember that promo? Well, Rock was the talker out of that group, you know, so he wasn't really given that opportunity to talk. And as we all know, that's what you talk them into the building or talk them out. But that, you know, the in-ring action doesn't necessarily move the needle. It's talking him in, and you know, nowadays it's morphing into the video components and so much video presentation as opposed to old school standing by the ring or Memphis, Tennessee, or Raw in rings back in the day, literally talking them into the building. But D'Lo, phenomenal talent.
Let's talk about what you're doing next on the house show loop. You're working D'Lo, but then you're gonna. I guess we should mention you're doing a lot of loops at the time, and you've talked about how great paying these loops were in this era. You know, payoffs are at an all-time high for these house show events, or as you call them, live events. But Huntington and Baltimore, you're going to be with D'Lo, and then you beat Gangrel in Providence. And the reason you're working with Gangrel in Providence is because D'Lo has been loaned out by the WWF to the Curtis Comes Home benefit show in Pennsylvania that at the time was benefiting WCW referee Mark Curtis, better known as Brian Hildebrand. Obviously, this is something that both companies agree to come together on, even though we're still in the middle of the Monday Night War and WCW and the WWF don't get along on much. Everybody came together for Brian Hildebrand. Any Brian Hildebrand stories you can share with us?
Oh, wow. I mean, I could share a lot. What a wonderful human being that passed way too early. For those that don't know, Conrad, and maybe a new audience here, he passed away. I know cancer, but stomach cancer. Is that accurate, Conrad? I believe. But anyhow, great dude. And I can remember him in WCW. We were in a dressing room or whatever. And I didn't really realize that he was from that Pittsburgh sort of crew. There was a, you know, he knew Cody and Mick and Shane, and there are others, but then he worked at Smoky Mountain. But I didn't realize until we got into discussions how much he knew about Memphis wrestling, like angle after angle, story after story. Hey, Jeff, remember that time you did this, or remember that time you did that? He really, I don't want to say a fan of Memphis wrestling, but yeah, for lack of a better word, a fan, a viewer. He got the tapes and watched it. Great referee, but man, what a sweetheart of a guy. Loved this industry. Just had, like me and you, Conrad, it's in our blood. We do it for free. We have done it for free. We will do it for free, but there's a passion, you know, and that was Brian. Man, but D'Lo, getting to go and work this show, and it was you know, obviously I wasn't there, but I remember it was a cool deal that both companies allow talent to go and work it.
The unfortunately, it was both stomach and bowel cancer. I felt like it was something besides just stomach, and I did a quick little Google search, and Brian Hildebrand ultimately succumbed to both stomach and bowel cancer. Let's talk about Gangrel. You do get an opportunity to work him here in Providence. We haven't spent much time talking about the old vampire warrior, David Heath. Any good stories about working with him you can share?
Oh, Memphis stories, lots. Me and him did some traveling together. To this day, we're buds. You know, Dave and Luna, a fascinating couple. You know, they were the WWE days. Me and Dave's career has crossed paths many, 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 many times. And when you sort of think of the Brood and the Vampire, again, another faction we are alluding to, the Oddities, the Brood, Bariquas, Nation of Domination, DX, lots of talent, lots and lots of talent in the 90s. But Dave, I mean, what a bump taking son of a gun, broke in Florida, came up the hard way, the right way, traveled all over, worked all over the world, Japan, Puerto Rico, you name it. But love Dave to this day. Big fan of Dave, big fan, Gangrel. And I love that. Back in when that first came out and their entrance, they did it over to the side and come up. I thought that had a lot of legs. And I thought it was good for Edge and Christian to break in that way.
Jesse Ventura is announced as being special guest referee at SummerSlam. He is also the governor of Minnesota, and he's going to be taking part of the main event. You and I have never really talked about Jesse. Have you met Jesse before? What did you think of Jesse?
Oh gosh. Hate to say, who didn't come through Memphis? Jesse came through Memphis.
Wow. So you met him when you were a kid, right?
Yes. Yeah. But, wow. I'm just trying to think of a Jesse story. Fascinating. I'll never forget. I was in, this is a complete sidebar, but I was at a Red Roof Inn. Yeah. Making the big bucks, but I was at a Red Roof Inn. We could Google this, but I guess we had maybe done a Raw in DFW area, but Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, whatever it is, we could probably Google this, but that is when I was in the hotel when I saw that he became governor. And I was like, wow, cause Jesse the Body is, I loved his commentary with Vince, movie star, just a fascinating guy, Navy SEAL. You hear the legendary stories of him breaking off. And I'll tell you this, I'll tell you this a little bit. So in 2018, went to Hall of Fame. And then that summer of 2018, I think I went to the UK a couple of times. One of the trips over there, I walked in to we'll call it a Comic-Con, but Jesse was there. It wasn't just wrestling. It was all kind of movie stars and Carl Weather and and I walked in and Jesse was on stage doing a stage show. And I was with the promoter and I watched the end of that and then we went to the back and they were going to have Jesse sign some stuff. And I was going to do a private signing at the same time. And we were sitting there talking. And then all of a sudden, Jesse, we just started, getting into deep philosophical talk and all kinds of stuff. But then I asked him about Barry Bloom. And, when you think about, I don't think most people think of Barry Bloom when they think of Jesse, but here, I'll never look at Jesse. It's just fascinating because Barry Bloom, when you think about how far Barry goes back, Jesse the Body, and then through the years, Hall and Nash and that run, and then Mick, and then, you can fast forward all the way up. I think you have to put Barry Bloom right up there in the top, and they sort of, talk about the Mount Rushmore of wrestling. Barry Bloom may be like up there somewhere, maybe not of the four, but he's the agent of Mount Rushmore because he is the agent of all agents. I put him up there with one of the smartest minds that this industry's ever seen. But Jesse and me had a conversation about Barry, and Jesse is a really fascinating person outside of the wrestling industry. But first time I met him, I was a young kid. I feel like, gosh, that had to have been 80, 81, Memphis. I don't know. We could Google that as well, but early.
I'm curious if you remember. It's funny that you remember the Jesse Ventura thing and that you were in a Red Roof Inn because you would have been wrestling at Reunion Arena where you guys filmed Shotgun Saturday Night and Raw is War. It's a Tuesday, so it wouldn't have been the live show. It would have been the taped show. But Dallas is where you woke up after being in front of a sellout crowd, 13,684 fans. You were wrestling draws that day to a no contest with Road Warrior Hawk interfering. And after the match, of course, Hawk got the old doomsday device. Owen Hart was doing commentary. And that's what happened on the show. And then the next morning you wake up and find out, wait a minute, Jesse Ventura is the governor?
So I don't remember who. If we went through those results, I could probably figure out was Road Dogg. If Road Dogg was on that car, because me and him were in the car, because in the rental car, I always returned it.
Road Dogg was there on Goldust. I mean, not Goldust, but on Raw, you wrestled Goldust, but on Shotgun Saturday Night or Sunday Night Heat, whatever it was, Road Dogg was on that same show, tagging
We were
with Billy
traveling
Gunn.
together, but I always returned the car. But I remember me and him talking, and I'm like, dude, this guy, this isn't like county commissioner or, mayor of a, small town. He's the governor of Minnesota. I was just fascinated. And I'm like, that is hats off to him, man. Renaissance man. He's a Hollywood actor. He's one of the greatest color commentators. You talk about JR and the King and Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon, but Vince and Jesse had a dynamic that was just unique. I remember to this day watching Saturday night's main event before I broke in, those kind of deals, just really, really good. But the body, all those years later, come back, the governor, and he's just think about the storyline that goes into this SummerSlam. He's the official, and they set it up by obviously Vince being a ref and Shane coming in and being a ref, and all the setup is wonderful. It was pop culture to have one of the governors of the United States in a wrestling pay-per-view. Pretty cool. Pop culture, to say the least.
Let's keep going here. You're back on the road with D'Lo at the Meadowlands on July 31st, and then you're down to Doswell, Virginia for a Soul Show and an amusement park. Washington, D.C. with D'Lo on August 6th. That's going to draw 15,356 fans. And man, this is not TV. These are just house shows, and they're unbelievable. To Detroit, and then you do the St. Louis Arena for a live Sunday Night Heat, back when they did those things. Val Venus and D'Lo are going to be going at it for the Intercontinental title, and you wind up as guest commentator. What do you think about that as a storytelling device, where you've got the pay-per-view opponent doing commentary on his opponent and the champion who's wrestling another guy? It allows an opportunity for you to sort of get your heat and tell some stories and do it outside of a wrestling ring. I kind of dig it. What do you think?
I've never been a fan of it, candidly.
Really? Why not?
I think it's, and I know that wrestlers are, it's what we do. We do promos, but I think there's a real art to play-by-play in color.
Yeah.
And I think you put someone, it's like, I don't ask Jim Ross or Michael Cole, on a weekly basis, hey, come on up here and work this 6-man tag. It's not what they do. And so I've got a lot of respect for the play-by-play and the color commentator getting in a rhythm, telling the stories, telling the protagonist and the antagonist points of view, narrating your audience on basically selling the car, wherever the story needs to go. And when you put someone in there that doesn't do it often or rarely, and you go from dancing to a 3-person dance, I think, look, am I saying that it should never happen? No, but I'm saying more often than not, it misses the mark because there's a real art to it. And I think you can get just as much mileage out of it. That give the match, let the commentators do what they do. And then if you want to have another talent come out and have a handheld on stage and say, what they needs to be said, I just think it misses more than it hits. That's my thought. I'll get off my soapbox now.
No, I like when you get on your soapbox. I mean, we get to learn something, and I appreciate what you're saying, that it does take a skill, but I think it allows us as wrestling fans to become more invested in whether or not we like or hate that guy. Mm-hmm. What I'm more interested in is, are you being produced by Vince? Are you wearing an earpiece for this? Is he screaming in your ear like we've heard so many other horror stories? Or do you just get like a coaching session beforehand before you go out there? Or are you really just, operating without a net?
So and I don't know is this Worcester, Mass?
I think you're in St. Louis.
Okay. All right. One time at Worcester, Mass, Vince was screaming in my ear so loud, I could not hear myself think. And I literally froze and didn't say anything, but I could hear him say, "Are you just going to sit there and say nothing?" I mean, it's not easy. God almighty. But yes, he's in your ear. I don't remember specifically who was there, who wasn't there on this St. Louis show. That's why Worcester was when, that was a rough go of it. And you know, to me, and I don't remember this either, but if somebody's going to sit in that booth, and look at TNA, I didn't mandate much, but if someone was going to sit in, I always was not a big fan of it. But if you're going to, I always made sure Mike Tenay and Don West had the talent. They got them, pulled them aside. They went through their points to not script, but just say, all right, how are you going to bounce this hot potato around? Because you got a 4 or 5 minute match. And as a part of that 4 or 5 minute match, you got to go around the horn 3 times. What are you hitting? And I want the talent to feel comfortable, not so much Mike and Don or the play-by-play in color. I want the talent to say, all right, this is when I'm going to join the dance, and this is what I'm going to lay out. Because nothing worse than announcers talking over the top of each other. It just doesn't work. JR and the King, they knew when one was zigging, the other was zagging. They I don't say they never, but if they did, it felt organic. But I think that, again, there's an art to doing it good.
I misspoke. I said St. Louis. It's at Detroit at the Joe Louis Arena.
Oh, yeah.
August 8th, 13,793 fans. By the way, a lot of people are going to be quoting what you just shared about Vince screaming in your ear. Are you just going to sit there? Because I wouldn't have imagined that you would be, I guess you're wearing headsets. So you don't need a special wired device, and he's just right in your ass right away.
Well, and the thing is, look, I've in my early years, I couldn't say crap with a mouthful, but by this point, I felt very comfortable behind a mic and an in-ring and holding my own or whatever it may be. But looking at whether it's Michael Cole or JR, whoever was out there. So I'm having the conversation with them, but then it's foreign to have somebody in your ear, screaming at you, and you want to talk back to them, but say, but what, anyway, again, it's an art.
The interesting note from the Observer comes out on August 16th, 1999, from your boy, Dave Meltzer. He writes, Austin also reportedly refused to work TV matches against either Billy Gunn or Jeff Jarrett, feeling neither were over enough to deserve the rub. Boy, we could talk about this for the rest of the episode. We're going to probably wind up tabling most of the conversation for another episode so we can go in great detail, long form. But of course, they had tried the whole Billy Gunn experiment with him being king of the ring, and maybe we can break them up and do a singles push. And of course, that didn't go exactly according to plan. Rock buried him deeper than anybody's ever been buried before when he did a little prayer to heaven as little Billy. And that was all she wrote. But you had some residual heat maybe, but it is interesting, this dynamic. You're out here holding hands with his real life girlfriend, or maybe at this point wife, and she's your quote unquote heater. And this is going fabulously well. And you've been, as we call it here on the show, assistant general manager, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 5 times you're intercontinental champion, and the world champ doesn't want to work with you. What I'm most interested in talking about, we'll talk about all of that later, because it's probably worth a whole episode. How does this make the Observer? Does Austin tell this to JR? Does Austin tell this to Vince Russo? I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, how does Terry Taylor know this, and how does he tell Dave Meltzer? It's got to be Terry, right? Who else would it be?
Here we go. Conrad, I think what you're doing is the proverbial softball you're throwing at me, and you're just hoping that I create a soundbite here and say, well, Conrad, it's this simple. What did I tell you? He's a fiction writer, but I'm not going to do that.
I'm not hoping that. I'm hoping you'll just admit that you think this is Terry Taylor too, because it has to be, right?
Well, why do you pin it on Terry?
Who else would it be? Who else would call up Meltzer and say, "Oh, you want the scoop? Our big star here thinks he's too big of a star to work with these two guys." That would not be JR.
Dave's got 20 years in the business or however long. He's got a lot of, he's got I mean, lots and lots and lots of,
Stooges.
Sources. God, I couldn't come up with that. He's got lots and lots of sources. So, was this a case that the format was put out at noon and changed to 2 and changed to 4? And they're shuffling things around, and well, Austin may work tonight. And if he's going to work, well, no, he's not going to work, but it had nothing to do with Jeff or Billy, or it had everything to do with Jeff or Billy. Look, you got to have some kind of reason why Steve didn't work, I guess. Again, this is Dave's audience that Dave is reporting to. And so whether it's fact or fiction, all kidding aside, it's written. I don't remember the specifics. What did he do on this Raw that made JR some memory? What did he do?
What did he do?
What did he do on this episode of Raw? It says that he didn't work with me and Billy. So what did he do?
Oh, I'm not saying that it was on that particular episode. I was of the opinion that it just meant in the future he wasn't going to.
I got you. Okay. Maybe. Probably accurate. He didn't. But when you're the top baby face, you can dictate a lot of things.
I'm not arguing that at all. He certainly deserves to decide who he wanted to work with. He had earned that right. And I'm not arguing that. I'm just wondering,
how does Dave get it?
How does the information come out?
Yeah. Telephone, telegraph, tell a wrestler.
Tell Terry Taylor. This comes after, let's add some context. This report comes out after Deborah has not made some appearances. So let me add context to that. You guys were always together, even on the house shows, until Austin is banged up and misses some house shows. And when he's off the road, ... so is she. So if he's at home, she's at home, which means you don't have part of your presentation for the house shows. It's not like you could really say shit anyway, but what'd you feel about that?
Who could?
Yeah.
Good. Nobody, including Vince. He's not going to die on that hill. So his girlfriend or fiance is going to miss a few live events. Okay. Move on.
Let's add a little context though. When you read in the Observer, let me back that up. You shit on Dave here every week, and I try to tell you not to. And
dude, that's not. Now you're a fiction writer, dadgummit.
Well, listen, just like we know for sure that Eddie Guerrero had a whole pot of coffee dumped on his head by Eric Bischoff.
Yes.
And you personally put a gun in Vince McMahon's belly to get all the cash.
Belly, maybe shoulder, not belly.
Now we know that you don't like Dave Meltzer. My question is, when you're reading the Observer, well, let me time out there. Were you reading the Observer back then? I know you weren't necessarily a subscriber, but just do guys say, "Hey, take a look at this," and you read it while you're hitting the next town?
Sure. Through the years, I told the Memphis story, and our buddy Pat Trammell referenced it. That he was the one feeding Dave information way back when in the printed version. But yeah, the Observer always floated around for sure.
Okay, let's
where were you going with that question?
You're gonna read in here.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Austin doesn't want to work with you or Billy Gunn.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're reading this, you're already dealing with the idea that, hey, wait a minute, she's not with me on house shows. Does the combination of those two play into your disgruntlement? And I mean, we know that the JR has been trying to cut your money, and now the top act, who's JR's boy, says he's not going to work with you. And he says it loud and often enough that it's printed in a quote unquote dirt sheet. So now the whole industry knows, or is at least led to believe that. And then, oh, by the way, half of your act on TV, we're not going to give you on house shows either. Is this all compounding with your frustration with the WWF and thinking, man, what if? Is that plausible?
And see, the assumption that you made is that I was frustrated to a higher than normal level. I wasn't, because I was the Intercontinental Champion. I had gone through the Indian Aztec and the Double J reiteration, and from just the coming in promo, things went sideways. I had built myself back up and worked my ass off. Again, always believed in my strengths, my talents. I felt, give me the ball, I'll score. And so, Deborah wasn't working the matches. Was the package, the presentation hot? Yes, but also felt I could get over with Double J and the Roadie, or Double J and Southern Justice, or Double J and X-Pac. I didn't feel it was a must. I have to have this to continue and have success in my career. So I wasn't like really super frustrated. And again, making great money. Although my pay was cut, the downside was cut, I was still making good money. Had the squeaky wheel, and Dustin was a squeaky wheel a couple of times. I was doing a run. X-Pac was a squeaky wheel. I was still making really good money.
I'm just curious, it feels like it has to play into it, but somewhere along the way, some good news comes down the pike because the WWF announces they're going public. Do you remember there being a big meeting where you guys are made aware of this? And are there questions going around about, what opportunity does that allow for the boys? Anything like that?
Well, talking to my financial guys, and I do remember these conversations. I don't remember if there was an exact meeting. I'm sure there was on some level. And I know the word was going around that Vince was going to be doing a lot of traveling. And I can remember having the conversation with my financial investment guy that he was just like, wow, do you realize how big a news that is? Like, Jeff, your employer is about to go public. And he had been with me a long time. He's like, I just didn't think, you didn't think in those days, but Vince did, of, the business being in a position to go public. And not that far removed from 22 regional promotions and, Japan in the early 90s, having all those red hot promotions, and just, you didn't think about the business like it, SmackDown was by this time about to start. So there was so much momentum with both companies. Remember, both companies, and WCW was a subsidiary of a public company. So I thought it was real cool, but I don't remember anything like, the boys are, there was going to be a lot more money, but I don't think I ever thought, well, Vince is going to pay us more because we got paid off how we drew. And I'd never shifted my mindset. Well, you get paid off royalties for video games and action figures. You get pay-per-view payoffs, and you get live event payoffs, and Raw, they pay, but there's a lot of expense that goes into it. So the Raw payoff isn't always great because, just never looked at it in that context.
So you and your family have been in wrestling forever. Were you sort of shocked that this is now going to be a publicly traded company? I mean, are you sitting down and talking about it with your dad? I mean, it's got to be a little mind blowing for a guy like your dad, who's an entrepreneur and made a bunch of money a lot of different ways, but boy, he made a killing in wrestling. And now this feels like, I don't know, the latest great con in wrestling, right?
I don't remember having a conversation with them, but like I said, me and my financial guys having those conversations, and them asking, what's he going to diversify into? This is life changing. You got to answer to Wall Street, but he's going to hold on to all the stocks. So what is really going to change? But just them probably, and I say them, my finance guys, them asking me a lot of questions that I had no answers for. But, I came away from those conversations going, okay, wow, this is a really big deal as amount of what could happen in the future as far as expanding.
It's just fascinating in hindsight. And I can't wait to talk about it one day in long form with Bruce about, what all this changed in the wrestling business. John Boyd, also known as Lord Jonathan Boyd, passes away on August 7th. I bring this up because you were part of his last run in Memphis when he was teaming with Bigfoot. I think they worked against you and Billy Travis. What can you tell our listeners about John Boyd?
So he passed away during this run. Is that this
August 7th? Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Now, this is really going to get granular, but no, I mean, it's going to take a hard left. But Jonathan Boyd, I had a snake box match with him, and it basically a snake, a big old boa that he owned, and this is in Memphis, and it's like a casket match. So getting thrown in a casket with a snake, and I'm not the biggest fan of snakes. Just nothing that totally freaks me out. But, you know, having a big boa that you don't know in a casket, and you're going to, you know, put your face down in there to work the match and all this. And he's a snake. So, but Jonathan, gosh, I had to have been 20, 21 years old. But I learned a lot from him in Tennessee. And, you know, before I broke in, Luke Williams and Butch Williams, they weren't the bushwhackers, they were the sheep herders. And so Jonathan was a sheep herder. They drew a lot of money here in Tennessee. They're a legendary tag team. And that's one of those talents that, again, they were the sheep herders and had those mannerisms and just, you know, God, Rip Morgan, Jonathan Boyd, they personified heat in so many ways. Big brawls, the Fabs and the sheep herders drew a boatload of money here. But then you see them on WWF at the time, and they're doing the bushwhacker walk and, you know, complete comedy. That was an aha moment for me, but I know I'm getting all over the place and granular. But Jonathan Boyd, I mean, he taught me so much on heel promos and the intensity and all that. It's funny that your researchers brought this up, but God rest his soul, sheep herder Jonathan Boyd.
Chris Jericho is going to debut at the next Raw. You worked, according to my research, one match with him in WCW during your time there. Were you excited for Jericho to join the roster, or is this another guy that you would say, oh, what's that going to do to my spot?
I only worked once with him at WCW.
I think so.
Oh, wow. Feel like there's maybe a couple more. No. Chris, hell of a talent. Thought that he really, you know, I don't say broke out, but at WCW, he was a guy that kept getting a little bit more momentum and a little bit more momentum and a little bit more and a little bit more. And could talk and could entertain and had paid his dues, you know, come up through obviously Canada and Mexico and Smoky Mountain and all that. So him arriving, you got to remember he was a welcome addition. I'll say that. I'll definitely say that, a welcome addition.
I want to mention you did only work him once on TV. It was Nitro at Florida State in Tampa on February 17th, 1997. But you guys did, I don't know, like 7 house show matches. So I guess you had 8 matches with him total.
Yeah, there Benoit, Malenko, maybe also the guy that Bischoff threw coffee on. No kidding. Guerrero. In WCW during that time, I want to say it was Chris. After me and Chris Jericho had a match, but when we came to the curtain, Benoit came up to me and was very complimentary. I thought me and Chris always worked very well together.
In Chicago at the Rosemont Horizon, there's a vignette where D'Lo Brown and Mark Henry are working out in the woods, and Henry has to go to the bathroom in the woods, and you attack D'Lo and run his head into the tree and hit him with a garbage can. What can you tell us about this segment?
So running and gunning and shooting pre-tapes. You know where that was shot at?
I do not.
Literally right across the street from the Allstate Arena.
That's fun.
The Rosemont. Right. I don't know I know you know the area, but
yeah,
literally right across the street.
You used to go to Gibson's, that steakhouse over there that everybody talks about.
Oh, wow. So in that, yeah, obviously that Greenland over there, but yeah, that's where we shot it, running and gunning. God, when I think about how things are done today and how they were done then. Hey, everybody jump in some rental cars and let's run across the street, shoot this pre-tape. Boom, we did it. You don't do that anymore. A lot of fun though.
Deborah doesn't seem too happy with you at this point. And again, you're not happy with her. She's failing to distract the porn star Val Venus in a singles match later on the show. And instead he distracts you and beats you in 1 minute and 23 seconds. Venus leaves with Deborah after the match. Was that supposed to go anywhere? Cause it feels like it was just quickly forgotten.
Yeah, no, not to my recollection. No, a quick TV match.
She leaves with the porn star, gets her fill, and then she's back. The next night, you're in Milwaukee at the Bradley Center, 14,178 fans for Sunday Night Heat and Raw is War. You get pinned on this Sunday Night Heat by Meat. With the meat grinder. So you're losing to Sean Stasiak here. Meltzer would write, Meat beat Jarrett, which is different than if Jarrett beat Meat, I guess. With Deborah's distraction backfiring again, Brown was involved in the finish, leaving with Deborah when Jarrett got mad. Any memories of working with Meat here?
Good old Sean.
Do you wish that you would beat Meat, or are you glad that Meat beat you?
I knew you were gonna go. I'm gonna get so confused, about Meat getting beat, and me getting beat by Meat, and Sean, look at you laughing. Oh, you are awful. There.
What do we do? What
is going on today?
This is your boy. This is Vince Russo. Vince Russo named him Meat. I'd bet $1.
As in Meathead, the old All in the Family.
Sure.
Meathead. I bet Norman Lear. No, but as the researchers, as this whole thing's laying out, you can just see where it's going, that Deborah misses some house shows. Deborah's going to be no longer as a part of this package. We're going to continue to create the dissension of, Jeff and Deborah, and Jeff used Deborah to win a lot of matches. And then now this is going south. So the split's coming at some point, which had been done in wrestling from Jimmy Hart to Bobby Heenan to however managers, seconds, valets, the split always comes.
It's what a tangled web we weave. It's written here that you're gonna start some contract negotiations. Do you remember when those would have started? Would it have happened before SummerSlam, or is it after SummerSlam?
Don't recall an exact time. I remember I wish I would have really wrapped my head around this, but the first offer they came out with, oh boy, I will need to think all this through, but I know I wasn't happy. I'm like, what?
And it was less than you had your prior deal, right?
I think because I got cut between 97 to 98, 98 to 99. I think they wanted to keep me at 98 money. And I'm like, what? And I think their final offer was at 99 or at 97 money, like back up to where I came in at 97, with the business being red hot. It was a low offer and I wasn't happy.
You're back on the road.
I say not happy, super disappointed. I'm like, really, Jim? This is where we're at?
You're back on the road, second from the top in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Columbia, South Carolina. You're going to open up in St. Louis. You're third from the top in Peoria. You're working with D-Lo every single day. And then you've got 6 days off, heading to Winnipeg on the eve of SummerSlam to lose to Val Venus, second from the top. And now we're here. SummerSlam 99, the Target Center. Was there a big security presence there, as far as you recall, for Jesse Ventura being there? Was it like any different than a normal day security wise?
And I do remember his security. I mean, yes, there's, and you, WWE, Vince, we all have always treated guests with the utmost respect, first class, not just private dressing room, escorts, and just professionalism through and through and through. And yeah, Jesse and the governor and, his security detail and all that kind of stuff. So I do remember that.
Jeff Jarrett is going to win the Intercontinental title here and the European title, both from D'Lo Brown in 7 minutes and 28 seconds. Meltzer would say they teased heavily a Jarrett-Deborah breakup, including Jarrett ordering Deborah to leave. Deborah came back with Brown. Jarrett worked on Brown's left shoulder early on, including the old Midnight Express divorce court off the middle ropes. Brown came back with a power bomb, but collapsed rather than make the pin. After Brown missed a somersault splash off the top, Jarrett grabs the guitar. A noticeably slimmed down Mark Henry ran in and took the guitar from Jarrett, but instead turned on Brown and clocked him with it, and Jarrett scored the pin. Deborah, Jarrett, and Henry all left together 2.25 stars. I know you watched this back, discovering that old pay-per-views were indeed on Peacock, and we're glad that you figured that out in time to watch it. What did you think watching this match back for the first time in a long time?
Let's break this down. Let's get granular, as my as my T-shirt says, 100%. Couple of things before the match even started. So, you know, when it came on the air, like we've already talked about, all the signs were everywhere, and they did the recap, and they did a backstage thing with Jesse the Body. They did another pre-tape with Chris Jericho. But the stories and the bits and the lead up, just all the narrative that was going on, and JR and the King were fired up, and the electricity and the energy. And then when my music hit, that version of Double J's music, the people popped, and it wasn't, you know, they weren't popping, okay, here comes Jeff. It was popping, here comes the package. Because the momentum had really, we had a lot of traction. But as I watched it, it probably took, I don't know, not too long, but 2.5, 3 minutes, Conrad. But I sent Deborah to the back. And when I sent her to the back, the asshole chants ringing throughout the arena over and over and over. And we, you know, I hadn't even thrown a punch, nothing. So the story was there that, and JR and King, you know, JR taking the position. I can't believe he would berate her that way. And the King's mad. Even the King, who's the heel commentator, even he was mad at me because I sent some puppies to the back, and the arena was mad. So the setup was really good. And then here you come see Deborah coming out with D'Lo, the baby face, and, you know, just the little bitty nuances that D'Lo welcomed Deborah up into the ring and showcased her around. And just before Deborah was about to take off her jacket, I jump-started the match to again, you know, deny the people of getting to see, you know, the puppies. So
like that was ever a thing. It's still just fascinating to me. Like the internet was a thing. Just Google boob and get over it. Who cares?
Story, Connie. Damn it.
It's still just amazing to me that we've got tens of thousands of fans here.
Yes.
Who are in nosebleed seats. God, just show them.
But here's what I'll say, that I think the art of storytelling, that the protagonist antagonist simplicity storyline, had I not been so adamant and over the top, no, don't do it, you can't see that, no, it's like, I want all you people out there to sit down and shut up. Well, those people stand up. They had been like deathly quiet in the arena. Nobody's sitting down. I mean, everybody's sitting down and everybody's shutting up. And the right guy says at the right time, I want everybody to sit down and shut up, which is exactly what they're doing. But what do the people do? They stand up and say, hell no, we ain't doing that. It's psychology 101. But off to the races we went in SummerSlam 99.
Overall, you're happy with the match?
Yes, because, you know, again, when I watched that back, and me and D'Lo doing the false finishes and the sit out power bomb and some action outside the ring, and just the different, you know, and we knew that, you know, what was the match? Less than 10 minutes, but we had a relatively short amount of time. First match, you don't need to put on the gas, don't need to put on the brakes. You don't need to sit in a rest hold or work a hold for any extended period of time. Just keep moving, give them good false finishes. And we knew we were going. Mark Henry and JR had alluded to that. You know, I want to say he was maybe injured or they wanted him to drop a few pounds. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but Mark looked great. And again, I always knew that I could be a conduit to whether it's Mark Henry or whatever it may be, Southern Justice, Tennessee Lee, having multiple people around me, I think, or me around others, however you want to put it, I could be a glue to get people in the right positions and something that I learned from my formative years, but getting Mark involved and where we were going with it, it was good. So I was, you know, I look back on my SummerSlam career because this is SummerSlam season.
You're Mr. SummerSlam, by the way.
I'm not Mr. SummerSlam, but I'm pretty happy with the SummerSlams that I appeared in.
Yeah, you're Mr. SummerSlam. Let's get, you know what? That might even be a t-shirt over at boxofgimmicks.com by now. I don't know that we can sell it, but we'll find a way. Send us a cease and desist, by God. I need a few more.
There you go.
So this is a big moment. You know, it's one of the biggest SummerSlams in history. Huge pay-per-view. I mean, Meat's beating you on shotgun, but you're becoming both European and Intercontinental champion at the same damn time, which is yet another thing that you've shared with Kurt Angle. You, Kurt Angle, and D'Lo Brown, I think, are the only guys to do that, right? Do I have that right?
How about that?
It's a nice little trio.
I did see that online. Maybe last year, maybe the year before that. Me and Kurt have that
Distinction.
Yes. I wonder who he won his. I don't know.
I don't think you guys have anything else in common either.
Nope, nothing.
Mark Henry turning here. This is a Vince Russo idea, right? I mean, he loves the idea of the big surprise, the big turn. You know, they'll never see it coming, bro. He likes the swerve, right?
Of course, the swerve and the execution of this swerve by Mark and D'Lo and Tim White. My man Tim White was refereeing. Is done well. It was done well. The people did not call it. He came in the ring and pulled the guitar out of my hands. And, you know, everybody said, all right, Jarrett's getting it, because we had also already set it up with Deborah. I don't say turning on me, but siding with D'Lo. The cards were laid out well. And you can see when Mark cracks D'Lo with the guitar from behind and just obliterates it. It was look, there's all kind of different pops if you have the right ear for it, but it was like, oh, I didn't see that coming. It was a surprise. Like, damn, Mark, it worked well.
It worked so well that the next night you literally just gifted the European title to D'Lo Brown.
How about that?
Hey, thanks for turning on D'Lo. I just wanted my IC back. Nobody ever cared about this belt. Here you go. You're the European champion now.
Maybe could have been done a little bit different.
I dug it. But I mean, still, you get to have that little feather in your cap that you're a European champion, if only for a day.
There you go. And hey, technically, because I don't know if Jack Tunney would sanction me actually gifting a belt. I think he would say no, Jarrett, by rule, like page 74, right, section 202, he would have to say, Jeff, you're still the the European champion. So technically, if you've never gotten beat for that title, had I been booked in a European championship match, I certainly would have accepted it. You can go on history. I've never turned down ever a championship challenge or a rematch or anything like that. So am I still the European champion?
You know what? I think we could make that argument that you are still, but now at this point, you're the longest reigning European champion in history.
That's what I'm saying. Another feather in my cap. Let's go to WrestleScore, get JBL.
Mm-hmm.
Will you be like my,
I'd be glad to lead this charge for you. There is a guy running around calling himself the Buttercream Dream and cutting promos on Cameo with the European title. But I think that's a bootleg belt, and that makes him a bootleg champion. So I think you are the uncrowned. Everybody knows it, you know.
A bootleg buttercream. What'd you call him?
He's the Buttercream Dream.
Okay.
And he's a hillbilly from Chickamauga, Georgia.
I love
stand-up comedian friend Corey Ryan Forrester, and he's been cutting promos as the Buttercream Dream for the last year and a half or so during the pandemic. On Cameo in character with a bootleg European belt, but he's a bootleg champion. You see, you're the real European champion.
Is Matt Cardona the real face of Game Changer
Of
Wrestling?
course, he's the face of the Game Changer universe. Everybody knows that.
Okay. We just
Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Okay.
So, you know, you've pissed on the business here, you know, when you just give the belt to Mark Henry. You didn't make him beat you for it or anything like that. Meltzer would say, quote, I saw Sunshine and Precious turn Chris Adams and Jimmy Garvin into big draws, and Jarrett must remember it as well. Maybe someday they'll find an angle that gets this guy over. I think they're talking about Mark Henry, but they may have been talking about you. I don't know.
I took that as a shot at me, my fiction writer friend.
Okay.
But what's crazy, yeah, not even to go in that rabbit hole. It's his audience. It's his newsletter, and he knows better than anyone how to serve up his audience.
Well, right after this SummerSlam show, China's going to sign a contract for the Intercontinental Championship, and we're off to the races, but that's a story for another day. It is interesting to think, what if, you know, sometimes we like to say, what if here on the show,
Lots of what ifs.
what if you had not beaten D'Lo Brown here and he retained? Would D'Lo have wound up wrestling China at the next pay-per-view for the Intercontinental title? And if that would have happened, would you have jumped ship and gotten a paltry sum from the WWE and perhaps not blackballed yourself forever and ever from Vince McMahon's loving embrace?
Well, for 19 years.
Yes.
It's 19 years, so not forever. So, yeah, but no, I do not think there would have been an attraction for D'Lo to wrestle China. I don't really see that playing out. Maybe wrong. I may be way off, but the puppy storyline and Miss Kitty and the Good Housekeeping and that whole build up to it, and me figure four and Ben Stiller, but also Cindy Margolis and the makeup people and anybody in sight, that whole build up was good TV and the direction it was headed. I don't think D'Lo China would have been that attraction.
I love that you can't help but pat yourself on the back that,
yeah,
it's better that it was you and not D'Lo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, it was way better because you had been hitting chicks with guitars and putting ladies in figure fours. It was way better.
For God's sake.
It was absurd and it was great, but it is fun to think about what if. I mean, you would have had an opportunity to hold Vince up. He would have said, "Goddamn, pal, you were working Val Venus. Who cares? Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah. Well, when you take it to that next layer about WCW and what you're just saying, and he took the company public, and would I've I don't know, that all those kinds of, how would that have worked its way out?
Fascinating to wonder what if. Ringside Rent writes, the chemistry you and D'Lo had was great. With that being said, did you guys talk about the match beforehand or did you call it in the ring? That's interesting because we know these days everything is kind of discussed ahead of time, but this is 20 something years ago. Were you still talking it all the way through, or is it mostly just the finish and the number of minutes?
I think you referenced earlier that how many live event matches me and D'Lo had. I mean, like a pretty good run, right?
A substantial amount of matches. So you probably just said, "Hey, let's do Kansas City," right?
Well, plug and play, and hey, this worked here. This worked. Always on pay-per-views, you try to sort of take the best of the best of the best from your live event matches and put it all into one, and then work into your finish. So I feel certain that would be the case here.
Lindsay says, did it ever get a little awkward with Deborah and her outfits? Was there awkwardness on your end or any backlash from your wife?
Business is business. No. It was the story, you know, with when we've touched on a little bit here, you had Val Venus, a porn star, and Godfather, a pimp, and, you know, these degeneration guys that are peeing in my boots, and the Ministry of Darkness. How
hard was it to go to church when you were home on a random Sunday and those other parents know, wait a minute, this heathen is walking in here making all this money, living in the big house on the lake, and making our kids want to watch suck it shows with show your tit chance and all this, and a porn star and a pimp, and here he is talking about scripture. That's a hard thing to reconcile for normal folks, I'm sure.
So, Conrad, can I just get a little transparent here?
You had to be getting the side eye, right?
Oh, I got more than a side eye.
I bet.
A church that I used to attend, there was some brushback, and I was gone a lot of Sundays.
Of course, you're making town Saturday night somewhere.
Yes, but my wife was there just about every Sunday.
Of course.
And so the chatter would ebb and flow, but there was a stretch. I don't want to say anyway. I'd made it to a couple of Sundays being in town and everything, and I'd gotten a few of those side eyes and a couple of questionable comments and that kind of stuff. And then I can't remember if the preacher asked to talk to me or if I asked to talk to the preacher. I want to say he wanted to have a discussion about it because he had others. And guy, to put this in context, Conrad, it's not easy to people listening to the show of how I don't want to make it too dramatic or over dramatize it, but also I don't want to undersell it. But it was a point of discussion. Just would you call it a side eye? That's probably the best way to say it.
Yeah.
So I had that multiple times. So finally, he asked to speak, and there was some. Can you tell me a little bit about this? And hey, I don't watch wrestling. And I just went full bore and laid it out to him. But I can vividly remember saying, so hold on a minute. What I'm doing is on television, although it may be getting out of bounds, but it is a scripted form of entertainment. But we have people that come in this church that may be going off some side rails here and there as well. So are you having those same kind of conversations? Because this is my fictitious life and there's some real stuff going on here. Is it the same level of playing field? And I have to tip my hat to that preacher, and he heard it out and appreciated me coming in and having the candid discussion. I think the old adage that I continue to harp on when you ever ask me to, communication is the only solution. The only grounds to create a solution is to communicate about it. And we communicated, and I openly communicated and told him how I thought. He communicated, and I'm not saying we had a resolution, but he had so much better understanding, and I'm going to go as far as say appreciation for, okay, this is scripted, maybe a little off the roads, but it's an R-rated movie. We weren't doing anything on Monday Night Raw that wasn't seen in any movie theaters at any time by minors going to R-rated movies. So, but it was funny you bring that up, that you spontaneously said, hey, Double J, how was it going to church back in the Attitude Era?
The things we do for this wrestling business.
How about it?
Jeremy Priest, a top guy over at adfreeshows.com. What a transition that was from that question. Says, we always hear the first match on any show sets the pace. In your opinion, how much pressure do you feel being the first match? Not just a pay-per-view, but any show. And, sometimes guys, we hear this industry jargon and we take it too far and we say, oh, he's jerking the curtain. And maybe once upon a time, there was some truth to that, but in this more modern era of wrestling, the first match has to set a tone and a pace, and because it could kill a crowd. So you want to make sure that, hey, we're starting hot and we're giving them what they want, and we're sort of feeding the beast and get this momentum going, because a crowd a lot of times can make or break a show. It can take an average show to a good show and a good show to a great show. But it can also work against you. So from a performer standpoint, put your wrestling hat on for a minute, your in-ring wrestler hat on. Is there a tremendous pressure to be the first match?
Pressure may not be accurate, but I was taught this from my father, Jerry Lawler, my grandmother, her belief in it. And she wasn't a booker or a wrestler or anything like that. But the most important match on the card is the main event. The last thing they see when they walk out of the arena. What are they talking about? How do they feel inside emotionally? Was it well invested? Did they have, are they mad for the right reasons? all that kind of stuff as far as last match. The second to most important match is the first. And I believe when I was creative, I believe as a performer, I believe as a fan, I was born, I was taught at a very young age, start the show on time. Don't penalize the people that got to the building on time. The people who are standing outside and there's a ticket line a mile long, tell them to get there early next time. Don't penalize the people who got there and got in their seat, got their popcorns, got their Cokes. But anyway, I think the first match is super important. I mean, whether it's a live event or a pay-per-view, no matter what card, the first match, you just cannot, I don't think you can really describe, because it sets the tone. It really does set the tone from, and I'm talking getting really down and dirty here. The people in the truck, if everything hits, the music cue, the entrance, the first entrance is shot right. It's so important. And the guys got to hit their times. You don't want to go under or over. So you're immediately trying to scramble either way on that. So yeah, I think there is a tremendous amount, if you'll use the word pressure, but you're putting a lot of confidence in whoever you put on first. And if you think it's a throwaway match, you're headed toward the graveyard of promoters. I'll say that.
Ben wants to know, not that I'm complaining, but whose idea was it for Deborah to come out to the ring in nothing but a tuxedo jacket and a bikini? And hypothetically, how many times did he say bro when he pitched it to her? So old Ben believes this was Russo's idea.
I'm sure he wasn't against it. But to my knowledge, it was Deborah's idea.
Jason says a lot of wrestling history in the state of Minnesota. Other than this pay-per-view, does Jeff have any memories in Minnesota?
Oh, wow. Used to fly into International Falls and go fishing up into Canada. What fascinated me right as I was breaking in a little bit before that, and I'm sure you've heard these stories, Conrad, but the Nasty Boys, trade by Brad Ranigans, but you sort of hear this nucleus of guys from the Road Warriors to Rick Rude, to Kurt Hennig, to Nord. I know I'm going to, Darso, Wayne Bloom,
Flair was up there.
Oh, okay. Well, if we're going to go back a generation, but that early 80s sort of, that's to me, it's still, a lot of guys relocated to Florida, but they were from all over the country. But like one city produced some big, the Guerrero family, lots of talent came out of that one family, the Von Erich family, the Hart family, but as far as a geographical city that produced big, John Laurinaitis, Joe Laurinaitis. You think about all the talent out of Minneapolis, pretty amazing. Super Clash 3 with Vern Gagne and obviously his son Greg, but my dad worked with Vern, and our buddy Eric Bischoff cut his teeth there. Lots of fond memories, Mall of America and First Nitro. I got all kind of random memories, but flying up there in the summers to go fishing in Lake LaCroix, we'd fly into International Falls and then take a seaplane over. The land of 10,000 lakes. Cool state, very cool state.
Michael wants to know, what was the difference in working with Deborah in WCW versus here in the WWF? More cleavage.
The storyline with the Four Horsemen and Mongo literally just breaking in, going from a color commentator into that role. Obviously it was she came out in pageant dresses and the two completely different on-screen characters for sure. But Deborah didn't take bumps, didn't really have promo skills. There wasn't other than what she wore, there wasn't a lot of diversity in her character, if you will. But Mongo in that storyline and the Four Horsemen, and Mean Gene. I can remember Mean Gene doing the promos in WCW and narrating that, and me and Flair. That never did get to play out. I wish Kevin Sullivan would have got his way more, but we were headed in that direction that just didn't ever play out.
One last one from Martin. What was it like working with Tim White? Why was he called the Fighting Irishman? I had the pleasure of meeting him while he looked after talent at an Access, and he was just so nice when we briefly spoke.
Never heard him being referred to as the Fighting Irishman. Tim is the kindest, nicest guy. When I first met Tim, 92, 3, 4, WWF era, Tim White, and he's in the Andre documentary, Tim's was a referee, good buddies with Arnie Skolin. But Tim, Andre, they were buddies, but I don't want to say he took care of Andre. Andre can take care of himself, but he did travel with Andre, drank with Andre, ran up and down the roads with Andre. So Tim always had fascinating stories. Also, he's from Providence. He had a nice little tavern up there that the guys used to frequent. Tim always notorious for selling raffle tickets. Miraculously, he would sell them at every TV and say, "Hey, we're going to have a drawing." But for some odd reason, nobody that I know, to my knowledge, ever won that raffle. It was just a con job from Tim White. No, just kidding. But no, Tim's a great man, great guy. I got to see him in Florida. I don't know. Last time I was down there 4 or 5 months ago. At the beginning of the year, that's where I saw him at the Raw Legends. Good dude, man. My man, Tim White. We traveled. We went overseas a bunch together. We traveled some together. Oh, Timmy White, but never heard him referred to as the Fighting Irishman. He is an Irishman, but never put fighting and Tim in the same sentence.
We'll be back next week right here on My World.
Peace.
Hi, this is Dr. Tom Pritchard, head coach at JPWA, the Jacobs Pritchard Wrestling Academy. And if you want to save money, go to savewithconrad.com. Well, I kept watching the podcast and I kept seeing the commercials. You can't help but see the commercials during the podcast. And I figured, Conrad, who else better? So we gave it a shot and found out we were right. We were looking to refinance our mortgage. Everybody has a lot of bills these days, and we thought we could probably do better with the percentage rate. Everybody was great to work with. It was a matter of just filling in the right numbers in the right place, and everybody told us how to do that and what we needed. Within the next 3 weeks, we were refinanced. We are saving now over $100 a month. So that's probably over a 25-year span. $25,000, which adds up. It was so simple, and they made me feel a lot less nervous and more comfortable when I'm talking to someone, because I don't always understand financial aspects of anything. But it was great working with the team, everyone from top to bottom, start to finish. If we had questions, no matter how complicated, everyone made sure to explain it to its fullest, to our satisfaction, to where we understood. My wife and I understood the process, understood where we needed to start and where we were going to end up.